for us for the day. Thank you.
Please stand, everyone.
E te atua kārawa koe nei mātou e tiku whakamoemiti kia koe kia pā mai tō ringa ki runga i a mātou katoa e hui tahi nei i tēnei ata. Arahi te hunga chapi te tāone nui o te kōpū māni o kirikiri roa i rungi te tika me te pono kia kore e kōtiti i roto i ngā mai katoa. Ko koe tō mātou piringa, ko koe tō mātou amorangi, koe nei mātou e whakawhetai i rungi te ngō tō mātou kai whakaora. Wāke ake āne. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, thank you, and Tame, and good morning, everyone, and warm welcome to our guests in the. I think somebody on Zoom might have their speaker on. No, just checking. Is that rebounding, the speaker? Anyway, well, warm welcome to our guests. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's myself I can hear. Yeah.
No, we can hear you.
So that's slightly irritating, but if we can adjust that so I don't have to be on echo all day, it would be brilliant. Anyway, warm welcome to everyone in the guest area. Always pleased to see members of the public taking an active interest in what Council's about. So we will begin the agenda by taking any apologies, and I don't believe I've received any.
Sorry, Your Worship, it's actually quite distracting and hard to hear you because of all of us, because of the feedback. Can we
wait a minute?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
If you would like to, if you'd like to sing now, Mark, you feel free.
It's more feedback than we need.
Is anybody in here also on Zoom?
Has anyone got Zoom on?
Has it stopped? It stopped.
So it's this microphone picking up the speaker. So leave.
Okay, so it's sorted for now.
Well, that's solved it for the chamber, but I suspect the people on Zoom will be able to hear now.
Hey, Sean,
Oh,
speaker away, do you need that?
Sure.
you can't hear, can you, Ewan? You can hear. They can hear. They, yeah.
So the issue will be if Julie and I say anything into the microphone.
Don't say a thing, it'll be a much quicker day.
You see them walk, don't get them to dance.
That's my plan.
All right, anyway, for the time being, let's make a start while Tyler competently deals with our technology challenges of the day. So, Mark.
Just
Is this
around
about the agenda?
yeah, around the apologies,
yeah.
I think we're up to.
Thank you.
I have a graduation ceremony for my daughter at 2, which I will be racing to, watching her walk across the stage, joining from Zoom from Claudelands, then coming out, getting a photo pretending I was there all along, then racing back again. So I apologise for my ins and outs this afternoon, and I appreciate the discretion.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank you for making that effort, because I do understand how very important it is to see your daughter graduate. What a lovely moment.
It's great. Thank you.
So noting that apology and
And the one that I sent you yesterday about the sorry, for the rude interruption from the staff behind. I have the Free FM interview at lunchtime at 1.
You do.
And Bunty and I had a suggestion about the break time to try and work for both of those
we're
a
trying
little
to
bit.
minimise the amount of time. Yeah, so we'll probably have, with your leave, a lunch break about 1:45. You'll have to leave a little bit earlier than that.
Okay.
But that will, is that all
Yeah,
right?
so
and
it's
that will
something that-
still minimise.
Yeah. Hang on.
No, Mark's doing that.
One at a time.
So Mark's doing that graduation speech for me and then going, yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right, so apologies be accepted. Apologies be accepted. I'll move. Deputy Mayor Taylor, all in favour? Confirmation of agenda. It is pretty much as it is. Having said that, it sometimes isn't. So we've got to be flexible. Councillor Hamilton.
Just a question, the targeted rate aspect, when do we talk about that?
We'll be talking about that in the first section of the day when we talk about the finances. In terms of generality, principles of the targeted rate, and then we'll be covering off as we go through priority 1, 2, 3, whatever, targeted rates then.
No, but specifically around whether it's locked to.
No, that's why I hear you at the front end of the meeting.
Is that in the base budget?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question in the same area. You'll recall me raising in the meeting in your office the other day about the option that I want to have discussed about whether the right things are being target rated, whether there should be could be a substitution or swap, if you like, from some of the general rate to this and vice versa.
So what we agreed for process, I think, is we'll tackle that in the financial modelling first part of the meeting.
Yep.
And because we will take regular breaks to get this, and I assure you, you will still have that conversation throughout the day where it slips in. If we have a fifth priority or we change one, we'll work that through as we go. Isn't that right, Sean? Sean's actually going to talk us through in a minute
Thanks.
the run of the day. And if there is something that you're confused about, I just ask you to ask politely. We'll stop, we'll sort it, rather than having argy-bargy or anything and confusion. So the confirmation of the agenda, as it kind of is, and I hope it will stay that way. I move. Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds. All in favour? Carried. Are there any declarations of interest for this day? Oh, yeah, I'll get to that, sorry. Oh, all right, sorry, just in terms of, I'll get Becca to take you through some suspension of standing orders that we've proposed to allow for some fairer debate.
Thank you. Mayor Paula, just making some notes in terms of confirmation of the agenda. So Mayor Paula is proposing that debate times be 2 minutes long, with the exception of the final debate of item 6, which will be 5 minutes. Standing order 23.1, general procedures for speaking to and moving motions, is suspended for this part of the meeting. And that's to allow us to be a little bit more flexible around how we run through the day. And then just noting the late attachment for item 7, development contributions policy review, was added to the agenda yesterday. It's attached to the agenda and diligent.
Questions on any of that? That's what we discussed on the Zoom call. It just allows us that flexibility. Any concerns, questions? No. Cool. Thank you. Declarations of interest? There being none. Thank you. There is no public forum today, for a variety of reasons, because it's not appropriate at this type of meeting. So Sean's going to shortly tell you the process for today, but I'm just going to start with my chair's report. So as you will recall, it's quite a lot earlier in the year, isn't it, that we went out to the public and developed our vision for Hamilton Kirikiriroa, which is based around those 5 priorities: a city that's easy to live in, a city where people thrive, a central city where people love to be, a fun city with lots to do, and a green city. Over the next 2 days, as we have always agreed, these will be at the forefront of our thinking as we shape the long-term plan discussions. Because that is, after all, what people throughout this year, despite the little blip of COVID, have told us they want for our community. Look, rigorous, passionate debate is absolutely fine with me, but we are going to have to make some compromises and trade-offs in balancing across those 5 priorities. But also, we know, we all talked about it yesterday, in fact, in the council meeting, that the financial pressures that we face are enormous, a large part of which has been driven down to us from central government with requirements for waters, the MPS urban development and the likes. So we know we are going to have to do a lot of thinking about how we keep costs under control and continue to do the work that we must do And that just won't be easy, but I hope we will play the issue and not the person, because I think on some matters we might have fundamental disagreements. We cannot afford everything. We just can't. We've said that and everyone's heard it. There's things that you're going to be very dear to your heart that you will see moved into the unfunded. There will be things that are very dear to my heart that get moved into the unfunded, and that's the way it goes. I want really for us to get through these few days, because remember, all we're doing today is defining the draft budget to go out in consultation on a draft plan next year, and that's when the rubber really hits the road. Based on what we aim to put in this, the public can then have their say, and it's only right. And you know that I have always said that I want as many people engaged with this plan as possible. That's the time that we will be going very hard out to make sure that people understand some of the proposals that are before them, but they have their chance to say through multiple different methods of communication with us. So we have got 2 big days, but let's not make it more than that, because this is just one stage. We're on the next stage. We've had workshops in Committee Room 1. We've had some breakout sessions, some strategy sessions where we've come together and we've proposed what's dear to our heart. So let's run that through. I would just like everyone to be aware that I am going to let you debate 2 minutes on each priority and various motions. And at the end, you do get a full 5 minutes to really let the public know how you're feeling about the plan. In that vein, I really ask you to keep your questions to concise questions. They're questions for clarity. We have actually had a lot of debate on all of these topics, so questions for clarity on the staff's report. And I might be a little bit bossy on that just to get through that and keep it fair so that everyone has the same access to questions. Equally, to the lovely staff who've been working very hard on this, I ask you also to keep your responses short. And if you don't, I will also be giving you a little ding-ding reminder, because we need what could be said in 50 words to be said in 15 sometimes. So, you know, this will help us to be able to get through more material in an expedient way. On the basis of that, just let me finish on a positive note. I am so delighted with the way that my team of councillors has been working with each other and with staff to shape to where we've got today. So, yeah, let's just keep working as one of the most collaborative and well-functioning councils in New Zealand. Let's show them how we do a long-term plan in the same way. On that note, thanks, colleagues. Let's have a good day. Thank you. Move that my report be received. Oh, you do?
I apologise, perhaps I should have done it in the agenda setting, but if we were to, I'm just trying to find out whereabouts in the meeting we look at the, you remember on the veranda day we had those 5 priorities, which was brilliant, but there was also the making it happen part. Where do we discuss that in this meeting?
Sean's just going to go over all that stuff shortly, aren't you?
Yeah, I just couldn't find it in the, it is in here somewhere? Okay, I'll wait. Thank you, Meatball.
Oh, yeah. So I've moved it. Deputy Mayor Councillor Bunting moves my report because he'll ask his question in the next bit. All in favour? Opposed, carry. Thank you. Sean.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I just thought it'd be helpful for elected members if we just talked a little bit about how to pick up on Mayor Paula's intent of the meeting format and how we plan to give effect to that. So the structure of the recommendations we would like to make are for the purposes of modelling the financial impact. So when you're working through decisions over the course of the 2 days, that's the structure that we'd like to follow for the recommendations. What that means is that you can question, debate, vote on items, but you won't paint yourself into a corner, so that when you get to the end of the 2 days, when you see the whole sort of package of decisions together, you can still review any of those decisions without having to revoke them. So as the Mayor has kind of stated, the intent in doing that is not to debate everything twice over, but it's to debate everything once through, and then at the end, if there are exceptions that councillors do need to go back and look at, that can be done without revocation. The plan is to work through the motions in the 5 priority areas, and following the 5 priorities, there's also recommendations relating to the corporate spend with making it happen. The page 59 of the agenda is where those things are noted. There is so there should be opportunities in that report for all motions in terms of unfunded capital, unfunded operating, to move stuff in terms of what is currently in the base budget, to move things out or to change them. And there's also options for reducing the base operating spending as well. So there should be opportunities for you to put everything that you want to put on the table regarding those various budget options. As Mayor Paula said, at the start we would like to we have made a recommendation in the report to approve the base operating and CapEx budgets subject to any decisions made during the course of the next 2 days. Again, it's just for the purposes of the financial strategy model. What that means is that we're approving those base budgets subject to anything else that you decide to change. So as we work through the 2 days, we can consider any of those options as exceptions or variations to that. So again, I just want to be clear, it doesn't lock anything in at the start, but it's just a more efficient way, I think, to manage the decisions as we go over the 2 days. I think in terms of the process, the other thing to note is that where various elected members have sent through motions or relating to particular topics, and where possible, we want to get those at the start of each priority area, and where there is sort of commonality or overlap, there might just be a pause while elected members may choose to perhaps consolidate some of those motions, so that we perhaps we don't have sort of 7 amendments on a particular topic where there is largely common ground. I think I'll leave it there in terms of process, but I'm happy to kind of take questions on that.
Thank you. So Mark, did that answer your question? It did?
Yeah, page 59.
Okay, and I do notice from the run sheet that I've got with the recommendations that maybe 1 or 2 that are quite close. I know there's one we might discuss as well. So we'll give plenty of opportunity to bring those closer together as they roll in.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. We just going to the next part. So that's just the introduction. So you're going to go on to item.
Yeah, sorry, I would probably add one other thing, just in terms of the targeted rate structure. So through the various priorities, there is proposed targeted rates to fund particular projects. We think the appropriate time to debate the projects that fit within the targeted rate versus within the base budget versus within sort of unfunded is during each priority area. I'm aware that there will be differing view. The recommendation in the report is that those targeted rates are based on a capital value rating. I'm aware there will be different views around that. When we get to the first, and elected members may have different views on their targeted rate structure depending on the targeted rate. So we think it's probably sensible that when we get to the first priority area, a city that's easy to live in, that the structure of that targeted rate would be debated then if there was a motion or amendment to that effect. Recognising that approach may apply to all of the other targeted rates, However, not necessarily. I
So-
assume that to be the case, but I just want to make sure that there is the option that it's can
I
take
think
different
the
views.
key is to know that we're not locking in any decisions as we go until, not today, not this first part of the day. So, yes.
If I could,
Yep.
I thought you'd finished, sorry.
No, I just want to make that clear that as we're doing them subject to financial modelling, we're making recommendations during the day so that we can model. We're not locked in at this point. So I just want to have some comfort that if things start to go further than you thought, you know, we can talk about it then. Dave?
With Sean's suggestion then about when to look at that, maybe I could explain my principal suggestion or alternate motion is going to be that Three Waters come out of the general rate and go into the targeted rate. As to what happens in the substitute or swap is a sort of a secondary question, if you like, which so it's sort of, I don't know whether it precedes any
No,
individual
we're aware
targeted
of
rate.
that, so we were going to note that in our discussion in the...
Yes, so I think the appropriate time to raise that motion would be when we're dealing with the financial strategy matters up front, before we get to the individual priority areas.
Yeah, that's what we agreed. Which, talking of which, we're into now item on page 9, which is the proposed draft long-term budget. And just to get something on the table as a starting point, I know there are probably other things out there. I will move, and Deputy Mayor Taylor will move, the staff recommendation and an additional one, that one. A through to D, we will move and second it, okay? What do we do E? Okay. Others may have a different idea, and because we've relaxed the standing orders, that does mean that if I change my mind during the day, or Jeff does, we can adapt. So, do you want to talk about that?
No, I think I've already covered that, and just drawing your attention to the phrasing of those motions, which is slightly different to in the staff recommendations. So the wording, for the purposes of modelling the financial impact, that was as I explained earlier. That's just to make sure that you don't, as I said, paint yourself into a corner during the course of the meeting. So if the following debate or discussion on these, I think that would be the appropriate time, Councillor Dave, for you to put anything else.
My suggestion is an
Alternative, is it not, to C and D?
No, so to clarify, so C and D, in terms of the base operating and capital budgets, that doesn't include the targeted rate
No, but if
proposals.
I want to, no, but it includes Three Waters expenditure, which I'm suggesting should be a targeted rate.
Yep.
If I,
So I think
isn't that part of the base capital program?
it is, but the phrase, with the exception of any changes made during this meeting, covers everything else that you might do subsequent
Okay,
to
I
this.
understand what you're doing,
We're
sorry.
just
yeah.
chocking
Yeah.
some stuff under the wheel, but
Yeah, yeah.
the chocker's only made of rubber and it'll be moved.
It's only Sean behind the wheel, so it's not hard to move, you're saying.
Okay, so are there any questions on?
Thank you.
Yes, there are. There are some questions on that. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. Ask Rob and I'll come back. I've just lost my question, but I'll come back.
Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Sean, for the introduction. Look, on items C and D, I'm just questioning how we can approve at this stage a base capital program and a base operating budget when councillors have considered, but at this stage, but not approved a financial strategy.
So you've got an amendment to come, right?
Well, yeah, it is an amendment, but I would have thought that somewhere in this report there would have been a call for us to consider and approve a financial strategy.
We are going to come to the financial strategy next. I've got your motion, I've got a couple. So that's the very next item. We just want to put the base down so that in principle, we're accepting the motion that myself and Deputy Mayor Taylor have put up, which is the staff's base assumptions. So we'll just move that and then we'll talk about the wider financial strategy.
Yeah, okay, but my question really is around, I would have expected from a strategic governance point of view that before any of these budgets were drawn up, we would have had an approved financial strategy.
Yes, you've meant that, and that
yeah.
you can talk to
Okay.
that in the debate.
All right.
Because at the moment, I do understand that, and actually, Rob, to be fair to you, you have maintained that from the very beginning, so that is understood.
you.
And I don't want to stop you from being able to say that. Let's hold it for the debate. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just, my question was around proposed motions by members. Were we going to get a bit of a visibility to that collective?
For each priority, they will all come up as they've been
Okay.
going into.
So they were coming up shortly for this
Yeah,
priority?
so there's a couple coming up, for example, in relation to the topic that Rob has just raised.
Okay, thank you.
But in the meantime, can we move, it's been moved and seconded, can we get a vote, if you have no further questions, on A through to D? Remember, this is for the modelling purposes, so you're not locking in, right? Okay? So we'll go to the vote.
Sorry, Mayor Paula, if we're going to the vote, shouldn't we have a debate?
Well, I did ask, do you want to have a debate? This doesn't include the comments that Rob is making about the financial strategy, which are the next bit. Do you want to debate on the A to D? Is there any other debate? Let's just cancel the vote. It doesn't matter, step back, because it seems that I couldn't see any interest in debating it, but there may be some.
Could I just ask another question?
Yeah.
Becca, if we do approve items A through to D, do we then have to go back in terms of standing orders and revoke those
No.
at some future stage because we've previously approved them?
No, and I think Sean sort of alluded to this earlier. There's a line in D which says, with the exception of any changes during this meeting.
Okay,
So
okay.
essentially
So you
what
think
we're
that's
doing,
wide enough to...
yeah, so essentially what we're doing at the moment is just for the purposes of financial modelling, getting the base budget sort of down, and then as we go through, we'll be making changes to that.
Okay.
And that's covered in the motion. And with respect to the financial strategy bit, we've separated out that motion to come next.
Yep, okay.
So that will be covered as part of this upfront stuff.
Okay, that's
Councillor
fine.
Hamilton.
Rob's point, there is no, didn't we just suspend standing orders, so they've become irrelevant?
So we did, as part of the confirmation of the agenda, suspend the specific standing order with respect to motions and amendments and being a little bit flexible around that.
But
Yep.
the rest of standing orders apply?
Yes.
Okay. Second question, Mayor Paula, given that it's effectively a straw man position, do we need to formally vote on it?
We report, yes, we do, because I think it creates a base, no matter how movable, otherwise we're on quicksand, so we will. Okay, is there any debate on this? Debate? Ewan?
No, other than, well, I guess yes, I intend to vote against this simply because I believe we've yet to resolve the financial strategy, and although I hear the commentary, I'm not satisfied with those answers, but I respectfully accept that this is the process, and my way of expressing my concern is simply to vote against it. That's what I'll do, respectfully.
Thank you. No, I understand that and I accept that position. Okay, we're going to go to the vote if nobody else wants to discuss this. Okay. Margaret? Is Margaret there? Sorry, can you put your cross or your tick, please? Thank you. Thanks.
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson dissenting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to propose a further motion. I think this is the right time to do it, isn't it, Sean? Moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor, and it reads like, but you're putting it up. And there again, it's a position, and then I know that councillor Pascoe has an amendment that's not yet seconded, but I'm sure he'll get a seconder for it. So the proposal is we approve for the purposes of modelling the financial impact on the proposed. That the council approve for the purposes of modelling the financial impact on the proposed plan to set maximum debt ratio at 300% for the 2021 financial year, reducing 5% increments to a level of 280% in the 25-26 financial year. The chart shows you what that looks like. And then there is an amendment by Councillor Pascoe. If you would like to talk to that, Rob, and get a seconder, then we can process those.
My motion, which is presumably the amendment now, is around our maximum debt to revenue ratio, which is the council self-imposed one. I'm recommending be set at 260%. It's currently 230 from the 1st of July 2021, reducing to 250% no later than the 30th of June 2026, which is when the final clip-in of the LGFA reduction is expected. And I'm also in Part B, which I think is missing from the motion, is endeavouring to set a balancing the books using the present agreed measure by no later than the 1st of July 2022.
Right, thank you. So we've got a mover and a seconder. We haven't had any discussion on this matter, so I'll move to staff for your views, or one of your views, your discussion on this item, and then we'll go into questions. Or do you just want to take it as read, because we've had lots of debate on it?
I'll maybe just make a brief comment if I may, Mayor Paula.
Sure.
So just to clarify for elected members, so the modelling that's been done in the report has been based on the LGFA maximum debt to revenue limits, which are 300% going down to 280%. So that is what you'll see reflected in the report, which is consistent with the Mayor and Deputy Mayor's proposed motion. That has been done to make enough space to fit the proposed capital program that's in the report, and you'll see that in year 5, I think it is, in the staff recommendation, the debt to revenue limit does hit that 280%. So if we wanted to adopt a lower debt to revenue target, it would mean that we would have to increase revenue in some other way, or move out a certain amount of capital program in order to come to reduce under that debt to revenue limit.
Okay, I know we're going to have plenty of questions through this, so that's all you want to say in terms of, right, and the background to all the finances is here within your document. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Ms Southgate. Just to stop trying to squint to read it, can either the mover of the amendment or staff explain what the material difference is between the amendment and the motion? Because I'm really struggling to read anything.
You can read it on there if you want.
No, that's
So
even smaller.
the motion sets our maximum debt to revenue at 300% from year 1, tapering down to 280%, and the amendment sets the debt to revenue limit at 260%.
Okay, thank you very much.
I want to speak in the debate on this, sorry, that's why.
Questions at this point?
Sorry.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Based on the amendment, what would the rates increase need to be effective to achieve that?
We'd have to calculate that number, Councillor Ryan.
Okay, because we can't, we need it, wouldn't we?
Or how much capital would have to be removed?
Again, it depends on the level of rates and rates revenue that is struck, but the level of capital reduction would be around about $150 million in the first.
No, that's not my question. Sorry, Blair. So, but Richard makes another point. We need to reduce capital and OPEX, and we need to know the rate increase. I think you had those figures, Rob. To be able to approve this, we need to have some visibility to those numbers.
indicate that I've had some modelling done by staff, but it's not a simple one or two items that get changed. I've actually asked them to change some of the targeted rates also, but I have had some modelling done.
So-
But it would be reasonably complicated to explain that at this particular point, but I believe it's achievable.
I think the rates increase is a critical number, so that's one of the
I can give you the rates increase, yeah. The rate increase that I've used in the model that I asked staff to do is 8.5% rate increase in the first year, then back to 3.8 thereafter for the remainder of the 10 years. And I've asked them to set the targeted rate at a total of $153 as opposed to the $200, and to align that as a fixed rate rather than a rate that's attuned to the capital value.
Would that be approximately a 14% overall with the targeted rates?
Yeah, I haven't got that information, but the end result is that we would have to remove 160 million from the deferral in the. We would have to move to years 6 to 10, 160 million of capital expenditure, and we would have to find an OPEX saving from year 2 of $400 million.
Okay, I think it's really important that staff get a handle on this and explain. Thank you, Rob, and we're very lucky that your professional skills allow you to be able to do that analysis with staff. But what I think we need to do is have a clear response from staff as to what the implications. I think Angela's question is absolutely valid. Does she vote for the motion or the amendment? Because there are quite huge differences within there. How do we reconcile that? Because we still haven't been through all the priorities. And this is one of the issues, councillors. We haven't been through the priorities, so we don't know what you want in or out at this point, and how that would reconcile to either of those two targets. Richard, what's your suggestion here, please?
I've asked the team to calculate that information. So Councillor Hamilton's question is very simple, was all other things being equal, what rates of increase will be required to achieve that number? And so we need to calculate that. So if we can't do it now, we need to have a quick pause so we can do that, because I don't think we can progress much forward with the vote on this until they understand the context.
Is it possible to, just as a process, because we did discuss whether, clearly whether we should do this at the beginning and the end, or the end, and it's tricky, is it possible to set this aside that's there? It's been as a motion, as an amendment. 1 minute, I'm just seeing if this would work. And then going through the work on the priorities and having that calculated by the end of morning tea, so we've got some kind of.
Well,
People are nodding, so I just need to understand, is that way forward? Ryan, have you got a suggestion?
Yeah, Paul, I thought that was the purpose today, was to go through it and see where we land, and then we can apply one of these strategies or frameworks to it, and then work backwards if we needed to.
That is, in fact, the way it was shaped. There are 2 members who would prefer to have done that in reverse order, where they set.
Louder.
How long will it take you?
Louder?
Yep, so
That's right.
if you want to vote on one of these two right now, then we need that information to actually understand what the quantum of the differences are. If you're prepared to park it.
I move that it lay on the table, subject to the working through of priorities, and that we retain the right to do calculations as we go, priority by priority. Come back to this.
I'm trying not to be political here, but I think that's different to what Councillor Pascoe is trying to achieve in terms of setting this up front.
I know.
Yep, okay, just make sure it's on the. Yeah, I'm not being facetious or anything, I'm just being clear.
No, I know that. And as I say, just for those who are listening in, it's actually valid to have 2 different point of views. One point of view is we don't know quite how to determine the limits of our financial budget, because we haven't had the discussion about what is in or out of the plan. The other point of view is that you set that and you just can't fund anything over that. So we've got a bucket we can start taking things out of later, or we've got a bucket that just doesn't have that capacity, right? So it's a philosophical, in my view, point of difference. We can have a debate on it, but I don't think we. Pardon?
I thought we were having a debate on the sounds.
No, I'm explaining the difference
Context.
for those who are listening into this. I don't believe that we can take either of those at this time, because I don't believe we have the information that we need in front of us. which is why I'm proposing to move, and I don't know what the wording is, but that those two very valid targets remain on the table and we start going through the priorities. Pardon? Councillor Hamilton, a second. So can I just have, Sean, can I just have some wording?
Anything's
so that
possible after
this still
yesterday.
sits here as a discussion.
It's all over the place.
Got it?
I think
that
the sense of
Kennedy one was
everyone's
gonna
kind of
go through.
agreeing on the sense of it
Back and say one.
being on the table and then
was
coming
gonna go
back.
through,
So I
and
think
I was kind of like
it's
happy
enough
to
just to
it
note that
within
for now, and we will bring it, we'll reorder it when we need to consider it. Is everyone happy with that?
Everyone was a bit, I mean.
Okay.
Okay, so that's right.
Yeah.
Well, those two are laying on the table. We are now going through the priorities. So you'll have to direct us to the right pages and the right in this lengthy report that we're focused on, and as we go, we will put the amendments up, the motions up that we may have received. Page 28. What? Can we make progress? What's coming, is it? Well, we have to take it. So there's a motion coming in from Councillor McPherson, right?
Has come in, if we're talking, if we're on to the right point for it.
Did we want to start with questions around priority one?
I've
We
got
were
it.
going to go through the priorities and then
Yeah, and I've got,
bring up your view of whether there should be an additional priority at the end? Or do you want to do it?
it's not quite like that. But could I explain what I'm trying to do? Just my proposed amendment is going to be that we take Three Waters, the part of Three Waters that is an extra that we're required to do because of new compliance and government regulations over and above what we would have done had things remained the same, to take that out and put that as a targeted rate which staff had calculated at $109 per year per average, averaged across, per rateable unit, if you like, and that we put the equivalent amount from the other 4 targeted rates back into the general rate. So I'm not trying to, and there may be arguments at individual projects, I'm not trying to change the quantum of the general rate or the quantum of the total targeted rates. I'm trying to put Three Waters as a targeted rate, the new Three Waters, let's say, and put some of the what was more discretionary theoretically as targeted rates back into the general rate and say these are the priority projects.
Yeah. Yeah, I understood that intent. So staff, please.
So now I have some wording for the first part I've already given back, and also for the second part I can give it shortly.
So staff, please give us some direction as to where that fits best in the process, because we knew this was coming. We'd been, you'd been kind enough to alert us to your thinking.
I think this is the appropriate time to discuss that, because it doesn't sit within any one priority area. It has implications across all the priority areas.
So let's get it up on the board so everyone has it in front of them, please.
I'm happy to second it. Paul.
And I'll just send through the,
Okay.
sorry,
It doesn't limit the debate in other areas, does it?
Of course it does.
there'll be all the other debates to go, but
Yeah.
I'm just,
And this is just subject to the same provision of subject to calculating the budget,
Correct.
right?
That's correct.
So at the end, we can make a final determination on that. So once we've got it on, and you have explained it so well, Dave, I would like staff to respond in the first instance to any implications of that, and I will then take some questions from around the room so that we all understand. Is that all right?
Certainly. So I think Councillor Dave explained it pretty well, but just from an overall financial implications for council, what it would have the effect of doing is that there would still be the general rate. It wouldn't change the amount of the general rate increase, and it wouldn't change the amount of the targeted rates. So the average targeted rates would still be $200, and the average general rate increase would still be 4.9%. So what the total revenue to council wouldn't change. So what would change is that a portion, so $109 worth of water's costs would come out of the general rate and into a water's targeted rate, and $109 worth of projects currently in the 4 targeted rates would come out of those and into the general rate. So from a council financial position, it's the same essentially, but it would just mean that what's included in targeted rates versus general rate changes.
And it was one of the options I suggested for highlighting those incremental costs as well at previous workshops with council.
Okay, so let's take some questions, because I think that will be the best way forward. And then, of course, we will have a period of debate, so we'll get to understand it through that. I do have a question of the mover, if I may just start there. Dave, could you, I understand what you're trying to do. Can you explain your rationale a little bit for that, please?
Look, my rationale was that twofold. One was what the Chief Executive just said. There are extra requirements on all councils now to do with water, which we don't have any choice over in a lot of ways. Well, we possibly have a timing choice, but not much. And that I think it's transparent if the government is putting a requirement on us that we identify the quantum as best we can of that requirement and identify that really clearly in the rates notices and in the consultation period. 1. 2, if you're thinking of targeted rates, there's an implication that the other ones, the other areas, that they are sort of nice to have, sort of discretionary, and while individual projects may be viewed like that by people, they become targets in consultation periods much more than 3 waters, which is seen as a basic thing would be. I hope that sort of explains the rationale. It's easier to defend 3 waters spending given the requirements that have been loaded onto us.
Thank you, that's clear. Just one more question for me, and then I promise I'm coming through the group. Sean or whoever's appropriate here, in terms of, there was a comment made that the targeted rates were discretionary. That's not necessarily the case, is it? They weren't targeted because they were discretionary extras. They were targeted to give focus to those well-beings, or am I wrong?
Yeah, so the effective targeted rate is to ring fence that amount of revenue for those, the activities that they're tagged to.
Within the general rate, items are also ring fence once they're put into the LTP.
Yeah, let's not get into debate. I just wanted some clarity. And I will speak to that later. But you've made some good points, Councillor O'Leary. Questions?
Yeah, I'm a bit frustrated by this one. I completely agree that it's the right thing to do, but I raised the question, and I also raised it yesterday, around can we ring fence all of the additional costs that government and the GPS and everything else around 3 waters is delivering to us, and staff said, well, no, we can't. So I issued the challenge for the Chair of Finance to start find a way to do that. So given that...
Questions, though.
Yeah, but given my concern on that, how much does 109 per rateable unit deliver, and has anyone done the work that will cover all of those increased costs in 3 waters?
Can I just, process-wise, as soon as I heard from Richard give that announcement on Wednesday afternoon at the session here about how they were going to propose things to us, I had those sorts of questions and asked staff immediately to identify the 3 waters quantum, and I said, you guys come up with the right projects that would fit this description, and that's what they came back to me yesterday afternoon only.
Dave, I don't want to...
I know, just a process.
Yeah, I agree. Don't want to get into what's almost a debate between members, but I think it's good information. I would like to hear from staff, however. So I guess Eva Lisa, is that you? What's being
Blair and
proposed here? Do
Sean.
you want to ask your question of Eva Lisa or General Manager?
Blair's got the,
Blair.
he helped contribute to
yeah, it
numbers.
would be Blair,
Can I just comment to Councillor O'Leary's point yesterday? You commented about all of the additional compliance costs, and so including the GPS on urban development. That doesn't cover this. This just covers the water-related incurring.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I just took the answer that I got yesterday to mean we didn't do it for any activity.
Oh, we can do it, but we just need to focus on it, and
Yeah.
and Blair will take us through the
Okay.
approach for this one.
Yeah.
Okay. So the quantum, the question was about the quantum, does it match what's required, really?
Yeah.
And the pressures we're under?
So councillors, we have taken the total three waters cost, water, wastewater, stormwater, operating costs, and captured the change in cost from the annual plan through to year one, then from year one to year two to year three. That change, the incremental change each year is an additional average of $7.5 million across the 3 years. So $7.5 million increase in costs from year 0 to year one to year two to year three. So Councillor McPherson's proposal here is that a targeted rate of $7.5 million would be established. So the $109 is actually just a proxy for an average residential value under capital value. The actual rate is $7.5 million. And so, Councillor O'Leary, that represents the incremental cost that we're facing in our Three Waters business, recognising the compliance, level of service and increasing demands on our Three Waters activities.
So it's 21 odd million over the 3 years.
Correct.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
$7.5 million per year, which under a capital value rating system would average, for the average residential property under capital value, $109. So we would, Councillor McPherson, want to just change some of that wording just to reflect probably how we worded some of the other targeted rates.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
I wasn't trying to change any of the measuring sticks.
Cool, you know, we get that.
So, and just a final comment, Mayor, it does not capture the full costs of Three Waters. That is a far more significant number. That's $80 million in the first year, rising considerably higher through the course of the LTV. This is a small portion of Three Waters, recognising the incremental changes we're facing year on year in relation to just increasing demands on Three Waters activities.
Thank you,
Okay,
that was clear.
and just thank you, Ms Southgate, just a follow-up question then, thank you for the answers. Possibly for governance, I'm not sure. If this goes out into a targeted rate and I know we can make any decision, but we overwhelmingly get a response saying, no, don't want any of your targeted rates, especially the Three Waters one. Because I think the Mayor raised a good point, or maybe for Sean, that this is not discretionary. We have to do this.
Correct. So this does differ from, this wouldn't be a key item for consultation with the public in terms of funding Three Waters business. As you say, they're compliance costs, they're things we have to do.
Yeah, okay, great, excellent.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm just questioning why we're focusing, and a little bit of follow-on from Councillor O'Leary's questions, why we're just focusing on waters and not on the NPSUD, the climate emergency, the RMA changes, which I rattled through yesterday, which are all, and of course the district plan, which is $15 million as an OPEX cost in this long-term plan. Why we're not bundling all of the compliance costs, if you like, into this one targeted rate rather than just waters?
Look, Rob, I would probably have, like you and Angela, wanted to do the whole lot. I was trying to pick off one that staff could manage in the time, and it was only just manageable, even just waters.
Yep, okay.
Sorry, so I can't.
Can I respond from a staff point of view, Mayor Paula?
Yes, please.
So basically, also the reason that I initially recommended to elected members to consider this as an option was that in some stage in the future it may well be part of the Three Waters reform, a separate invoice for water. So having some focus on waters through our targeted rate system creates and supports the expectation in the future as well. So that was the reason for that.
Okay. And second question, is the spending on OPEX or CAPEX? Because it does have an impact somewhere in terms of our balancing the books measure. So, you know, should we be at this point defining what portion of it is CAPEX and or what portion might be OPEX?
It's OPEX. It's OPEX. So it's OPEX, but OPEX, including depreciation costs on capital investment.
Okay. And I might be a little bit thick here, but I'm just trying to understand the second part. Why would, I understand the targeted rate of $109 average, but why would we in part 2 take it out to be funded through a general rate when in part 1 we're suggesting it's a targeted rate?
So all I was trying to do was a direct substitute of value, of the dollar value.
Oh, so we're taking it out of the general rate? Oh, okay.
So that the figures of 4.9 and 11.3 don't change?
Okay, all right. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That's
Thank
my
you,
questions.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Right, so in a sense, essentially if this goes through, we will have 5 targeted rates, is that right? Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm assuming these are not flat rates, these are percentage rates?
The suggestion from staff, recommendation from staff has been all of these rates at capital value, so I wasn't proposing a change.
Right,
That,
okay.
if you like, that's a separate discussion.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So there's still room to have that discussion with each individual targeted rate, yeah? Okay. Okay, cool. So I get the principle that half of each of the targeted rates disappears back into the general rate. How do we decide which half? Or do we have to go through now, every time we go through it, and repack it? Because I mean, a few of us have worked out, you know, how we could make reductions in the targeted rates by jiggery-pokery some of the projects.
That could still happen with the remaining half that's still in as a targeted rate. I got staff advice on which projects should come in under a water targeted rate, and I would suggest we seek their advice on which half should be more locked in on the general rate and which half stay in targeted. And we can, like with anything, we can argue the toss on individual projects, which may change both the general and targeted ones.
So Councillor McPherson, through you, the Mayor, can we leave item 2 off? Because it may well be that because of each individual recommendation, we might end up with more than half of some targeted rates and less than half of other targeted rates, and we're sort of setting expectation. I mean, the thrust of your one's item 1. If we take item 2 out as my recommendation,
or
it leaves
hold
open
it
for
over.
discussion.
Well, that's for the mover and
Well,
seconded.
no, I'm happy, that was, because we actually initially, and Becca and you saw,
well, just let's
only
straighten
put
it.
up the first one, but we want to show our longer term intention, that was all.
Yeah.
All right.
So my last question is, and I go back to the why. I get the fact that we are trying to highlight that, you know, this is something that has been thrust upon us, but other than that, why are we doing it? If it's not discretionary, from what you were saying, we're going to put it out as non-discretionary, no matter what you say, this has got to be in there. Why, what's the point in it?
Well, in my opinion, there's actually a third reason on top of what the COI said before about it, and that is that at some stage I believe all local government sector is going to be hitting up the government for funding for water improvements. It's pretty obvious some councils aren't in the position we can't even contemplate paying for some of that. And this gives us an identification of a quantum that we could be seeking support from the government from, as well as the fact that it's more transparent.
Okay.
Okay.
That second point, or the third point, sorry, I'm losing track of the points, is something that we have discussed with elected members as well.
Yeah,
their focus. Yeah.
Because so just a line in the rates bill saying this amount is thrown off.
Effectively like that.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's also the conversation with the government saying, hey, look, we've had to look at how we communicate this to our to our community, and the costs are significant.
Right.
And it just gives it a focus point from discussions when we're engaging. And then when we go down the track of our feedback and submissions on any reforms, we've actually got some collateral that we've actually put through on the rates notices and so forth as well. It crystallises the position. So that's another advantage as well.
But I mean, government departments are pretty, last question, are bright enough to know how much this is costing us, whether it's in a targeted rate or not, though, aren't they? Like, we could...
Yes,
but you think
government departments are bright.
But this would make a material difference, do you think, in lobbying for funds? Is that...
I think it makes the difference in the public involvement, the community knowledge of what the debate is.
I think, sorry, just one key point. One of the points that I've challenged Blair on as part of this water reform work is equity between councils and so forth. What it does provide us is confidence that we actually know what we're talking about in terms of the cost of our waters business. So the more we can do on that to establish that position is positive. There's no harm in it, and I'd say it's mildly positive to very positive.
Okay, thank you, those are my questions.
Talk about hedging your bets.
There are some questions on Zoom also, which I'm coming to. Take one more question from the floor, and then I'm going to Councillor Wilson. So Deputy Mayor Taylor's next.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, look, I don't understand why you wouldn't just ring fence water and maybe call it a uniform annual charge or something, because why would you have 4 targeted rates which are voluntary and 1 targeted rate that's compulsory? I mean, how confusing is that?
Targeted rates, once struck, are not voluntary, they're compulsory, just like anything else.
Oh.
That's the first. Yeah.
Well, the quantum's not, is it? You're going out with targeted rates saying...
No, let's just, no debate, just ask for clarity of the question.
And if you ring fence, part of the problem is there's water business as usual, which no one's suggested we not do, and then there's water business extra, which the government has demanded we do, either through change of compliance or other new regulations and laws. So, and there's been a constant call by our council and lots of other councils that government should be supporting the extra costs that they're imposing on councils.
Yeah, I know that.
This is trying to identify them, but you could.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't make.
I just think, is it not confusing to have a targeted rate that's compulsory? We're not going to do anything on it, and 4 targeted rates where people have discretion over it and can make submissions and say yes or no.
Well, they can make submissions on this stuff as well. So
yeah, and we're not going to do anything.
Okay. These sort of questionings are the type of thing you can get into debate.
Jeff, I don't understand. It's for understanding.
Jeff, just let me finish my
Paula.
sentence, please. I want you to understand. I think we're not going to get to backwards and forward debate with Dave. If you're asking a question about the discretionary aspects or otherwise of the rate, I think it's best targeted at staff. We fully understand Dave's intent, and this is just basic questions for clarity. But for the implications, Jeff, of anything such, I'm happy for you to direct the questions to the GM.
Thank you. I wasn't asking Councillor McPherson, I was just asking it generally. To Richard then, do you not see the point I'm trying to make there? The question I have, I'm worried about confusion. By all means, I'm saying by all means, can we not introduce a water charge that's compulsory, a uniform charge? But why do we have to mess around with the other targeted rates in order to do that? And why do we call it a targeted rate, for goodness sake?
Yeah, so firstly, don't get caught up on what we call things. Like targeted rates is a legislative term, right? So just not worry about that aspect. I mean, 5 rates, targeted rates into the community is something that we'll have to put some effort around from a communications point of view. But nothing's impractical. You know, I've always said nothing's nothing's impossible. Things are just a little bit impractical. So we have to put some effort into that. I disagree to the advice slightly, not majorly, that Sean provided Councillor O'Leary earlier. We would actually seek feedback on at least from hey, do you as a community want this signalled out, better understand what your water business is costing you? And one of the challenges we do have is we we put our general rate up and we find it really hard to debate the drivers for the increase. And so by extracting out the waters has been one of the biggest debates we've had at this council for discussion is actually worthwhile in my view. That is purely... But the confusion factor is something that exists. We're just going to be, if we do go through with this, we're really hard to manage that.
Yeah, the last question is, I mean, why when we've set up a gardens rate as a targeted rate, it's well socialised, the public's well aware of it, we've got a choice with the gardens, we either pay or we don't. Why, with my public relations hat on earth would you then create a targeted rate that they have no choice over? Because they really don't have a choice over it. I just...
Yep.
silly.
Just one last point, we do go out and consult on the general rate increase as well, so, and they have no overall say over that either.
No, that's not right.
Okay, well,
Maybe not,
that's,
maybe.
that's for debate. Let's just see if we can all get on the same pages of understanding each other's intent, and then we'll find a way through it. Councillor Wilson.
Following on from Deputy Mayor, Richard, just for clarity, to remove any ambiguity, targeted rates are not discretionary once landed. Is that correct?
Once we levy any rate, they're collectible through, by the team through the Rating Act.
So
Yes,
going
they're
out
not discretionary charge.
with the phrase targeted rate simply makes it easier for people, sorry, in your opinion, does it simply make it easier for people to respond when we use the title targeted rate? But philosophically,
I can't understand that question.
if we land on it, then they don't have an option, they pay it.
Sorry, could you restate that question again, Councillor Ewan? I didn't quite catch it.
It's okay. I'll move to my second question. In light of the suggested motion that Councillor McPherson has put on the table, is it also
sorry, Ewan, just
appropriate
pause a minute, Ewan.
to
Don't mean...
consider at this time of the meeting an additional targeted rate covering the known $15 million district plan amendment costs?
Could,
if we're going to do it, would we do it now?
we've captured your question. I'll give you an answer. Just could I ask you to speak closer to the microphone because we're all leaning into the screen to try and hear you, Ewan. Thank you. Richard?
I didn't sort of hear the back half of that question. Sorry, Ewan, you were quite hard to hear. So you were asking whether or not we should consider a broader targeted rate to cover the other non-discretionary compliance costs at this point. Was that the question?
Look, I'm sorry, I'll speak much louder. My question was, in light of the fact that Councillor McPherson has raised this important issue, is this also the opportunity to raise a specific targeted rate to cover the known, currently unfunded $15 million that we need to collect for the district planned amendment process?
The $15 million is funded in the base, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, but I think his question
But the question is right. We could extract out the portion of the rate, general rate that contributes towards that if we wanted to bring attention to it.
Okay, in which case I apologise, because I would have sworn I saw in a document yesterday during the setting up of that committee that it was currently unfunded in the base. So if you're saying that it's funded, I have to accept that.
The 2018 10-year plan.
It's not funded in the current LTP, Councillor Ewan, but it's proposed to be funded in the base budget for this LTP.
Yeah, which is what we're talking about.
Okay, one person at a time, please. Did you get that, Ewan? Sean, could you repeat that,
Right,
please?
so it's not in the LTP, but it is in the base.
Could you, Sean's going to repeat it for you.
So it's not funded in our current LTP, it's an additional cost for the 2021 LTP, and we have put that cost into our base budget. So...
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I think I've understood that correctly, but the point remains it could be an opportunity to ring fence it, clearly as an obligation placed on us by government, and that we could, while communicating with the community, call it a targeted rate for that purpose. And if we were to, is this the time in the meeting to raise that?
Yes, if you wanted to put a motion to that effect, now would be the time.
Shouldn't we deal with this one first?
Yeah, yeah, we are. So Ewan, you can work on that if it's something that you could talk with Becca on that, if that's something that you're considering doing, or and seek support from other members if that's the case. I'm just going to carry on with questions for now, if that's okay. So I'm now going to Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Sean. Earlier you used the word ring-fenced, and in regard to the targeted rates and the projects that might fall within them. I know that this is a bit wider of this particular part of the debate, but in terms of that ring-fencing, is it the intention that each of the projects which sit within all of those targeted rate proposals be protected and prioritised for that ring-fenced money, or could it be that other projects are lifted above it?
It's essentially yes to the first part of that question. That is the intent of targeted rates, is that the projects allocated to those targeted rates, that's what the rates pay for.
And so that's guaranteed to ratepayers that the projects that are identified will be funded.
Yes. I guess my sort of slight hesitation is that as we kind of do full costings of those projects, there's potentially some minor changes that would be required, but essentially the answer is yes.
Can I just... Councillors, I think the key point here is being really clear as to what the targeted rate is for, what the scope is, and how it is applied, because I think in that word and how it's set up, it allows either the flexibility or the very specificity in terms of what it's been applied to. So target rates by their very definition are very transparent, but it comes down to how we say we're going to use those funds. We have to be very, very accountable for the money we raise under a targeted rate. So if I reflect on the Councillor McPherson proposal around the waters, it is not covering the entire waters business. It is covering a very small part of the wider Three Waters story. So we would describe it in a way that ensured that we were able to apply the funds for the purpose they were collected.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. No. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. And look, can I just make a note that the quality of sound is not actually great. And some people are easier to hear than others. Blair, it's hard to hear you. Richard, it's hard to hear you. And what I'm finding is that there are so many people responding. It's actually quite difficult to figure out who's speaking, because there's Sean, then Blair, then Richard, and then there'll be a councillor, and then so it's coming quite quickly. So whether you announce who it is that's speaking first,
yes,
or whether you speak more slowly, that would be really helpful, please.
Thank you, Margaret. I will definitely. I think just councillors, if we can keep that in mind too, because I've been at home and Zooming, and any kind of distraction around this room really is magnified at home, isn't it, Margaret? So we will identify who's speaking before each one speaks, and we'll endeavour to get better at projecting the sound. This sound equipment's not ideal. Did you have a question on this one, or you just wanted?
Yeah, I do. And look, forgive me if I've missed the rationale in the first place, because there's a lot of information coming in. I'm getting the targeted rate stuff, but just where did the 109 come from? Or how have we landed on that? Is that?
Can someone speak to where the 109 came from in a very succinct way, please? Blair.
So it's Blair here, Councillor Margaret. Hopefully you can hear me. So the quantum of targeted rates under Councillor Dave's proposal is $7.5 million per year that would be collected. When you run those numbers through the rating system, it results in an approximate average of $109 per average residential property if assessed under a capital value rating system. So it is an average proxy. Ultimately, the $109 will be determined on the rating system that council determines if that proposal is accepted, and we would suggest that rating system is considered later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And look, I'm really pleased that the second part B has been removed, because I found that quite confusing of the amendment. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Okay, Blair, can I just request, because I was going to raise, unfortunately, later on, there's a critical water project that is OPEX, it's 9.5 million. So can we get a list of what will be included in that targeted rate? Because I won't need to raise this if it is.
Yes, maybe we can have a chat in the break, Angela, first. And at the moment, it's purely this the total gross change in operating costs from year 1 to year 2, year 2 to year 3. So it will depend on the timing of the project you're referring to, and I'm sure that's probably built into each of those operational budgets. So can we have that conversation?
Sure.
I think that is an important conversation to have, because Angela is the chair of infrastructure. If she doesn't understand what's in and out, then that's going to be an issue. I think it's a fair point. Okay. Councillor Cash, good morning.
Thank you. Morning. Just to clarify, with this targeted rate, is that specific for new spending for waters?
Blair?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The question was, is that specific to new spending in water?
No, it's not. The targeted rate is capturing a portion of the money in the base operational costs in the budget in front of you.
No, so can I be absolutely clear? So the number that's been identified to fund is the incremental compliance costs associated with the waters business. So it's new money from the current 10-year plan, but it is already those items budgeted in the base numbers in this 10-year plan that we were discussing today.
Okay, so next question would be on your rates bill. So on my rates bill, you've got, you've broken it down to what the spending is shared into. So would you still have a water management bit saying how many percent of our money is being spent on that, plus a separate targeted rate? Like, how would it be communicated? Would it be water management plus 3 waters?
We would have to work through that detail, Councillor Kesh, but essentially, yes, the rates bill still would break down how the general rates is distributed, and then it would kind of pull out the targeted rates and show what the amount of the targeted rates and what they're being allocated to as well.
I don't know, as you look like you fully understood that, Kesh, but did you get?
If I'm confused, I assume everyone else will be too, but
All right. Well, we can come back to various things in the large when we've got everything in front of us. Councillor Wilson, your hand's up again. Is that a fresh question?
No, sorry, Mayor Paula. It's from the last time.
That's all right.
I'll take it down.
We'll just have to be pretty patient with the Zoom. It's it's good but not perfect. I have Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So if you take the waters out of the general rate, what would that take the general rate down to at current numbers?
Took that out and didn't substitute the staff figures of 1.5%.
So it's 1.5.
No, I think we should have staff answer that just at the moment.
Yeah, sorry. They'll probably say the same thing.
Look, it's probably very, very approximate, but 3 waters was about 1/3 of our rating bill in total.
Right.
So it's a substantial change. If 3 waters was pulled out of the general rate into targeted rates, it's an extremely large new targeted rate and would be a big reduction in the general rate.
So just to be absolutely clear, this is Richard speaking, by the way. To be absolutely clear, Mark, you're asking about just this targeted rate in question, or the
no, this targeted rate.
The targeted rate in question. So, Blair, we're not talking about the entire scenario. Councillor Bunting's question was...
Hang on, Dave, I'll get you to that. Hang on, you can ask us a question on that in a minute. Hang on.
Sorry, no, but it was just the targeted rate. So, Dave, you're saying 1.5?
Yep.
Yeah.
They gave me a stage.
Yes, 1.5 is the correct number.
Right, so instead of a 4.9, we're talking about a 3.4.
Yeah.
Is that right?
No, it'll be a 1.5.
I'm sorry, instead of a 4.9 increase at this point, it would be what? That's what I want to know. 1.5.
Right. Okay, look.
Thank you. And so, just my other question is, hearing the concerns regards, you've got targeted rates that do X and could be fixed, and this one, which has slightly different parameters, what would be the material difference in just calling this a uniform charge and making it really clear right from the front that different rules apply to this than during the consultation? Like, I'm not averse to the idea. I'm just wondering. Yeah.
You can't. There is the annual uniform charge, which is part of the general rate, and that's a fixed amount. There's maximums associated with that, but that excludes waters being part of that maximum, if I remember. Yeah. So we could have it as part of a uniform annual charge.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to find out through questions is just how we could impart this and still tap away at the targeted rates through the process that we're looking
But we
at.
can do that anyway.
So that would give identity to it in a different way, Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, that's what I'm heading
Which I think might have been the question Councillor Jeff was trying to ask me earlier that I didn't answer very well.
That's all right.
Cool.
No,
So
that's good.
question on that one from me though, a uniform annual charge is not on capital value, it's a fixed.
It's a fixed charge
It's
per,
fixed.
yep.
So that becomes potentially regressive on the lower income
Yes.
families. So it's
Low value housing.
low value houses. Bunty, did you hear that? Well, it would be good if we didn't do cross debate like this because we're all in it. Sorry. We should all. I agree, Dave. We'll get all that to copy, but so I asked a question which I think is pertinent to your comment, which is the uniform annual charge is a fixed rate, which, and
That's correct.
and that then has the impact of putting more burden on the low value properties. Just a matter of
Proportionately, yeah.
proportionally. Just wanted to put that out there and check that that was correct.
I, as a kite, is that can we create it as, we can give it another name, call it the XYZ Fund for all I care. It has its own rules, but it's clear. So the targeted rates are here, this is here, general rates here. And so we can do that. Yeah, great, that's cool.
Cool.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I was just going to flow on from that and just ask Richard, we could effectively call it a central government mandated charge or something like that and clearly identify it, couldn't we?
The government's the problem line.
Yes. And we don't have to call it even if anything, like I don't think we call the Hamilton Gardens rate the Hamilton Gardens targeted rate. We don't have to call it a targeted rate anyway. It's a legislative reference, which is one of the points I was trying to make. So we could call it what you suggested. We might need a bigger page or a smaller font.
Page.
Okay, so we've had a lot. So everyone's kind of clear, absolutely clear what Dave's intent is. You've heard some of the. Sarah, you're frowning. You have a question? Yeah, no, I was just going to say exactly that. Let's get back to the motion. And we've asked our questions quite a lot around this. Are there any outstanding questions that cause you to not understand what you're voting on? Councillor Bunty.
That last line of questioning then, can I ask you, Dave, through the chair, if we took out targeted in there, that a Three Waters rate be created based on, or separate rate or something, because that straight away would probably get you 3 or 4 people around the table that are a little bit worried about the
Richard, can we have you listening to this bit, please? Just
separate rate, yep. And just don't call it a target rate.
Sorry, Councillor Mark.
Sorry, this stuff is going to waste time if we don't all listen to each other. Could you please
Yeah, I was just
repeat?
asking through you, Your Worship, about could we take out the word targeted and call it a separate rate? That would answer my questions really clearly. I think that might.
If it's not part of the general rate, it will be a targeted rate.
Well, but that's our terminology. You know, it's, I mean, we can call it whatever we like.
That is the terminology. Okay, let's.
Just specifically though, does it?
That would be happy to change the wording of that top line, that a separate Three Waters rate be created. How you use it on the on the legal term.
Is that it still is a targeted rate, but is that acceptable? Is it just a nuance of language, or is that fudging?
It opens it up the conversation for it being part of the UAGC as well, though, Matt.
I'm not
No,
going
it's not
against it. I just want to be.
intentional,
I just want to be safe in the.
Okay, we'll do it. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we've got it here. Don't forget,
Okay.
Once this all calculates up and we've been through all the priorities, we can make some adjustment to the decision we're making now, but we need to make it, and subject to, for the purposes of budgeting. So you've got a mover and a second. We'll go into debate now. And so I will...
Question, please.
Oh.
I still have a question there, Paula. Sorry.
Sorry, go Margaret.
Thanks, Paula. I just want to be really clear and that if we introduce this separate additional targeted rate for water, that the general rate will decrease. Is it by 1.5% or to 1.5%?
So, Councillor Margaret, it's Sean. So, if you introduce this as a target rate and only did that, then the targeted rates would go up by $109. The general rate increase in the first year would be approximately 1.5%, but the ongoing general rate increase would still need to be 4.9% as per the current proposal. So year one, so just to be really clear, so year one, the general rate increase would be 1.5. The additional targeted rates would be 109. The total rates increase in year one would be the same as what is currently proposed. So the sum of the general rates increase and the targeted rates would still be the same total amount of rates increase in year one.
Question for clarity, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Okay, and this is only, we're only looking at the targeted water rates. We're not contemplating any other of those 4 targeted rates that were put up previously.
We'll go through those next.
Right, okay, thanks.
Mayor Paula, given that we're sort of relaxing standing orders, and this is quite a significant, I think it's quite a significant decision, would it be possible just to take a 2-minute break just so I can confer with the colleagues? So, I mean, I'm just trying to get this right.
Let's take
and
a
not
5-minute toilet break, bring a cup of coffee back. Actually, it's 11, so I guess we could go into a morning tea break. Let's come back at 10 past.
Thank you.
And get some clarity, because we are going to go into debate in the next phase.
Thank you.
For a targeted rate.
that thing? If I practice, by the end of the 2 days, I could probably do jingle bells. Okie doke. We want the full recommendation up. And I only want a discussion, a very quick explanation, Dave, on why the second part's back in. That's all, because we really have had a good debate on the first, right?
Yep. So you just want explanation
Yeah, just an explanation before we...
The suggestions come forward in discussions around here that it makes more sense when you're talking about taking the targeted rate to talk about what you're going to substitute it with, because the original intention was a swap of some of the existing proposed targeted rates with the water rate. So that's why we think now that the water part's been explained better, we can come back to the original intention. So it's not just bringing water out for the sake of that, it's bringing water out to give an easier path for the highest priority, I guess, within each of those 4 areas, highest priorities, plural. So that's the intention there, and they work together, we felt, because that was Ryan's and my intention. Yeah.
Okay, we are now going... Pardon?
That's what Sean's wording for us that he discussed.
Everybody clear? Ask a question. What's your question?
Yeah, well, it's not a question, I guess it's just wrong. It's got average residential property in 3, and in 4, it's got average... why are we focusing on residential properties when I've been told in response to queries I've raised that it's on every rateable property?
Look, I asked the same question, Rob, and I was told that that's how the targeted rates and general rates are being talked about in the current resolution, the staff proposed recommendation. So I said, well, don't change anything.
But it's actually wrong, isn't it? Because we're not charging the targeted rate just on residential properties.
I have a lot of sympathy with that question.
Let's get a staff response to that question.
I've been told that we're not.
So Councillor Rob and Councillor Dave are quite correct. For the purposes of illustrating the impact on an average residential property, that is the approximate figure. But the targeted rates will be applied to all of our rating properties, and that the method of how those will be rated is yet to be determined by Council. But the reports assume currently it's a capital value rating across all properties. And so in this particular case, Councillor Rob, it's a $7.5 million is the value of the targeted rate in dollars per year.
That's the $200.
That is the waters. The waters is, in dollar terms is $7.5 million. That equates to an approximate impact on an average residential property under the CV system of $109. So it is, I guess, for the purposes of equivalency.
So will there be confusion out in the marketplace that those in commercial properties and farming properties might say, well, that's not going to affect me, so I don't need to come back and provide any input on that?
It would be clear within the consultation document and the collateral behind it. This is more for clarity amongst elected members, because you are aware that we quite often talk about average residential rates, and so it's just to provide some comparison for that so you understand the quantum. So we'll manage it through the consultation documents, and ultimately the media release that goes out for the next 2 days to make sure that that is clearly picked up, who is from a comms point of view is here.
And the calculation is based on, so all the calculations in the budgets that we're considering over the next 2 days are based on the targeted rate being applied to all rateable properties in the city, not just the residential ones.
That is correct.
Yep. Okay.
But as we work through each specific targeted rate, the rating team are here and they'll give the appropriate advice if there are any differences to that.
Okay.
Councillor Bunting, question for clarity.
Yeah, I just want to push on with Rob's question there, actually. Why would we say residential there but not mean it? Why don't we just say it, every property, every rateable property? I mean, I know it's for the purposes of our modelling and we can see it, but we understand that bit, but you've got it in writing here for the public to see that this is residential properties only.
No, that's not. So to be absolutely clear, this is an equivalency scenario.
Yeah.
Just so that people can understand the quantum of the rates as a comparison point. We could equally go off and work out what it would mean after you run it through the differentials and all that sort of stuff and tell you what it is on a commercial property, but the commercial property's values flex significantly based on capital value, and that's hardly representative. It's just trying to provide some reference point, but it's not locking us into the residential sector. It's it's almost like a foreign currency conversion rate.
Oh, I see.
For us.
So you're saying that if you threw Chartwell or some of your bigger things in there, that would skew this?
Yeah.
This isn't the wording of the actual consultation document.
No, I know that.
The
No,
wording
I was
about
thinking.
it, yeah.
No, I know, but this is a public document, so all right.
Well, we could detune it and just put in brackets, this will be, for equivalency purposes, on average $109 per average residential property.
Yeah. I think Angela likes that
I
one.
heard you, I do too. All right.
You know what, I come back to my original motion.
Right, it's up.
Mayor Paula, sorry, can I just add something?
No.
Councillor Dave, so just so that we're clear, the effect of halving the targeted rates for the other four means that in total, if you were to keep it at 11.3%, you would have to up the general rate piece. So you know how you're talking about 4.9 down to 1.5? If you're taking 50% out of the target rates, you would have to go to the general rate and flip it back to 4.9, right? So
But that's just explained right at the start.
yeah, just want to
Yeah,
be
no,
clear.
yeah, that's good. Everyone's on the same page.
We might be by the end of tomorrow. All right. We're going into debate. Remember, of course, this is for modelling the final numbers, and if it doesn't sit well, we're not going to do it all again tomorrow, but we'll have the chance to.
Don't jinx it.
We'll have the chance to zero in on the things that are not working as well. Dave, you're the mover. Please, you may go first.
Thanks. Mover and shaker first.
Firstly, apologies for this becoming bigger than Ben-Hur. That wasn't the intention, but we were rushing to try and get the information yesterday, so couldn't actually explain that in advance to people. And I understand there are copies of this document getting done, which has got the rates there. But our intention is not to start arguing yet about the 4.9% or the 11.3 total or anything. We're leaving them alone for the purposes of this discussion. What we're trying to do is bring water, the incremental water, if you like, out into a targeted rate or a separate rate, whichever way you want to refer to it, and substituting back into the general rate with Part B a chunk of each of the four proposed targeted rates proposed by staff. There's a perception, which I'm sure will be amongst some people in the public, that targeted rates aren't that high a priority. I don't think that's necessarily correct, but I can understand about why it's a perception. I think it's easier to defend a targeted rate for water than for the three waters than for a number of the other areas, rightly or wrongly, and I wish it wasn't so. I think that's the case. I want to defend some of the key projects in the CBD, like the working up the detail for the footbridge, like in transport, the 20-minute city stuff, like the natural gullies, like the zoo extra expenditure and the attractions. I want to defend some of those things we regard as absolute top priorities, a little bit, give them an easier ride by having them in the general rate. I'm not saying that, you know, we could say, okay, there's not much difference, but out there, public perception-wise, I think there will be a bit of a difference, given the total quantum we're charging. Okay. So I'm trying to keep that all the same, but shift projects, key projects at each area back into the general rate. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton as the seconder. Would you like to go next?
Not yet.
You would like to say that? Okay. Have I got Councillor Wilson?
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I fully support Councillor McPherson's motion. This will come as probably no surprise to you all that a lot of the people in the community aren't overly interested in local government, and even less actually understand how we spend our money and what influences and forces us to spend money. The ability to highlight through the term targeted rate that these are issues forced upon us, explain to them the pressures that councils come under. Legislation changes, millions of dollars of ramifications for local government, and somebody ultimately has to pay for it. And unfortunately, it's the ratepayer. And we could probably, although we've tried to do a good job in our rates, bills, explaining where the money goes, I think actually the targeted rate process is an ideal vehicle to highlight to them. The fear I have is if we do not do this, the general public will still think we're spending way beyond our means. They won't understand our spending decisions, and they won't engage with us. So I believe the suggested motion and the use of targeted rates is the best mechanism to be more transparent and communicate what we do and how we do it, and the ramifications of legislative changes to our business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. And also thank you for the opportunity to take a small break, which has actually been really useful. Look, I was certainly concerned at the beginning, but part of that was probably the fact that I wasn't really familiar with the background behind the amendment. So we've had some discussions about it, and I still have some slight concerns about having 5 targeted rates and potential for confusion, but I think those can probably be overcome. I was genuinely a little concerned about the prospect of losing half the central city targeted rate to the general rate, and this is a concern prompted by history, really. The lack of historic investment in the central city, and also a complete lack of central city projects in the original base budget, which didn't fill me with faith about how central city projects would fare in the general rate. Central City has been a poor cousin, and that really needs to change, and there's very good reasons for it to change, which we're all aware of. So I think my concerns about ensuring the central city gets fairly reflected in both the targeted rate and the general rate are allayed somewhat by B, which is back in the mix in the amendment there. So I will be supporting it now.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I'll be supporting this too, but I'm concerned that it only hits and identifies part of the increasing compliance costs. Now, flooding, no pun intended, across local government. And I've been rattling on about this for quite some time, and at least we're starting now to identify this as one of those compliance costs. In preparation for separate water bills in future, as Richard suggested, the targeted rate should be fixed rather than based on capital value, but I'm prepared to reserve my view on this until the post-consultation period and the discussion that we have then. In going out for consultation, I think we need to be quite clear on this and other targeted rates, that we need to be quite clear as to where the money's being spent, whether it's OPEX or CAPEX, and we need to specify the actual projects of expenditure. I'm quite concerned that a number of the targeted rates that we're going to look at, or proposed targeted rates, seem to be a little bit fluffy around where the money that is collected is actually going to be spent. And I think if we're going to be successful in convincing our residents of the importance of these targeted rates, then they need to know the commitment that council have got and the actual projects so that they can measure that outcome against that paid targeted rate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bunting.
Southgate, thanks, Dave, for bringing this one up. And thank you for moving the wording from targeted to separated. I think that's actually quite a crucial point because this is quite a different rate. This is a reasonably non-negotiable rate. It's a separate rate, and I think the intention of the targeted rates is to highlight to the community these are new projects. These are things we're trying to do to improve our lot. These are the things, you know, and they're very, very, very clear and very separate, and they should be kept that way. I'm not saying they are any more contestable than things are in the general rate, but I don't tend to agree with the stuff has a better chance of getting through if it's buried into the general rate. As I argued way back when we were trying to we were talking about Māngai Māori, I think we should go out to the community with everything we possibly can and not shy away from that discussion because it's their money and they're the ones who should be making the decisions. So targeted rates, I believe, ought to be fixed like the gardens rate was. I think targeted rates should be absolutely transparent. I support this because I think this should be right out in front centre, but I think it should be held up as something that's very different, something that's thrust upon us. And is just quite simply non-negotiable with the ratepayer. So I agree that we're highlighting with it. I'm nervous about now suddenly dropping half of our targeted rates back in because we have to start back into the general rate because that's another consideration we have to make over the next few days. But no, I'm supportive of it. Yeah, but I just think we should be keeping it separate to the targeted rate, even if it is a terminology, so people can see that this is a different kettle of fish.
Thank you, Councillor Naidu Rove.
Thank you. Just very similar to Councillor Mark in that I do like the separate name. I don't think it should be called a targeted rate. And in terms of the other targeted rates that are being proposed alongside this one, and I still have an open mind. I haven't decided my views on those other targeted rates yet, but by separating this one from the general rate, I hope that by separating it, it will be reflected in the general rate and we're not adding more expenditure or more projects to that general rate, thereby increasing the overall rate. So I'd be looking at, I'd be supporting the amendment for the purposes of financial modelling and continuing the conversation, but I'd be looking at not adding more to the general rate because we're separating this out.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, I agree with the naming. I think we could do something like government mandated compliance charge for the waters one, and perhaps community investment for the for our other targeted rates. I agree with Mark. I don't think this is necessarily putting it in by stealth and hiding it. I think like our 10-year plan, the community will still get visibility to funded and unfunded projects, and they'll have full licence to discuss or debate everything, no matter how we lay it up. So I think that opportunity will still be there. I also support the idea of a fixed rate, but we can talk about that later. When we talked about the targeted rates a few months ago in briefing, I liked the idea initially of highlighting and targeting or pulling out, extrapolating the government costs specifically, because what that does is it really highlights to the community the costs that are thrust upon us, and it gives the community a chance to come with us rather than saying, oh, council's doing that. It takes them on the journey with us. I think these projects that we've been wanting to advance through whether it's the priorities or the well-beings, actually really identify what we're trying to advance economically, socially, environmentally, culturally, and through the CBD. And I think it really highlights that, and rather than try and always meet our bare minimums as a council, we're actually showing a little bit of aspiration with these things, and I think that's really important. The other thing which I think is really important to identify today is this, as has already been identified, it's not going to cover all of our compliance costs, but it gives us a foot in the door. And I think what we're doing here today is really innovative, and I think that a lot of other councils and TAs will start to replicate this, because what it's doing is putting those costs at the fore and not hiding it in our general rate. So I think it's quite exciting.
Thank you. Oh, wow, you're bang on time. That, councillors, is how you do it, right there.
2 minutes long.
Councillor Van Oosten.
I'll try to do that also then, if not finish earlier. Thanks, Councillor Dave, for floating up this idea. I think it's a really great way for us to be able to think about what our government is asking us to achieve, and to be able to identify the difference between what we were doing and what we will be required to do. It's a way to be able to be very open with our community and to bring them on that journey of the additional changes. So I see, though, that it will be really critical that we tell the story right, that we are able to get the community on board with us over this, because there's no better advocate to further change than having a community behind you, understanding the implications of it, and being able to be with us at the government tables when we're talking seriously about how to fund future changes. And we all know that there's a great long list of those that we aren't really addressing at this stage. In terms of that, our storytelling gives us, though, the opportunity to be able to bring in those other targeted rates and to be able to tell the well-beings of that. Councillor Ryan talked about innovative. Yes, it's new for Hamilton, but it's not new in other cities around the country to be able to separate out and identify different parts of the city's costs to represent them in this way. And so we can be learning from that and bringing that into our storytelling as well. So in terms of support for this, I'm right behind it, and look forward to the next couple of days where we'll have the chance to be able to talk about part 2 in there and the opportunity to put in and take out to balance the books. Cheers.
Oh, sorry, Sarah, I'm just smiling in general. Councillor Forsyth, then you.
Is that for me?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Look, this is just a request. I wonder if we can take this in 2 parts. I'm very supportive of part 1, but not of part 2. And the reason being that if the separate water rate is not going to affect the overall rates take, it's just going to be shifted around. And I don't see any need for us to fiddle around with the other targeted rates. I think there's been some good work and some good communication around those already. And I think by moving or reducing the targeted rate and then putting that somewhere in the general rate and then having some of it a target rate, it just adds to confusion. So that's the request, really. Can we take it in 2 parts? I'll support part 1, but not part 2. Thanks.
Just checking. Hold on, Margaret. I'm just checking with the mover and seconder whether they're happy to take it in 2 parts. It's up to you. You're the movers.
I don't think it matters. We don't think it matters that much.
Okay.
As long as we can debate them still like we are.
We're still debating them in the one time. They are happy to do it in 2 parts. Councillor Forsyth.
Jeff's a bit worried now.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion, both parts of it. And pretty much everything's been said already, but I just wanted to comment on the fact that this also helps us to tell the story to central government that we need a more diverse range of ways to fund our operations. I think it really needs a reality check, like I said yesterday. if they want local government to keep providing for the well-being of the community, to keep carrying out its regulatory and compliance roles, and to keep providing enough infrastructure for housing, then it needs to come to the table, and we need to be working together a lot more.
Thank you. I'll just add to my comments to the debate. I absolutely agree. There's a deluge, deliberately word, of costs coming down from central government on the requirements for water. I've always felt there is value in being transparent of the true costs of water services, warts and all. And when we consider the well-being on which we are putting all of our decisions, having the safe, effective provision of water services is critical to both our economic, our social and our environmental well-being. But get this, we have zero choice but to do what government requires us to do here. I agree with Sarah, actually, that this will give us the opportunity to lobby harder. I was never intending on pulling back from lobbying with central government about the costs. And as a person on the governance and governance guidance group of Local Government New Zealand, most other councils feel the same way. We've got to continue to demonstrate to central government the pressure that they're putting local government in with these requirements. So, yeah, I'm going to support the motion. We'll take it in two parts. I'm less warm to the second part of the motion, but I'll probably move it for now. And when we've been through all the 4 priorities, I will review how I feel about that based on the impact of the work streams within the other priorities. Thank you. So, right of reply, Dave?
Yeah, but mainly because of the change partway through, just a few comments. To Kesha's point about the when we're moving the water rates out, where the suggestion in part 2 is that we're moving others back in so we don't change those two relativities, if you can call them that. That was the intention behind part B in relation to part A, that they are like for like in terms of the amount, the quantums. As far as Margaret's point about splitting the two, and that she would prefer to keep the targeted rates as they are, we're not suggesting any change at all in the projects that are included within the targeted rates. It's just that some of them in each area would be in the general rate and some of them would be in the targeted rate, yet to be decided. And if ones get knocked out, they'll get knocked out regardless of whether this goes through or not, because we won't regard them as a high enough priority and the rating level might be too high. So there's not proposed to be any change other than the way it's presented to the public. And it's presented, the whole object is to present the government compliance costs, I like that term, as a separate rate that people can really understand why they're facing an overall increase. That's the biggest chunk of the overall increase. But we still want the city to move forward. And in the targeted rate areas, we want to do some of those projects, as many as the public will let us, basically. We want to get them through. We want to get the walk bridge that's been talked about for 25 years across the line. We want to get the city cycling networks actually joined up, which they're not at the moment, things like that. And unless they support that, whether it's in general or targeted areas, we're not going to be able to do that.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Thank you for the good debate. Let's please go to the vote on the motion 1 to begin with. Okay, now we will move to voting on motion 2, please. I'm having a twitchy finger on that one.
Councillor Forsyth?
Councillor Forsyth, this is the one that you wanted to do separately. Thank you.
The motion is carried, noting councillor Forsyth is dissenting.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. It was not a smooth flowing river, was it? But you know, it had a few rapids in there, but I think we got there in the end, so thank you for that. Sean.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So during that debate, there was sort of some discussion on the structure of the rate. I think potentially now would be a good time to have that, while we're talking about the waters rate, to have that discussion around the difference between those types of rates, and if you're comfortable that that's potentially a motion that gets moved in respect of the waters rate. We were, as sort of said at the beginning of the meeting, we were going to have that discussion when we got on to the first of the targeted rates around the biking and walking projects, given that we've just, just approved a new target rate. I think it's probably appropriate to have that discussion around how that targeted rate is distributed now.
So how do you propose to have that? Are you going to staff talk about the pros and cons for each? Because there is no recommendation at the moment, but I do understand that in the room there are a range of views.
Can I just raise the point of order? I don't really be picky, but I just think it's really important. We didn't pass a targeted rate, we passed a separate rate, and I just think we should be talking about it like that. I'm trying not being facetious about it, but it is quite different, because this, I would imagine, will be treated differently. Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
However,
we will
going back,
the staff if they use the word targeted in any of these conversations.
I'm trying not to be silly about it.
Yep.
it still acts as one, but I guess you're right. That's what we've agreed. That's what we've agreed. In terms of that, though, the argument remains the same. It can be done on capital value, or it can be done on a fixed basis. And understood there may be councillors around the room who were interested in making some proposals around that. So I was just going to suggest that...
Can I just follow up on that last comment? I thought that the rate that we had just passed was a rate that would be targeted towards water compliance. So whether you call it a targeted rate or not, will we not have a legal obligation to spend that money that is collected on water compliance? So it is really the same as a targeted rate?
Can you explain? I think you're...
Yes, but we're just choosing not to use the term targeted for communication purposes.
But it is a targeted rate.
It works like a targeted rate. We've had that discussion
under the
now
Rating
4
Act,
times.
it will meet the definition of a targeted rate.
Yeah, okay.
However, we're going to have the conversation around it in respect of its true purpose in terms of compliance costs associated with our water business.
That was my understanding.
Is there any desire to explore whether this should be fixed or on capital value, councillors? And can you give me a sign, a nod? There is.
A sign.
Okay, because there's no point having a discussion on it if no one is in that space of thinking, is there? So could you please, staff, give us your best summary of the differences were it to go fixed or on capital value rating and any implications? Excellent, thank you.
We've brought in the heavy hitters.
Short and succinct.
So Matt Bell can explain the differences, and
Thanks,
it's not quite as simple as just a choice between two things either.
Yeah. No,
and
I'm trying to explore the implications.
Yes, I'll let Matt do the talk.
Yeah, it may be worthwhile just to understand the difference when we talk about fixed rates and just within fixed rates, there's a couple of options there. So effectively, the rating legislation allows us to set rates a number of different ways. Fixed, when we talk about fixed, it can be based on, for example, provision of service. SUIP is one of those, rating unit is one of those. So the more commonly applied rates would be either a rating unit type rate, an SUIP rate, or a value-based rate. When we talk about the fixed rate, we're talking generally a rating unit, SUIP. So the difference between the two, I guess for a rating unit, you're thinking around an invoice. So you're thinking around a single property, irrespective of how that property's been used. So if someone gets an invoice and, for example, there's a targeted rate which is $50, that will be $50 on their invoice. SUIP is more based on the use of the property. So think potentially in a commercial sense around the number of tenancies in a property. So if there's 10 tenancies in a property, that rate would be applied 10 times. In a residential context, if there was again, tenancies, if it was a block of units that was on one title but had 10 units, that rate would be applied 10 times, so 50 times 10. So difference between SUIP and capital value. Just with what we've proposed as part of the report, we've said capital value. The reason we've said capital value is because it aligns to those previous decisions around how the general rate will be applied. Capital value also gives us the benefit over years of having additional revenue from new property. So one of the reasons we moved to capital value is that as a high growth council, we're getting additional revenue from those new properties. They are generally above the average capital value. Same applies if we apply any targeted rate based on a capital value. Just another point there, so the general rate is applied differentially, so that just means that a residential property will pay, for the same value, will pay less than a commercial property. So, and we have another sector, which is our other sector, which is effectively our ex-rural properties. They pay less than the residential property based on what services they receive. So if in a commercial property, we'll be paying about 2.5 times the rate a residential property would pay.
Thank you. And to allow for debate, just to get the cracking, there's a motion that Deputy Mayor Taylor and I are putting up, which is to retain it on the capital value, and it's on a capital value. I'm not proposing fixed. So okay, thank you. Dave will. Okay. So, Councillor McPherson, someone can raise the other one, obviously. Councillor Ryan? Yes, yep.
What is the name given for the gardens rate currently, just for my...
Hamilton Gardens.
No, but like, it's a fixed rate or...?
Yep, so that's a fixed or a uniform rate based on separately used or inhabited parts, based on SUIPs.
So it's a fixed or uniform rate?
Yep.
And is it the same for residential or commercial property?
Correct.
Is it inflation adjusted, or does it stay? I know we're doing the $10 plus $1, but is it?
So that's effectively the adjustment that was part of the last 10-year plan, is the inflated by $1. So it doesn't then have the 3.8 or general rates increase applied to it. It's just the $1 increase annually.
Because for simplicity, with this in any rate, I'm not trying to get into debate. Just a question. I would like to keep our rates fixed. So for 3 years, people pay $25 for transport. It's $25 next year. $25 next year. So can we do that so that it's not $25 and then next year it's $26.30 and just that whole incremental creep?
Yep. So the budget will be decided by you as part of this process.
So do we have to work out a bit of a net present value or an average over and then just fix $1 on it? Do any of these amendments or motions, would they do that, or do we need to put in tweaks?
No, we need to put in tweaks depending on what sort of 3-year value you're trying to...
So what would the language I'd use be if I wanted to lock in $1 that doesn't change every year?
Just say that.
You
just tell us.
Fixed amount.
Just a fixed amount.
Are you talking specifically towards the gardens?
Well, even for this water rate, for example, if the water rate is
fixed, you don't want it to go from
$25, yeah, but
like a fixed amount of this amount of $25 for 3 years.
Yeah. Okay, so there's no incremental creep, and you will do your projections based on that. Okay.
Correct.
Can I add a comment or perhaps clarification? So at the moment, the estimated amount for the water is $109 per property, per SUIP, sorry. And so that assumes that would increase at the same rate as the general rate over the years. So if you wanted to have a amount that didn't increase, then the initial number...
You're talking about the 3.8 or whatever it is, 4.9.
Yeah. So the initial number would need to be higher so that we collected enough revenue to fund those things over the period of time. So at the moment, it is what's assumed in the budget is that it is 109, and then it would be 112 or whatever it is. And so to achieve what you are intending, I don't think we should get into the specific amount of the rate, but if you wanted to put up a motion or amendment about the structure, then we could word that in such a way.
Wouldn't that be subsequent
Sorry.
to any...
Matt's about to correct me, I think.
I
was just going to add, so in this case, the motion as a undifferentiated capital value rate, that would allow us to look at how the rates are applied currently to individual properties and reapply it as a targeted rate in the same way. So the intention behind that would be just to ensure that the net result is effectively the same for individual properties. There's not big swings. So currently the water's costs are part of the general rate. To take that out as general rate, that's currently differentiated, to put that as a fixed rate, that will change the incident of rates amongst individual ratepayers.
That's unique to this water's rate piece.
Correct.
Versus
Yep.
the targeted. Okay.
Yep.
And also, is this 109, is this plus GST or minus GST? Because that's going to affect the end user. Because they all.
So it'd be plus GST. So, yep, the rates invoice would show.
So we should show that because that's the true cost to the end user.
Yep.
Don't give me that assumption, Mr. Bryant, because that's like Chris Allen talking about gross and net costs on $20 million projects.
Yeah. So as part of the report, we put samples for individual ratepayers. Those samples will always include GST, so that will be the actual impact that will
So
show
you're
on the rates
saying
invoice.
it's including GST and Dave's saying it's excluding GST. That's my point. Final question, and it's a question for Mark, if I may, Chair. Would you be happy with earmarked instead of targeted rates, or using earmarked rate?
Call whatever you like. Ring fence.
Oh,
Yeah, ring fence rate.
let's not go down that debate all day long. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay, we're in discussion about this. I've moved on capital value. I'm not going to debate that at the moment until we are in debate. Is anyone on the question list proposing the alternative? I move the amendment and seconded by Councillor Pascoe. Right, that gives us the basis for debate, right, and questions, but we're in questions first up. So I've got a question from Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from Councillor Ryan's question, am I correct in my understanding that the Gardens rate was a fixed rate from whenever it first came in up to 2018, and that it didn't change from $10 plus GST?
Correct, yes. Yep. So if, in terms of rating, a fixed rate means for that year, it's not a variable rate.
Yeah, right, and that answers the question that Councillor Ryan, okay. My question, Mayor Paula, is this discussion not just on the Three Waters rate, but on all of the other proposed, I'll use the word targeted rate, that feature throughout this agenda?
Got your question, thank you.
So this is particular to the Three Waters rate. I think there are some unique features of the Three Waters rate in terms of different types of property paying differentiated rates, so commercial properties, for example. Yep. But the general principle, whatever you decide on this, would likely, we assume, would apply to the other rates, earmarked rates.
So we
when we get to those.
So we can debate on that basis too, can we, on the understanding that whatever happens here will follow?
So this is technically about the Three Waters rate?
Yeah. Okay.
I'll actually withdraw the amendment. I'm actually thinking of the other rates that I'll be fixed on.
Okay.
So
you've got a mover. Is there a second?
I'm happy to move that, given I mentioned it.
Hang on. I believe Margaret, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you like to second the motion for Councillor Pascoe?
The amendment.
The amendment, which is fixing the rate. Did you want to be the seconder? I can't see or hear her at all. Margaret?
Yes.
Sorry. Happy to second. I heard that, so thank you.
And my final question of Matthew is, irrespective of which method is used, and leaving aside the fact that we would get perhaps a small amount of additional revenue from new rating units, the amount that we would collect under either method would be exactly the same.
That's correct, yeah. It would just be how that's applied to the individual ratepayers.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
I have a question, but just before I go to mine, I'll go to Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Ms. Africa, because I'm going to have to shoot away shortly, so I hope you don't mind if I blend a wee tad of debate into this, with your indulgence.
Got half
What
an
I'm
hour
trying to
before you have to
achieve
go.
with this is I'm supportive of the capital rate for this one, as it involves usage, and it seems a bit fairer that way, and all the issues that come with the pro versus against UAGC type issue. Whereas with the visitor attractions rate, I would argue very strongly for a
Let's
fixed
not go
rate.
down to that one.
So,
We're not
no,
talking
well,
about that.
something Sean said earlier on alerted me that this would imply the same for all of the targeted rates. So,
Ask that as a question, because that's not what he said.
yeah, okay, well, I did ask for your indulgence to try and work this through because I do have to bail.
Yeah, no, it's going to confuse the debate and questions. Stick
Okay,
to the question.
so Sean, if I vote for a capital rate on this one, have I still got the opportunity to vote for a fixed rate on the other ones?
Yes.
Right. Do I have to be here to do that? This is my next worry. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. I just don't want to miss it.
Well, you might
I
miss
think it
something, and
unlikely
that's
we
the
will get to that
unfortunate
priority
thing, but-
before you're
but-
back.
What's that, Sean,
no.
sorry?
I suppose he might miss something. I'm not going to promise it won't happen. We're
Yeah.
going to take the lunch break over the
Yeah,
big part of your
I
day.
hear you.
I understand it's disappointing to miss something. You have to leave. It is the way it is. But what I'm saying is this is for the purposes of modelling, so it won't be the only chance.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to work towards is the quite different things in that with the visitor attraction, help me through this if you could please, I think it will be easy to set up a system where if I paid a $15 zoo rate, I would be entitled to one free zoo pass a year. Whereas I think if it was capital, it would be really hard to make that fair. Whereas someone who'd paid $4 gets a zoo rate, when someone who pays $25 gets the same zoo refund as well. So this is all doable down the track.
Yes, it is all doable down the track.
Yeah, okay.
Because this is only for modelling, but it's only focused on their water rate.
Okay, so for the water rate, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The-
Question from me. If we take, we've put the waters into this rate that isn't targeted, we're not calling targeted rate, but we've put a separate rate. We've taken the waters, some part of the waters, some part of the additional spend on waters that the government's requiring is now in the separate rate. So, in that respect, what do you think, what impact would that have on people beyond, under the median house price value? It would really shift the burden onto those lower income properties, wouldn't it, somewhat?
If it was a fixed rate?
Yes.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, and so we could expect quite a lot of attention from the general public to something that's always been captured by a capital value rate to all of a sudden become a fixed rate.
So obviously dependent on the value of the fixed rate, I guess, and when we look at a number of fixed rates, if that was to where it was land, then that would have have more of an impact, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McPherson.
I think you've just started with great questions.
It was a question.
Ahem.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Yeah, if I could just follow up on Mayor Paula's question in terms of the lower socioeconomic or the lower value households, and we're talking about $109. Do you have any idea about what it might mean for them as a cost, so that we've got some idea about what $109 proportionately might mean for them?
Sorry, as a cost compared?
As an additional cost.
For the $109, what's our average? What's our medium house price at the moment?
Average is about $580 in terms of a rating value.
Yeah, so $580 at 109, pretty much, the way it's going to work out.
Yep.
So as you reduce in value, you can pretty much take the same. You can take the same percentage off. In terms of if you go down to 90% of the median value, it's 90% of the 109, pretty much. Yeah, so 109 will just be scaled back on a similar percentage.
Yeah, it will definitely be scaled. Yeah, just whether it's that scale.
So if it's 90% lower value to the median price, it'll be $90 for the rate.
Okay.
Thanks.
Questions all expended? I think so. So we're going to go into debate, and I think I moved that. So I'll just very quickly, obviously through the question that I asked, it gives you a hint at where I'm going to head. I just think there would be probably a bit of a public uproar, to be quite honest, if you push the burden of paying for water from a capital value to a fixed, because there'd be a lot of people on below the average house value caught by that, and those are potentially people with lower family incomes. So it essentially switches the burden to people with less. In water in particular, I think there has always been a distinct correlation between the size of your home, the number of family members and so on, and the amount of water that you require. Of course, businesses require a different amount of water, and they get a profit or a return from using their water to run their business. So I'm just not comfortable with shifting this to ratepayers who may have less at this time. I won't call it a tax on poor people, but it almost becomes one if we shift too much onto the fixed rates. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I thought that was so good, I just stopped there. No. Yeah, I did.
It was awesome. Oh, wow.
It was a pause for effect.
It was a dramatic
Unanimous. Oh, no.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Well, I was wowed by that speech, Your Worship, so thank you. I agree. But look, I think it's a very simple situation that people should stare at. If we're talking, and it is a figure that we're talking about, a total of around $200 targeted / separate rates today and tomorrow, if you've got a rental property of if you own a property with a capital value of about $2,000, which quite a few people do in this city, that amounts to a 10% increase if it's a flat rate. If you're paying the same rate and your property's, say, in River Road, and you've got a $6,000 current rate, it's only 3.3% increase. So what a flat rate does is give the percentage benefit to the high value properties and the percentage deficit to the low value properties. I don't think that's where this council should be heading. I'm aware that the UAGC is already like that, and I didn't support it for that reason, but I'm not going to move to that be changed. I'm not going to try and tinker with things that are already there. What I am saying is let's not make things worse or harder for those people. Let's keep the rest of it in the same proportion that we're doing at the moment, which is what the Mayor was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on Zoom? No, not yet. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. I think there's a case to be made for both. In this case, I think it's appropriate that we go with the capital value for the reasons that Dave and Paula brought up. I think, though, when it comes to the gardens rate, for example, I think that's fair that it's fixed. And similar, I'll be lobbying for the visitor attractions rate to be a fixed rate as well, because for the very reason that we don't charge differing rates to get into the zoo. So I think this should be as simple as possible. Secondly, we're going to be proposing that the targeted rate for that, as opposed to this, the McPherson Memorial rate, is going to be have an attachment where it asks staff to ask for ways that we could give ratepayers a free visit to some of the more costly, well, yes, to the zoo, etc. So it recoups some of that in people's minds. So I'm not making it very clear, but I think there's different horses for different courses. But in this case, I'm definitely supportive of the capital rate. I think it's fairer, more even and more attainable.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Look, the percentage increases used in the debate thus far are totally irrelevant. It's the amount paid relative to the service offered. And we're told by staff in recent weeks that roughly about 50% of the rates are expended on the services that council offer, and water has to be by far the largest part of that 50%. So if we go back and deep dive back to those lower value properties, it's highly likely that the residents living in those properties are actually not paying the full amount for the value of the water that they are using. Richard mentioned earlier today that the Three Waters, or the landing of the Three Waters study would probably result in water consumers receiving a separate bill in future, as opposed to it being included as it is in our rate bills. A fixed charge now would allow for easier implementation then, based on the options that would be available to the council in terms of how those bills would be, the basis on how those bills would be determined. And I've got 34 seconds that I can keep in reserve for the next.
Thank you for being expedient.
Proportional rate.
Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the amendment. For one of the big reasons being that I think a fixed rate in many regards is fairer. The fairest method obviously would be to charge for water use, and we're not going to go there. So that's off the table, but I believe that it's everyone's right to have access to clean, safe, sufficient water to sustain life. And by attaching a judgment to a person about whether they live on River Road or not, and then attaching a value to their right to access clean, safe water, I think is not acceptable for me anyway. I think it's a much fairer, it's a much more transparent, and it's much more, as I said, a non-judgmental way of providing water, and for people being in a position where they can appreciate what it is that they've got. And as I've said before, just because somebody lives in River Road or doesn't live in River Road, it's a very blunt instrument to say that somebody can afford something or not, just by where they live, basically. I believe it's everyone's right to access water, and there should be some parity, there should be some fairness, and just some general understanding, actually, that we're all on this planet here and that we're all sharing and using those resources, and we shouldn't be attaching values to them one way or another, whether it's air, whether it's water, or whether it's food in that regard. So I'm very passionate about sticking to the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, some good points. Given that, I'll make two quick ones. Given that this rate is taken out of the general rate, which was done or dealt with in a certain way, I'm happy to support the continued treatment of that, and that is supporting the motion in the same methodology, and I think that makes sense. However, with the garden rates and other potential targeted rates we're going to look at, I support what Mark was saying in that I think we need to keep it transparent, simple, fixed, and there's ways, and that ensures equity, but also there's ways to mitigate that cost by offsetting it with days to the zoo or wherever it is. So I think we'll address that as we come to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. And thanks to Councillor Ryan, he's just made the point that I wanted to highlight. I support the korero from the Mayor and Councillor McPherson in terms of our lower socioeconomic households. I think it's important that we recognise that that they have less to spend than others in the city, and that's important for us to keep in mind. But that should the water not have been taken out of the base rate, it would have attracted whatever the we're going to land on in terms of a rate increase in a way that was proposed by staff as being based on capital value, and for that reason I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers that wanted to debate that I've missed? No, Ewan, no, Martin, no. Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Small right of reply, I'm not going to labour it, but I think there's quite a difference for a single parent family, one parent, one child, as opposed to a large house somewhere else with 5 teenagers, 4 cars and a large pool. I'll just say that. And many people have dishwashers. But, you know, look, I just think it's, but predominantly this is such a change from what was there before. I think we should retain this on capital value. I guess this is for the purposes of consultation, so we'll see what people think about it soon enough. Go to the vote. The amendment comes first. So people at home, the amendment comes first, because I know there was an error yesterday, so just be mindful, we're going on the amendment.
Sorry, Your Worship, I voted too early. You'll need to reset.
Thank you. Everybody clear? We're voting on the amendment first. All right. We're reset. We did reset, didn't we? Yep. No. Of course.
I think you put the plug out of the country.
The amendment is lost, noting on Zoom Councillor Wilson and Naidu Ralph have voted against and Councillor Forsyth has voted for.
Okay, go to the substantive motion now, please. This is the motion.
The Paula Southgate mayoral leadership motion.
Call it whatever you like, Martin.
I will be supporting my mayor on this issue.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Forsyth and Councillor Pascoe are dissenting.
Okay, thank you. So that now, thank you, councillors. So that now brings us on to priority 1, which is, isn't it?
So we've got, I think
Hang on.
Councillor Wilson has a motion.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson. Yeah, got you. Hang on, sorry. I should tell you, Councillor Wilson has a motion, and we'll put that up, and he can explain what it's about, and we'll go through a similar process if we've just been for the water one on that. Fair enough?
And we've also got an answer to the questions for the motion that's on the table at the moment after that as well.
Okay, just do one thing at a time,
Yep,
can I?
just pointing you, that's all.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Wilson, we're putting your motion up. I think there it is. Would you like to speak to your intent, please?
Look, I'll be very brief. It's self-explanatory, and I acknowledge there will be some fatigue on the idea of yet another targeted rate. But it is identical to the theory of Councillor McPherson and Councillor Hamilton's earlier motion. What this simply does is clearly identifies the 15-odd million that is required to be spent as part of the MPS standards that has triggered our district plan amendment, and that I felt that it needed to be singled out so that the ratepayers understand what that is. The figures have been being provided by staff.
Thank you very much. Very clear. Well, hang on a minute, let me just get to discussions. Questions. Can I ask a question? The district plan review, thank you, Jen. The district plan review would have occurred in 2 years, right? But no, entirely it would have occurred when? Had this not had the NPS urban development not occurred, when would we be in full review?
So by 2026, I think, would be a full district plan review. So the national planning standards is just one part of the change, and the national policy statement for urban development is just one part of the change. So those are the two regulatory requirements that we're facing down at the moment that are part of this approach, but there is another chunk of work that is about delivering against the conversations that we've been having with you for the last year and a half around urban design and placemaking and biodiversity and all of those sorts of things that are not part of a regulatory runway now, but a part of that conversation we've been having about wanting to make sure that we are locking in positive urban development.
Thank you. So if, for example, we were to separate those two bits off and say we've only got money to deal with the aspects that government is putting it on us, what would that look like in terms of cost versus doing the whole thing expediently together? Because there's efficiencies, isn't there?
Yeah, so there is, and so that was part of the briefing explained that. But so if we, from a timeframe perspective, if we just took the National Policy Statement for Urban Development and just implemented that to the letter, that needs to be done in the next couple of years and would be about 1/3 of the cost. But it would literally just be implementing those measures. It would not be dealing with the implications of what those measures will mean for the city. So I think Luke explained that quite well in his briefing. And then what we would then do is we would carve out, so that would then be written, that part of the plan would be written in the new National Planning Standards template. The rest of the plan would be in the old language, and then in a couple of years' time, when we need to rewrite the whole plan on the new template, we would go through the process again.
At the same, similar cost?
I don't have the actual cost of what that piece would be. I mean, I'd need Luke to do a bit of work on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
So, you did ask my question, but in terms of 1/3, so roughly $5 million is being forced upon us in terms of changing and aligning with the GPS.
So just for the NPSUD, so that's not the freshwater or the biodiversity or the National Planning Standards piece. That's just the piece I asked Luke to grab for me.
So and again, this comes back to the issue that I raised at the council meeting yesterday. So do we have a rough estimate of what is it, a 50-50? 50 being forced on us, 50% of that cost we're taking an opportunity to change?
Can I come back to you very shortly on that question?
Okay. Just a rough idea would be good.
I think that would be useful before we go to the vote, if you don't mind. Further questions, Councillor Pascoe.
My question just adds on to that. Jen, if you're going to get some advice on this, because I'm also keen to see where the proposed RMA changes might fit in there too. And whether, and I appreciate, and then of course there's also, as I understand it, in that 15 million, some provision for legal costs to deal with appeals that might happen after we have got a what do you call it, a draft operative plan? No, whatever you call it,
yes.
at that point, before it
that
becomes fully operative.
Yeah, exactly. And that we would always provision that anyway, because those things are likely. I guess the challenge is that if we do an NPS plan change and then a National Planning Standards plan change and then the full district plan review, you go through that process 3 times. And then your first question about the Resource Management Act changes, but the guys are walking into this with their guys and girls, walking into this with eyes wide open.
Okay, so what it would be interesting to get is, you mentioned 5 million as being the kind of estimate of NPSUD, but whether or not we can get an idea as to what might be a total cost, whether it's 50-50 of the total.
Yeah, I've asked
that would then help us with Councillor Ewan's calculation as to perhaps, if that is part of his thinking, as to where the targeted rate, the value of the targeted rate might fall, given that it's a compliance issue rather than business as usual for council.
Yes, so breaking out the...
In light of the very good questions from both Councillor O'Leary and Councillor Pascoe, I'd be very comfortable to put my motion aside to give staff some extra time to identify the exact and appropriate quantum, because that is my purpose. And if you're comfortable with that, I'm very comfortable with that.
Look, yes, thank you. I was thinking we may, if we don't have the information to hand by the time we come to debate, we may need to do that, Councillor Ewan, but I might as well take the questions, I feel, because they might usefully inform what we need to know from staff.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I've forgotten who was talking then. Have you finished, Rob? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Dave.
No, it's all right.
Okay. Anybody on Zoom? No. Are there any questions on this one?
There was, sorry, my apologies. So this would be for 5 years. I'm just checking out how it works. Sorry. For 5 years, and then the proportion, which is about 1.5% of the rate increase, would come back into the general rate after that. Is that what's intended? Is that how it would work?
Your Worship, I had asked for some guidance from the Chief Executive and Tracy. They helped me form the quantums involved and the time frame. So maybe they're the most qualified to answer that question.
Because, yeah, thank you, Councillor Ewan. Because this is part of the general rate currently, it would be part of the 4.9% rates increase every year and part of the general base. What would end up happening is this would just highlight it, wouldn't change our revenue. At the end of the 5-year period, we wouldn't be able to reduce that rate down, but the general rate would have to go back up to sustain the same level of revenue that we're currently experiencing.
It'd just be used for something else.
Yes, which it currently is budgeted to be used for something else in our 10-year plan, which we haven't highlighted, but because we constantly have an increase, yep.
Okay. Now we're at that point where we would go into debate, but we haven't got that information that we were asking for yet. Do we lay this aside? Okay, and we'll come back to it post the lunch break. So now we have a choice. We can go into proposal 1. I thought. What?
The response to Rob's question earlier.
Yeah, and we'll take this time to give a response to Rob's earlier question, which I forgot.
Ryan's earlier question on Rob's proposal.
Right, lost the thread to that one. Ryan's earlier question on Rob's proposal.
Yep, so Blair, you've sent me the email on that one. Do you want to just talk to it?
I don't remember what that is now.
So there was a question from Councillor Ryan as to what was the financial impact of the amendment put forward by Councillor Pascoe in respect of setting the various components of the financial strategy, the debt to revenue and balancing the books. And if we can put that back up on the screen, then everyone can see that. We can have the context before Blair answers that question. Do you remember your question you answered? Finally!
Okay, we're just getting it up.
So the amendment there at the bottom, which is no longer at the bottom, puts forward a debt to revenue of 260% below by July 2021 and reducing to 250 no later than 2026, and balancing the books and returning to a surplus by 1 July 2022. And the question from Councillor Ryan was, what would the rates requirement be to achieve that? Yes, Councillor Ryan, just to make that, yep, that's correct. So over to you, Blair.
The rates, so again, this is compared to the budget in front of you. The rates requirement would be a total increase of 18% in year 1, as opposed to currently the rate increase, if you look at the targeted rates and general rates, is 11.3%. So it goes to 11.3 to 18. There is another way to also answer this question, Your Worship, which is if we instead looked at changes to costs. So leaving the revenue as it is in the budget in front of you, 11.3% and then 4.9% thereafter, Council would need to defer $85 million from the first 5 years of capital projects to the second 5 years, and also reduce operating expenditure or increase operating revenue combined of $9 million per annum from year 1. So both those will need to happen together.
Okay, so that's quite clear. It's quite clear. You're not disputing that.
No, but that was based. I was basing that on an 8.5% rate increase, general rate increase.
No,
in year 1.
So, Councillor, I've worked purely on the motion here. The answer I gave you yesterday was with other changes.
With other
and I
changes,
haven't reflected those here.
So those other changes may or may not happen in the course of our work through the priorities, is what you're saying, because we don't know. But we'd have to find a lot of money from CapEx and a substantial amount of additional savings from OpEx.
That is correct. So again, just to remind everyone, $85 million of capital deferred or removed from the first 5 years to the second 5 years, and $9 million of operational savings or savings and additional revenue from year one every year.
But Mayor Paula, I did offer a menu of much more palatable changes which are not reflected in that calculation to arrive at the outcome that I was seeking to achieve. And that was effectively that we would be lowering the targeted rate, increasing the general rate, and what else did I have in here? And that the amounts required to reduce OpEx were significantly less than what Blair has just quoted.
And that is the difficult thing about doing it in this order.
Yep.
Again.
Yeah, look, I'm not being critical. I'm just suggesting that the outcome that I'm suggesting up there is somewhat more palatable with my plan than it is using the plan.
Well, councillors, I suggest we've got a set of facts from staff. We need to set some financial baseline from which the modelling happens. So you either, now we're going to go to the debate on this, you either support the motion as the base, right, for modelling, or you can take it on face value that Rob's going to demonstrate the savings that are required for the amendment to be within what you're satisfied with. Either way,
not in 2 minutes.
Either way, during the day, we'll have further conversation about what's in or out, and at the end of the day, we can re-look at that from the point of view of how much have we been able to take out, right?
That's correct.
So I've got that factually correct anyway, right? So let's go to debate. I'm the mover of...
I'm really sorry. Does Blair have what he just said verbally in a document?
I'll get it to Amy to email.
We'll get it to the governance team to circulate. Sorry, Councillor Ewan.
What I suggest we do for that purpose is get those factual things down. We're going to take a lunch break at 1:45. So why don't we take a lunch break now and come back at 20 past or 1:15?
Sort of does some stuff up some of us who are going to be absent.
You're going to be at 1. You'll still be back.
No, I won't. I'll be going. I've got to be somewhere at 1. So I was hoping to get at least three-quarters of an hour, but and Bunty was hoping to get a bit more.
Ryan.
Just trying to be helpful, Mayor Paula, can we not go into some of those priority discussions without having this framework? And then come back when we have more people here?
And what we've done is established it to be in principle decisions right the way through. So yes, you can. You know, you can.
You can. It means that the staff don't have that base to calculate from because they have no assumption of where to calculate from. That's what I understood.
Sorry, Mayor Paul is absolutely correct. We'll just carry on as we are based on the base budget that's in front of you and what the numbers drop out as. This was for some certainty for staff, but it was also because Councillor Rob wanted to ensure that there was a financial strategy set up front. Having said that, the intended approach we had was to keep mowing through, get to the end, set some dimensions. If it doesn't work, go back and relitigate the ones that are most relitigatable.
Over to you.
Yeah. So we can leave it on the table if you wanted to.
Well, we can leave it on the table. We start doing some of priority 1, but my preference is to, and there again, we knew this was coming, so I would have preferred the information at hand. Now we're trying to cobble it.
No, I mean, Paula, to be fairness, we're not cobbling it.
We're cobbling it together in one place is what I mean.
Yeah, so some of the information that had changed from the base premise that was put forward, so we just had to go and redo another scenario, so apologies for the delay in that.
It's still reasonably last minute. What I propose we do is start on priority 1, go for 20 minutes on that. Meanwhile, Blair's going to put those thoughts that he had in writing so that you have them in front of you. I do think, however, it would be useful at an earlier stage rather than later to put a base budget to calculate from, even if at the end I may not be in that space myself. Right? So let's go into priority 1 then. I've got a couple of motions to which is page 28. That's what I'm already on. What, without putting my
Bottom
markers
of
up?
page 20, what is it on?
Yeah. Right, so we will take, now, councillors, with the priorities, we've had quite a good look at them in various forms, through workshops where we've dropped down to each one, and then we had a strategy session when we were able to look at them, as you know, on the wall. So I'm going to use this time now to make sure that all your questions for clarity are satisfied, and then we'll get all the motions that have been sent in on the table. Are there any questions? I'm sure. Who's going to be a starter for one? Oh, Councillor Forsyth, question please. No? No?
No, it's not okay.
We're on questions on priority one. I am pausing to give people a chance. That's from page 28. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm on page 29, and these are just questions for clarification on funded capital projects. Transport Centre rejuvenation. Now, there is a motion coming from Councillor Thompson, but I just want clarity on, on what's the, because there's extra money that is now required. Can I hear from the General Manager just on how much and what that will give us?
So through the Waikato Regional Council Connections Committee and through the Infrastructure Operations Committee, the Transport Centre Rejuvenation Renewal Project is currently being scoped under a Waka Kotahi business case process that has been through its stakeholder engagements. The business case has identified a recommended option that has a current 10-year plan in the capital budget for this for the proposed new 10-year plan is 4.6 million. The new recommended option has identified an increase up to 7.7 million, and what that will provide are the accessibility access and including toilets upgrades and also weatherproofing of the transport centre, which were identified as critical components for the upgrade for the transport centre.
So the total, instead of being 4.6, is
an additional 3.1 million.
Oh, it is 3.1, yes. And that's.
What's the net?
Yeah, I was just going to say what.
The
and,
net
yeah, no,
is,
that's okay.
Yeah.
Because that's been
50%,
approved by 50%. So 1.5-ish million from NZTA has been approved.
So NZTA are on that process. So NZTA subsidy will be 51% for that entire project.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just ask a question on the transports, that particular item? Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, no, I finished. Just on that.
Oh, yeah, no, you go ahead, Dave. Yep, I'm happy with it.
NZTA declined to fund its share of that year and a half ago. Does the huge, long, convoluted sessions that they've been going through with our staff, does that mean that they now have agreed to fund this, or is this still a maybe? Because I'm dubious about us doing stuff
So
they may not support.
We have had conversations with Waka Kotahi, and indications are that this will be subsidised based on the NZTA business case process. They're part.
They would have got it for half the price.
Yeah. So they are part of the process, and we've made sure that they are part of this process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm a little bit concerned. I'm speaking out, asking a question about the targeted rate. I'm just a little bit concerned, and I wonder whether staff have thought through how we might market this. When I read it, we've got a public transport targeted rate included in there, and the Waikato Regional Council also levy us with a public transport targeted rate. And I just wonder whether that might be confusing in the selling document. And I'm also concerned that enhanced walking and cycling as a description of the targeted rate really falls short for me, that it doesn't really become a very, very good selling statement as to what is going to be specifically included in that targeted rate. And I know that we're going to be collecting about $5.8 million a year, so it's not a small rate collection. And so my question is, how much thought has gone into how we might, if it's approved, how we might turn this into a document that we can sell in the consultation document to our residents? And the same will apply to the other targeted rates, which I think are a bit fluffy in places.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. I mean, our intention with the naming of those targeted rates was to try and keep them as simple and as literal as possible. So the projects attached to that particular rate are about walking, cycling and public transport projects. So rather than come up with a brand name for that, it was for additional or enhanced walking, cycling and public transport projects. So that's what we called it. And it was for the purposes of trying to be clear with our community about what was included. That's our intention with the naming of those rates.
Do you think the word targeted, as a rate, really needs to suggest that it's targeted to a specific project rather than targeted to a whole group of projects?
So the term targeted can mean either of those things. I'm not really sure what the question is, to be honest.
Well, I guess the question is, if I use the gardens as the only targeted rate that we've had in my time on council, it was targeted to a specific project where, if my memory serves me right, we had a project worth $7 million, and we undertook to collect a third of it, with hoping to get external support for the other 2/3. Now that project has been completed now. So, it might well be that that going forward it might be quite different. But what this particular targeted rate suggests to me is that it could be anything. If it's enhanced walking, it might be a footpath in Seddon Road or something, which might sort of pop up and be taken from that fund, rather than the promise to the residents of the city that we've got a stack of projects in year 1 or year 2. They total $5.8 million or whatever values less subsidies that we might get, and that's what we're going to spend that $5.8 million on.
So with the gardens rate, I mean, that was for the Gardens Development Program, which is
a project. It was a project, yeah, a particular project.
Sure. So, but the particular gardens within that, in terms of this particular one, the projects that are attached to this targeted rate are in the table on paragraph 119 on page 33. So, that is being reasonably specific, I think, in terms of what is included.
Okay. All right. No, that's probably doesn't give me the answer that I was looking for, but I'll leave it at that point. Thanks.
Can I just correct a number, Councillor Pascoe, that you might have mentioned there? I think you might have said something about $5.8 million collected.
Sorry, and I got that from page 13, where it says it will collect $58 million across the 10 years. So that's where I've got the $5.8 million from. Just an average of $58 million.
Yeah, so just to be clear, councillors, that targeted rate would start at it's approximately $4.14 million in year 1, and then it increases through the period of time. So it increases. So the 58 is correct in total of 10 years, but it starts at 4.1 million.
Yeah, no, I did say it was an average of 5.8, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah. Thank you.
Note that I've got a couple of motions coming up, as do some other councillors. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, this is within order. I was just going through the list, given that the Transport Centre was mentioned on page 29 of the paper version. rejuvenation and transport model. Eva-Lisa, could you just clarify the detail of that? Where does the 10-year plan encompass the strategic location of the Central City Transport Rail Terminal? Where does that come under?
So the question, where does the thinking come about that, or?
Well, I mean, obviously, you're going to, in the next 10 years, locate a Central City rail station as part of the commuter thing to Auckland, and obviously, I think there's about 3 potential locations, and I'm just wondering, where does the funding for that, probably a business case or scoping at this point, where does that come in terms of the budget?
Yeah. So, there's a couple of bits of work going on. One has been led by central government at the moment in the Rapid Rail business case. So we are hoping to get that into the scope of that project.
Right.
We have funding in our operational budgets to work on Metro spatial plan and the transport components of that. So it's my view it will be covered in the scope of that project. So that's more about planning and thinking rather than physical works.
Okay, thank you. And just, Your Worship, I rule me out of order because obviously you're onto the section under Table 4 Unfunded Capital Programs, page 33 of the paper version. Am I able to ask a question on an item in there or not? Or is that, can I do that now?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. And I totally appreciate you could dive through a whole lot of stuff. I just note the Heritage Collection online. I think it's the Heritage and Archive Collection digitisation, and that's unfunded capital project. Could staff tell me if there's a program of work for our very august strategic review risk audit and risk committee to look at the risks involved in not moving to digitisation and losing some priceless historical material, just purely around the risk. It's a neutral question, it's just a risk register approach. I respect that for a quantum you may achieve it, there's 50,000 which obviously would prioritise.
I'll ask the General Manager who's sitting right behind you to respond to that question.
I think Councillor Martin's also almost answered his own question. There's $50,000 in the budget currently. This was additional to that. We do prioritise around what's the most important and pressing heritage items that we need to digitise. If there was anything which there would be significant risk around losing the item because we don't have enough resource, we would come back to Council through the Finance Committee and actually ask for more money. So would the Deputy Chief Executive assure me that he will give serious consideration for the issue of the historic collection and it's to be referred to the Strategic Risk Committee purely as an external process by which we just do further assess the risk? Yeah, it's a good point. I picked that up at the meeting last week, so that's an action that I've got Helen and the team to get on to. Thank you.
Good question, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Just going back to the premise that we've approved, the McPherson motion, should we not be looking at the targeted rate options here and dropping a couple of them into the base now?
Yes, at some stage we need to.
There's four items identified there.
Sean, do you want to talk about that? Are we identifying, or staff are just going to do that exercise?
If elected members want to nominate which of those projects currently tagged to a targeted rate they would like to see in the base budget to achieve the effect of the earlier motion,
Maybe to be helpful, Mayor Paula, with this and other priorities, the chairs of respective could maybe flesh that out a little bit in advance, just so that we're not sort of on the fly with that for the afternoon. I've got a couple of questions. That was
always going to be the challenge with that motion.
I've got a couple of other questions. On the Borman Road Sorry.
Okay. Actually, we are now into our lunch time, so what we will do is take a natural break. And it gives those chairs and deputy chairs the opportunity to cozy up to your GM and see what you can do about the question that Ryan raised. And we will be back.
For more questions from Ryan.
Right? Pardon?
We'll leave those questions on the table for later.
Oh, yeah, just taking a break because you made a good suggestion. It seems pertinent to do it now that we've agreed on this time to break. We'll be back at 1:45.
1:45.
5:02, which is 5 minutes post when we thought we were going to start. So that's all right. People should largely be back or on their way back. Becca, were you putting the Zoom people up? Sure. So just so you know, if there's anybody late, you might want to text them because we're starting at 5:02, so that's 2 minutes. We are still on priority 1. Having said that, we now have the information to hand on Councillor Wilson's proposal. So I will have our staff to share that because that might be an issue we can quickly form a view on and vote. So, who's reporting back on that? Pardon? All right. Oh, what? You're ready? Oh, perfect. You're emailing it to Amy? Okay. Are you able to talk to the questions that came up? Thank you.
So the question in regard to what percentage of the funding for that program was compliance costs, the answer is approximately 75%. So the resolution now reads that the, in fact, do you want me to read that out, or is it clear?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, so the Council approves for the purposes of modelling the financial impact on the proposed draft LTP, funding the 15.371 million for the District Plan Change Program by a targeted rate of $36.75, so that replaces the $49, per rateable unit per year for 5 years to contribute toward the regulatory compliance costs of the program. The remainder to be funded by the general rate.
Okay. Questions first? So we're all on the same page and understanding?
Yeah, thanks. So that, if that got pulled out of the general rate, it would go down by 1.1% approximately, 3.8, and there would be an extra 1.1% targeted rate for those 5 years. Judging by these figures that you gave us on the other subjects yesterday, that seems to be the right proportion.
The mechanism that you described is correct. The 1.1%, I haven't checked that, but yeah, yes, the mechanism is correct.
Thanks. Okay. Ta.
Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor Pascoe.
I'm just following on from Councillor Dave's question. Do we need to take it out of the general rate, given that it's a new cost that we previously haven't incurred? I know by taking it out, we don't increase the potential rate increase, but are we obliged to do it that way, given that it's a brand new cost? it's one that that currently is not in the existing long-term plan? No, I'm talking about the existing long-term. It's a brand-new cost that has been put in. I know I understand it's been included in the draft, hasn't it, of the new LTP, but it isn't in the existing, and it's a brand-new cost.
So, councillors, you have a choice as to how you wish to approach this. So currently that $15.3 million is included in the budget in front of you and is funded from the general rate, effectively. You can choose to fund a portion, which is what this motion shows, by way of a new target rate. So effectively pulls out the general rate, but you could also choose to fund the entire amount by a new targeted rate. The wording would just need to change to reflect that. So it's currently worded as a portion of the district plan costs, but if you chose to represent it as covering all of the costs associated with that district plan change process, we just need to amend that in the wording.
Okay, the motion isn't that clear though, is it? It doesn't say that it's coming from the existing general rate?
Well, bearing in mind, councillors, again, those resolutions we passed at the start around, for modelling purposes, the operating budgets and the capital budgets.
Okay, all right.
So we're working from a change from there.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we might go in.
I do have one about the presentation of it, Your Worship.
I presume we could have on the rates notices a sort of a heading, government's compliance costs. I mean, Three Waters this and the district plan or
I think that's a matter for when we set the communications, we'll talk about that further.
I'm just checking that we could...
Yeah, we'll do everything we can to highlight it if that's the work direction the council wants to put in place, and Matt's not shaking his head, so I'm assuming that's doable.
Yeah, well, I think that's some issue we leave when we've done today's work and we start talking about how we communicate it. Okay, we're in debate. Ewan.
Your Worship, I believe the motion is self-explanatory, and for the sense of brevity, I was not going to speak to the matter. It is similar to what we've already passed, and it simply enables us to have transparency to our community for a government-imposed cost.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody who wants to add to the discussion? I might, just in saying that district planning is core to what we do. I don't necessarily see this one quite in the clean way that I see the waters one. You know, we are obliged to adapt our district plan to new pressures. Yes, I think we should definitely be telling the community what part of that is sheeted home to government requirement, but I don't think I can go as far as making a targeted rate, especially as it's per rateable property, so it's a flat rate. So I'll probably just vote against from that reason. Councillor McPherson.
Sorry, can we have the wording up there? Because I wasn't aware it was, I thought it was all the same sort of rate as before.
It says per rateable unit.
So, yeah, I was just looking at this, reading it the same way as the previous ones have been done. So that is meant to be a flat rate, is it?
I'm unaware. It is. That's a flat rate. And that's what Councillor Wilson requested?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Then I have a problem with that, because I don't have a problem with separating it out, because I think it is in similar category to the waters. It's an extra compliance cost. I think we should definitely do that. But I do have a problem.
Councillor Dave, I'm more than comfortable to amend this to reflect the consistency with the other one.
Well, sorry, my assumption was that I didn't check that closely enough. So, Madam Chair, if we...
Look, I'm sorry, that detail escaped. So I'm responsible. I'm happy to change it to reflect your wishes.
Okay. Could we do that, Your Worship, and start again so it's based on the same capital value as...
The mover and seconder may do as they wish in that regard.
I think Ewan's indicated that he wants to.
And the seconder is?
And so that, just to be absolutely clear for councillors who are tuning in, etc., that means it's now on a capital value basis. Yes. So that will be average property. Yeah. And everything up and down from that.
Yeah. So
Okay, so have you finished
So,
your debate?
no, now that that's sorted, I do think it's a similar situation. It's a compliance, government policy-driven cost, extra cost, like the water was. And though it's not one that I brought up, I'd have to be consistent. I think we should support that being there. It's a limited life one for 5 years and gives us room to do other things. It's not talking about expenditure on the rate, on the district plan that we would have to do anyway. That's still in our general rate where it should be. It's the new stuff that's being driven by government policy changes, and that's a fair way to reflect it at the moment, I'd suggest.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Yeah, look, I'm slightly disappointed that it's been changed away from the flat rate, which is what I would prefer for all of these, but I may still bend on that. Look, I actually kind of changed my mind on this. Initially, I smile at when we went away for that retreat and we were sort of saying 2 or 3 targeted rates is probably enough, and now we're creeping up to 5 or possibly 6 or but having said that, there's something attractive about compliance costs, bang, 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 and sheeting it back to the government. And I'm going to support this. I think yeah, it's good, Ewan. I'm going to support this, and let's try and be transparent about these things instead of getting hammered for them. If they're coming from the government, some of the government's ideas, some of which are foolish, then let's sheet it back home to them.
Right, oh sorry, Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, I'm increasingly frustrated with this and with the process, and part of me wants to, for the purpose of being consistent with the water one that we've just passed, want to support this. And my frustration stems from the fact that I raised this at the council meeting yesterday and was told that, look, we don't track the quantums of compliance and legislative changes that the central government passes down to us. And I took that on face value, and here we are now, quickly on the cuff, being able to quantify it for 2 areas. I think in a perfect world, it would have been great to be able to ring fence all of it for roading, for water, for building, for every activity that we do. And I think that probably that number would have been eye-watering, and then putting in bold capital letters on the rates notice, these are the costs and this is one targeted rate to cover everything. My concern also with this one is, and I really I'm not sure how I'm going to vote yet, is that we are going to end up with 6 or 7 targeted rates. And I think it may look, even though I'm a fan of targeted rates, I feel that it's not going to be well received by the public. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the process, the fact that we've sort of allowed to jump the gun 2 new targeted rates when we haven't looked at the 3 or 4 that we talked about at those 2 days of retreats, and I think that those targeted rates may be at risk. So I'd actually quite like to be able to park this one and wait till we have the full discussion, but I appreciate the process. But I'm glad there's one more speaker, because I'm just not sure. I'm leaning towards, unfortunately, not voting for this one at this stage. But I think it's more a process situation for me than anything else.
Thank you, and there again, holding the view that at the end of the day, once this has been part of the modelling, it may be something that people consider revising or not, along with other things. That's not a reason for you not to indicative, to give your indicative opinion now, because that's very helpful. Otherwise, why vote? Okay, Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I share with Deputy Mayor Taylor a concern that it's not a flat rate, but I'm not going to die in the ditch over it, given the poor turnout who supported me in the last vote. But look, I think we're getting a real message here. This isn't old ways and old times. We're being inundated by central government with a whole lot of compliance matters. I'm not surprised that 75% of the 15 million is being attributed now as an estimate to the NPSUD. And look, we've been given a standard template, I believe, designed for Auckland by a firm of consultants, and the government is saying, go out and replicate this in your own city. So I think we're going to have a lot of pushback as we work through the district plan changes to incorporate NPSUD. We're going to get pushback from our residents, from the developers, from business. So it's not going to be a reasonably easy feat to put all of these changes in place. I think the separate, I'll call it a targeted rate because we argued on that last time. The targeted rate sends a message to our residents that this is an unavoidable cost. It also sends a message to the government that this is yet another additional cost that they're foisting on her. I shook in despair when I saw Minister Mahuta on Q&A last week telling the country that the government does not have money to give to local government, and yet they've certainly got plenty of work that they'll give us. And I think if something does come out of this, it will be sending a message clearly to central government that our ratepayers cannot afford the ongoing costs of compliance that they are foisting on us. And I haven't got a credit to carry forward to the next debate. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I was a bit unsure about this one, appreciating what Councillor Wilson is trying to do. It's not sexy, but I think I'll give it my tentative support in that we're forming some robust discussions over the next couple of days, and at best we're going to create something to take to the community and test. My reservation is some of the comments that have been raised about some of the costs which are still not have been attributed to this government compliance. So my sort of hesitation is maybe at the end of this we'll have a better idea of how we can frame them up either collectively as one targeted rate for simplicity for our community, or maybe be 2 or 3, but it just needs to be simplified, because if we keep going at this rate we're going to have a bunch. So I will support it at this stage.
Anybody else wish to speak to this? No, it doesn't look like that, so we will go to the vote. Oh, sorry, apologies. Write a reply.
Thank you. Look, thank you all for your consideration. And to Councillor Angela, look, I understand and I can feel your frustration for the reasons you've articulated. You did raise this yesterday. So look, I understand that. My motivation here is truly trying to address what I see as a process. There is no doubt, and I think we all agree, and from what I've heard everybody say, that the government has sheeted home to us copious amounts of cost. And they have in the past been able to get away with the fact that the ratepayer hasn't fully understood, when council lands on its rates, where a lot of those costs emanate from. And all I'm trying to do, and I accept Councillor Ryan's point that this is a bit of a blunt instrument, it's not sexy, but it's an attempt to clearly show where this cost belongs. And so I would ask Councillor Angela to think, I accept her frustration, but I hopefully she will see my motivation and why I've tried to do what I have with the process I have in front of me. And so that's it. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote, but just before we do, I've been advised, literally this second, that there's some lack of confidence in the numbers that Blair has. I'm not going to ask him to speak to it because we've done all that, but we'll just it'll be brought to the table as part of the end of end of the debate session, so we can review it again if the numbers are indeed not as they've been expressed. Otherwise, I'm going to leave it lying on the table again, and that just seems messy because we've already had debate. So philosophically, it is where it is. So we will go to the vote. They can't do that. Come up at the last minute. Can't do that. Oops, no, sorry. Can you do that again, please? Because I've reset. I've just done the wrong thing. Okay.
I did not. I just said I agree with you one, and then I didn't press anything.
Okay, what's happening? Yeah, I made a wrong mistake.
The motion is carried, noting Mayor Southgate and Councillor Forsyth are dissenting.
Okay. Okay, just like, this is all for the purposes of budgeting. It's not helpful to be brought a 12th hour change of numbers, of course, but we'll have a chance to bring those all together at the end. There we go. Okay, we're back to...
Last we saw was Captain Hamilton over there, Ryan, had his mouth open, partially asking a question.
What did you call him?
Captain Hamilton. There's a slip of the tongue.
Okay, let's just take a step back because it's always hard. We've had lunch, we've had a couple of things drop in, a bit last minute information, which is not putting us in the right headspace. Could you reintroduce where we're at so that we're all on the same page, and then we'll pick up the questions and debate.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I was going to suggest to elected members just a process in light of the motion that you passed earlier around the waters targeted rate and now the district plan targeted rate. I think that that we're looking for a quantum of money or projects to potentially go from targeted rates to be funded from general rates to give effect to that. But equally, I'm aware that there are various motions to be considered around projects in and out, deferred, etc. And so what I think would be a way to work through that was to, when we're discussing priority one, to just disregard whether something's targeted rate versus general rate funded in the first instance, and talk about the total sort of projects and activities that are funded from within that priority, and then consider whether, and do that for each of the 5 priorities. And once we've been through those 5 priorities, to then consider which aspects of those projects are funded from general rate versus targeted rate. So that approach will mean that it doesn't change the overall impact on the total rates, but it will just mean that we have worked through the 5 priority areas and been able to reflect what elected members would like in, out, timing change, etc., before trying to make a decision about what's targeted rate versus general rate in priority 1 before we've discussed priority 2, 3, 4 or 5.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're into priority and 1. You were in the middle of a question. I'm sure it was a really good one. Yeah.
Mayor Paula, 2 questions. I guess probably Chris Allen, on page 30 of Diligent for us, under the Road to Kauri program, Brimer Road urbanisation, we've got at 12.3 million. Does that speak to anything that we approved yesterday up to the zoo, or is this separate?
Stage 1 and 2 or 3 or...
So, sorry, I haven't got the page number, but it's the same issue. So yesterday, I think for stage 1, there should be $4.5 million there in year 1 and 2, and that's what you approved yesterday for bringing the Brimer Road forward just in the immediate vicinity of the Zoo Road, and the balance of Brimer Road will be at the back end of the 10-year plan.
But we also approved the NZTA subsidy for that, notwithstanding initial scepticism.
Yep. So, and look, as I said on numerous occasions, we will always chase NZTA subsidy if we think there's an opportunity. I think our advice on that one is that will be challenging, but we will definitely chase it.
Okay, other question, me, Paula, and it's sort of on behalf of Mark because he's away as well. Wanted to bring Gordonton Road corridor, Wairiri to Bourman, back into the funded at 6.3 million. Just wondering what process you want to go through to do that or achieve that. Doesn't say.
So that'll be close, would it not?
Question, who's answering that question?
Can you just repeat the question, please, Ron?
So in 2.6 on the table, table 4, on page 33 of Diligent, Gordonton Road, Wairiri to Bourman, 6.3 million. I'm not sure if that's gross or net, Chris.
Yep.
But we'd like to bring that into the funded. I'm not sure on the process.
Yep.
If he just sends
Should I give some context?
We can. Sure.
So elected members have considered a paper on Gordonton Road this year, and they made a decision. There's some funding this financial year, something in the order of $2.7 million. What they resolved to do was to buy land for the Puketaha Road intersection for future-proofing, to design mini roundabouts at Darjon intersection and Puketaha intersection, and bring that back to infrastructure operations in February next year for a discussion on the relative priorities for putting a mini roundabout at those two intersections. So currently our advice was that the more important intersection was Gordonton and Darjon, and Robin has $2 million allowance in her low-cost, low-risk program to do that work. So what we don't have a funding plan for would be if you decided to do physical works on the Puketaha Gordonton Road. So we think that one's a little bit more complex than the Darjon, just with the corridor and some of the services in the corridor. So it's probably in the order of $3 million gross. So we've already had advice from NZTA through the business case. It's unlikely that we would get a subsidy for that particular intersection. So if you wanted to bring it back in, my suggestion would be $3 million gross to bring back into the budget.
This is 6 in here though.
Yeah, so the corridor was funded many years ago for improvements on the corridor. Since then, we've done a lot of work and come back to council a number of times. We did the Thomas Gordonton intersection. The original budget was for a larger upgrade of Puketaha that put a leg into St James. So when we brought it back to council, it was to buy the land. The decision was to buy the land to allow us to do that in the future if we needed to, but just to keep it as a three-legged mini roundabout. So the costs are reduced, I guess, in the corridor program, but you'd need to bring $3 million forward to meet the request of Councillor Mark.
Okay, so yeah, I'd like to do that if we could. I don't know what the process is, Mayor Paula, to get that on the table.
You need to send to Becca a motion to that effect, what you're trying to achieve with a seconder, and then when we come to putting all the motions, we'll include that one.
Okay, thank you.
And then you've already asked a question, so for clarity, but at that stage when the motions are up, everyone's got the chance to clarify with staff the implications of those motions. Okay, does that make sense? I thought it made sense to me anyway. All right, cool. Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Thank you. And just going back, I'll be happy to second that for Councillor Ryan. And just a quick question with, let me find the page, sorry. Page 34, the unfunded operational proposal. Just a quick question around the community strategies and planning that's unfunded. Do we know, is that for new strategies or
existing ones, or does it affect renewals? Things like age-friendly, disability, youth, like is that in that group, or do we know?
I can answer that, Mayor Paula. So it's for new strategies and plans, but it's also for supporting engagement on current work program as well. So there have been some additional costs and engagement on strategies and plans. So it's partly engagement, but it's also partly resource for any new strategies or plans that we do.
Yeah. Okay. Did that answer your question, Cash?
Yep, so will that affect the current work that's going on with developing all those community plans and strategies?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, that answers my question. I'll have a think. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Chair. So I'll start with a few questions in the unfunded area. One, following Ryan's question about Gordonton Road corridor, I'm questioning staff's assertion that the Darjon intersection is not going to attract any subsidy on the base, and I'm not sure where we have these discussions because we haven't had the chance to have them in a proper forum. We're now in an LTP, and staff have made these sort of proposals, but as happened yesterday with the Brymer Road one, there is a case for arguing for subsidy. So I'm talking about not about the change in costs, I'm talking about a change in revenue issue there, which may tip the balance of bringing it back in.
Well, ask that as a question. We actually did have all of these things up in those 2 days, as you know, so that could have been canvassed at the time.
This one was canvassed then. This one very definitely, the Gordonton Road corridor was canvassed and I canvassed on many occasions the extra revenue we could possibly get, and staff have just pushed back and come back with what they had up 2 weeks ago, to be honest, Your Worship. This was clearly raised by me that we should be counting on revenue, and there were good reasons to get it. Brymer Road was one, Gordonton Road was another, where I specifically raised it.
Well, you're entitled to put a motion to bring.
Well, I want to ask staff.
Ask the question about the funding for sure.
I don't know whether your assertion that there won't be a subsidy relates just to the Darjon Road intersection or to the whole corridor, because as a strategic corridor coming into the city, it seems to be there's arguments that might outweigh any issue about a particular intersection. So I want to find out what your basis for saying we're not going to get anything for Gordonton Road corridor is.
So just for clarity, like we have brought this to council, and our view is that and Robin will correct me if I'm wrong, but that the Darjon intersection will attract NZTA subsidy. So we'll do that in the low cost, low risk category, and it will attract subsidy. Now,
I'm sorry, we got a different answer just before.
No. So
$3 million, no subsidy.
No. So there's two intersections. There's Darjon Gordonton, which will attract subsidy at a low cost, low risk. And then there's the Puketaha one. When we brought it to you, we don't think the crash characteristics are high enough to attract subsidy. So it's that one, it's $3 million. We don't think that will get subsidy, and we've been told by NZTA, in fact, that it won't get subsidy. So one will, one won't.
So will you answer my question now, which was about the whole corridor, which is what I raised originally as being a strategic corridor that's got a number of components, but it should get subsidy overall. Why is that not?
That's been the subject of a number of reports to council. So we've done a business case for the corridor, and these are the components of that corridor that will get subsidy. So it has been rehearsed in front of council a number
We've
of
got a
times.
difference of opinion about what got discussed and what didn't then, Chris, because when they put up the expressway, they didn't do it intersection by intersection, they did it as a whole long length.
Okay, look, Dave, we're not into debate across staff, but if you have a strong view, craft a motion that reflects what you want to
I will when
achieve.
Mark comes back on that. And the meeting that we had that did discuss to a certain extent also expressed that view about Puketaha
Yes,
coming
some
back
did,
in.
and I guess not all things are going to be in for all people, but if you feel strongly about that, which you do.
Well, I do object to your comment, though, that I had the opportunity to raise this before, because I did raise it before.
You might. Lots of people have raised all sorts of things, and not all of that has been captured. But
no.
the process today, hang on, the process today allows you every democratic opportunity to put it back in.
Yes, but I didn't appreciate your comment implying that I hadn't raised it, because
No,
I
I
had.
didn't say that. I said we all had plenty of opportunity to delve into it when we had those things up on the wall, remember? That
Yes.
was all I was saying.
Well, I took that opportunity and still didn't reflect on any more information than before. Okay, so the Te Rapa North one on the same page as that, page 34, the urban upgrades which are unfunded, do they relate to the Te Awa Lakes development?
I'd
5.1.
Yeah, I'd have to double check. I'm pretty sure that's upgrades on Te Rapa Road, sort of north towards Te Awa Lakes. Yes. Yep.
So is it something that's what I'm asking really is Te Rapa Lakes development, residential development, going to then force us to do some upgrade work in this area? And then I would ask, would that be covered by DCs, or is there going to be a gap that we have to fund there? Because they have been approved the first step and they're about to apply for resource consents.
Yep. So answering those questions, maybe not in the same order, but there won't be any DCs because there is no project in the 10-year plan. So if we want to collect DCs, we need to have a project in the 10-year plan, and there isn't one. There's been a plan change for Te Awa. So the plan change has got a number of rules and triggers in there that talk about the infrastructure and alignment with the development. It's a conversation that we'll be having with the developer over a number of years as they progress their development now about the detail of the impacts of their development, the mitigations that is required, and who pays.
Well, when you say there aren't any DCs for Te Rapa North, I'd have a problem with that if it was correct, but I'm looking on page 165, Chris, which shows Te Rapa North DCs with a new reduced figure actually for the new LTP as opposed to the old one. And that's in the documents that came out yesterday.
Sorry, my comment was probably specifically to that intersection upgrade which you talked about is Te Rapa North. So if we want to collect DCs for the upgrade of Te Rapa Road, we would have to have a project in there which was targeted at the improvements to Te Rapa Road. We don't, so we can't collect DCs. I think in...
Well, can we not put it in there? I mean, look, can't you see the problem? Te Awa's had the plan change approval. Te Awa Lakes, sorry. They're about...
Let's not get into debate
No.
at this point.
Jesus Christ.
No, Dave, we do understand.
Well, I'm
Ask
not sure you do.
your questions for clarity, and
It's
in the debate part of the meeting, you'll be able to expound
No, it
your
is
view.
not the debate part of the meeting. I'm trying to find out why staff haven't included an improvement that's clearly going to go ahead when we have considered DCs in that area and actually planning to reduce them.
Well, that's a good
when we
question.
know something's coming up
I'm
in the
happy
lift
to-
in the
happy
next
to-
2 years.
Happy to have the question answered, and then if you don't like the answer to it, you know you're in the same space as before. Craft a motion.
What, doing staff's job for them here?
No, please remain polite. Craft a motion which will be
I
considered.
don't know the figures that it should be. I don't know the
Ask
cost.
your
I don't know why it
questions.
hasn't been put in
Ask
there.
your questions and we will allow staff to work with you to craft a motion that might be suitable, which is the same that everybody else here has to do for what they want as well.
So can I ask
Can-
Chris a
answer-
question?
Can you give us some clarity to the
So
question?
Chris, would, if that project, if it was included in our 10-year plan, would it attract development contributions? I just want to understand that first.
Yes.
Yes, it would. And there'd be a portion of it would be ratepayer funded and a portion would be DC funded as part of that.
Yes.
Yep. So, the reason it's not included is it wasn't considered a priority and we can make the ratepayer portion fit within our debt revenue number?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So, Dave, the
Well,
reason...
there's some more questions, like would the ratepayer portion attract an NZTA subsidy? Because sometimes that is the case,
Yep, so-
sometimes
That's
not.
a good question.
Yeah,
Let's
so
answer that.
all of that is a really good question. So I'm trying to work through your questions. I understood what they were. I'm just trying to step through them. I'm translating it to engineer. Chris, does it attract NZTA funding?
I think it would be unlikely in my view.
Yeah. So so from this point of view, we were to include it. There would be a DC portion of it, and we could, at a motion, include it. It would then have to work out whether or not we find substitutes or it had an impact on the total bottom line when we finished all this over the next few days.
So my problem with this here that's come to us is that we know something's about to happen there, given the legal decisions that have been made, but we've made no allowance for it either in the capital works or in the DCs.
Yep, and we put our best foot forward with this budget and trying to make as much of it stack up as much as we could. But we are here today to try and reflect the elected member perception of the value. And so, I'm more than happy to work with you on a recommendation to include it, Councillor Dave.
Well, I'm happy to do that as long as we're, those sorts of things. I don't see why I'm having to bring, or other councillors having to bring them up now, Your Worship. This is something that's not just come up today. 2 months ago or something, Te Awa got its approval. So we should have been alerted to that being an issue.
There has been a variety of discussion, but test it now. Now's the time for you to work with staff to get that motion clear. I'm not trying to shut your democracy down here, Dave. I'm trying to enable it. And you've got staff have given you answers to your question now, and they've offered some support to craft something that might be tenable, and we'll put it to the test. And I don't think I can be fairer than that, to be quite honest.
Well, okay.
Any more questions, please?
Yeah, quite a few, thanks. Going back to page 34, I believe it was, where we were before. I wanted to check, and this was possibly with Lance, to do with the comment down the bottom, I think it is, 122, Lance, about the, is Lance here? Yep. Yeah, sorry. About the HBHS turf issue. When we were discussing it with them the other day, they were putting the line that they wouldn't accept. They would only be able to do it if we funded some of it in return for providing a walkway or / cycleway through the edge of the property. And I was just wondering, have we budgeted anywhere for the cost of the cycleway land coming through there? Is there anything in the budget, proposed budget, that we could offset there?
It might be Chris or Eva Lisa around the Eastern Pathways. Sorry, I'm
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that's part of the Eastern Pathways program and funding currently in terms of the business case scoping of those projects currently underway.
Is there a land cost purchase, sort of amount sitting in there somewhere? I'm trying to work out.
The high-level principles for land purchase are there, but I'm unsure whether the cost for actual land purchase is included, but I can clarify that.
Okay, well, that's another one, Your Worship, could I suggest that we do work on, because if it was going to cost us land for some land at HBHS and they would give it to us free if we put it into another area, it might be worth looking at. And it may be something that has to come up early next year, but I'm saying that we just sort of check that.
Motion to that effect.
Yep.
Otherwise, it goes in a list of unfunded, still gives the opportunity
Yeah, but there might be time next year to do.
There might, just both of those give them an opportunity to come to the table with a proposal. I'm actually expecting them to come to the table with a proposal. I'm also expecting Girls High to do the same because I know what they're working on in the background, and we all do. And so, yeah, it's one of those ways of going forward that'll all work, I think.
But could we work the figures out in advance so that we have some guidance for councillors?
Feel free to work with staff and to scope that up and see what's possible.
Not for today, though. The next one I had was the Brymer Road question that Ryan asked about, number 6.1 on page 30. You've got the same net and gross there, Chris, and yesterday we decided to push back in that area. At what stage would we know whether we were going to be able to get a subsidy, given all the excellent reasons we came up with yesterday to help staff get the subsidy? I mean, will we know in time for the final director's cut or whatever we call it for the...
Chris?
Yeah, look at that. It has come up pretty suddenly. So I've started a conversation with Robin about that. So we will look. Our view is it'll be challenging to get a subsidy for that, but we, as always, will give it a good shot, and we'll try and do some preliminary work over the next couple of weeks to see that opportunity. So the director's cut being at the side of Christmas you're talking about?
No, they used to call the CEO submission.
Yeah, so by the time finalising the 10-year plan, is that what you're referring to? Yeah, we'll definitely have some sort of view by then.
Yeah, so that's a potential revenue change. Yep. Okay, so the other one I had was footpaths, somewhere on 1.5 footpath renewals. If we say the gross capex, probably Evelisa, is 40 million, and I thought we were getting subsidy for our footpath renewals now, so we should be getting the net cost would only be about 20 million. So we're not. Looks to me like some footpaths are being subsidised and some aren't. So.
Is that your question? Can you answer that?
Sorry.
Get an answer to that bit, Dave.
Yes, because there's been an assumption which we've discussed, provided elected members an understanding of the NZTA subsidy expectations. Even though our renewals program has increased in the footpath area, we are not anticipating that we'll get that increase fully subsidised in terms of the renewal program, and therefore you won't see that 51% split in that footpath renewal program.
But given the policy statements by government, wouldn't they qualify? Or is it just a matter of...
It's a matter of how much they have to give.
In the bucket?
Yes.
They're about to, in the next week or so, I thought, tell us that some buckets were overspent and some were underspent. And I've got last time, footpaths was one of the ones that was underspent, and they asked for last-minute applications.
Is that correct? We're still in questions. Is that correct, Eva?
Yes, there are opportunities to do exactly that with Waka Kotahi for this year.
So can I ask maybe again that be revised if we have new information for early next year?
Yes.
Just the revenue side.
Okay, just so you know, elected members, if you think what you're asking for staff to calculate or look into is being overlooked, it's not. I was going to use a whiteboard, but we're actually more modern than that. We're capturing it electronically, which enables our remote councillors to see it, and periodically we'll have the updated list of what's on there come back, otherwise we'll lose threads. So everything that you are asking for, Dave, is being considered. It's on the list, it's in the background being considered, just so you know.
Okay, look, the last one I have in this group is the Tristram Collingwood upgrade, just checking where that sits, or is that in a CBD one, because I'm thinking of the discussions we've had in the CBD working group has had about the whole stretch of Tristram.
Is it in, Chris?
Somewhere else, just find it. Should be
So I've page 44. It is Central City intersection
Okay.
upgrade, Tristram Collingwood.
In funded? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I was looking and thought it'd be under transport, but that's fine, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor. No one online. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I'm just seeking clarification on just looking at the Transport Centre rejuvenation, and I was just, I caught most of, I think, what Evelise has said before. So in year, we've got 2.254 million there at the moment, net. Now, that was going up, is that right?
There is the recommended option requires an increase in funding if elected members were to deliver the recommended option in the business case to 7.7 million with and then minus NZTA subsidy.
With subsidy, right. So would that, what does that come to? I wasn't clear what that came to as an increase for us. 1.5?
Yes.
Okay. And are you, what years are you thinking about doing that? When would that be done?
Construction of that business case is now, so construction will start year 1.
So it's all in year 1, or?
It has been split across year 1 and year 2 in the current draft 10-year plan.
Okay. And can you explain for me again, sorry, why it's gone up? Why it's more expensive than what's in here? Why the business case is more?
Through the NZTA business case process, there were principles and requirements that were determined as needing to be included. So the Transport Centre upgrade is both internal and external. So the cost of the waterproofing on the external has provided an increase in cost, and the accessibility improvements for the Transport Centre to bring them into best practice for the centre in terms of toilets and access to our transport network were considered critical by our Intercity and our external partners that use the Transport Centre.
Okay. And does that rejuvenation have to be done in years 1 and 2?
The centre is not fit for purpose at the moment, but should elected members wish to push that out, I wouldn't recommend that, but that's a decision that elected members can make.
Okay, thank you. The mass transit budget there, there's a figure of 12.7 million across the 10 years. Can I get some visibility on what that's actually going to? Like, has it been sheeted home to various projects, or is it just a kind of figure that's there at the moment? Have we got subsidy approved for it already, or is it?
It's a funding placeholder, so it's a figure.
Okay.
In terms of understanding the mass transit improvements that are potentially there for the future.
Okay.
We've assumed subsidy on those two.
All right. So obviously good work that needs to be done, but if we were looking at trimming any budgets, would it be possible to move, say, half of that figure out away from years 1 to 5 into 6 to 10, just in the interest of trying to save money? Is there any problem with that?
So are you, just to clarify, are you requesting the mass transit capital line be pushed?
Yeah.
From, there is no issue with that. There, in terms of there is an opportunity to utilise that to fund the increase of the Transport Centre rejuvenation.
Okay, great, thank you. So that's possible. And just one last one, thank you, Mayor Paula. Just looking at the cycling budgets, so there's a lot. It's good to see there's a lot on the low cost, low risk, walking and cycling, 12.2, and various other ones, 30 million, low road to zero. There's a lot there. I'm just looking at on the next page where we've got the citywide biking and micro-mobility, which is currently in the targeted rate thing, is that a figure, or is that actually numbers put aside various projects, or is it a bit like the mass transit sort of placeholder?
It's a placeholder with some identified potential projects.
Right. Okay. Okay. So again, I guess, just in the interest of trying to trim, if we need to get, again, there'd be no great issue with pushing it out into the later years in the LTP?
No, we would just need to adjust and prioritise our work programs because
Okay.
the quality of what we do, we'd still need to do the quality per project.
Yep, okay.
It's just a prioritisation matter.
Okay. And last question, if we were looking to trim money from cycling, where would be the best place to do it? The low risk, low cost stuff, or the Eastern Pathways, or that particular one, the citywide biking and micromobility? Where would be the best place to do it?
That's a tricky question, but I wouldn't touch the low cost, low risk programs.
Okay.
So I would look towards either Eastern Pathways or the biking and micromobility program,
Okay, okay.
in my view.
Great. Okay, thanks. Very helpful. Thank you.
So what I propose that we do.
Sorry, I had a question arising out of that.
Okay.
The mass transit, just questions of Jeff's. I'd like to ask Eva Lisa if the mass transit placeholder that she described, which was an interesting term, included any of the items listed under mass transit in the last LTP that were listed for years 1 to 3 that haven't happened yet. I'm not talking about the new LTP, I'm talking about...
That's a clear question. So in other words, would you be delaying further?
In other words, have they already been listed and projects,
Yeah.
in some cases, sorted?
Eva Lisa's thinking about that right now, I can see.
Can we just confer on that one? We probably just need to check with Robin.
Because
Yes.
the last LTP actually had a list that went out for consultation of projects, some of which were mass transit ones.
Well,
We can't answer that accurately at the moment. If we could come back.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
So a few questions. One was in regard to the biking micromobility funding, the 48 million gross there. Could we get some clarity on what projects that would likely fund? Or examples if you can't give a exact.
Yeah, I'm just, so in terms of the projects, the key priorities would be relating to filling the network gaps in terms of the biking and micromobility. So the network gaps identified in the central city and connecting our communities. Examples of those, apologies, I'm just going to my notes. I have sorry, I'm just trying to work 3 devices right now. Would be the Claudelands Bridge connection, the Heafy Terrace connections, and connecting Dinsdale and Frankton cycling gaps that have been identified would be the higher priority.
Okay. And in terms of, so some of that would any of that be within the central city, say Victoria Street or anything like that?
So they would be connecting the western side of the city into the central city, and then having the potential to connect the central city to existing cycling networks that cross the river.
Okay. Another question, just with the mass transit a little bit more clarification on that too would be really helpful. So I understand it might be priority for buses, but also it mentioned Te Huia or H2A.
No, it doesn't. So the mass transit was around projects that included transit interchanges and corridor priority upgrades to support public transport.
Yeah.
And also and intersection priorities. So it does have some thinking around it, but there is no confirmed projects for them.
Okay. In terms of the parks connections, which was one that Mark has put up as a motion, I was just interested in what's the likelihood of NZTA funding for that and how that kind of fits into the picture.
So if I can, Maria is going to hopefully answer that question through the chair.
Designed partially to align with the transport program and partially to link to visitor destinations and partially with parks renewals. So the short answer is some of it may be eligible, but probably not all of it.
Right, okay. Would it be possible to get an idea of what, right, so, but what we've put in the budget currently is unfunded, has already taken into account what would be eligible and what wouldn't? No?
No.
Oh, okay. Would it be possible to get that information? Or hard to?
That would be very difficult.
Okay. Okay, all right, so it's a bit of an unknown exactly how much would be subsidised?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'd have to, in conversations with Robin, we'd have to do that analysis and then you'd have to have a look at the prioritisation of other transport projects and whether, yeah.
So this, I guess it's biking and micromobility business case will settle the key connections and the network that we want for cycling, and that it will be about identifying where some of those parks connections actually fit and contribute to that bigger network, and then being able to land it as part of that. So.
Okay, so the reason why this is separate is because it comes under community, like parks, rather than your transport stuff.
Yes. And because not all of it is designed specifically for transport outcomes.
Yes. Some of it's walking and enjoying. Okay. Thank you. Nearly there. Just one more thing was the Peacock connection that we've talked about in terms of the link from Peacock over to Cobham Bridge, where there's a road designated. And we've talked about having just walking and cycling to start with. Would it be possible to note that if we were able to shift funding off balance sheet and create some headroom, that would be an item to be considered when we come back to this, say in the new year? Is that an appropriate way to go about it, or how would you kind of flag that?
No, I don't know if I can advise that because of... What's the best way to keep... What are you trying to achieve here, Sam?
Just that, so if we were able to create greater headroom in terms of what we can achieve, say with Peacock, we talked about having at the very kind of start of the development, having that walking cycling link along that road designation. So you've got a quick access into the city centre. But at the moment, I don't see there being headroom because it would potentially be quite costly, around, Chris said possibly 15 million or something. So I wouldn't be trying to put it in right now. But if we could get that, the HIF transferred to a IF, then we could just consider it again with a different context. That's what I'm saying. So I was keen to kind of have it on the agenda to consider when we get that information back about whether we can transfer some of that loan off balance sheet. So then we can consider it as a whole.
What's the staff recommendation on this? I mean, there is the opportunity to bring it back. It can sit in unfunded and be bought up. That might be the cleanest way to do it.
Okay.
I'm thinking, but I don't want to be wrong here. Help me out.
So I think we can probably have a motion to note that, and that if that does become available, that we can bring it back to a future decision of council.
And the project part sitting unfunded, so that it remains visible. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do I need to craft anything, or is someone?
Becca, do we need to, or do we note it in the minutes?
I think we can draft something up.
Action point that it be captured in the unfunded and the exact words.
I think the clear intention here is that the report talks about later on the agenda the possibility of off-balance sheet structures for peacocks. And what Councillor Thompson is saying is that if we in the future achieved such a structure, she would like it noted that one of the priority potential projects to be considered at that time to be funded by the debt capacity would be this particular project. So that's, I think if there was an action note to just note that, that's sufficient.
Yeah, and to have the approximate costings if possible of that. Yeah. Thank you.
Happy with that? Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. I'm just on page 34 in the unfunded, the bottom two, 2.8 litter control and 2.9 verge landscaping weren't on the original sheets with unfunded. So were these items originally thought to be increases in levels of service? Why are they in the unfunded?
Sorry, Angela, what page did you say?
Page 34,
Thank
and
you.
it's point under the unfunded operational proposals.
Got
Yeah,
that.
2.8 and 2.9 in that table.
Thank you.
So through the chair, these have switched priorities. So they were originally another priority, but that is the portion of unfunded that our asset managers have identified a level of service, and that is the unfunded portion that did not make the base.
So both of those veg landscaping and litter control are what suggested levels of service from the group. Not keeping up with the growth of the city.
Yes, correct, and there was a portion included in the base, but this reflects the unfunded portion.
And is that what was the focus on the litter control one? What was the reason for increasing the levels of service from the staff's perspective?
Due to the number of complaints being received, but also as a growing city, it means that there's more streets and litter pickup required on a regular basis. So it's to keep Hamilton beautiful.
So so are we trying to do more for less, or more for the same? I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Or the service level will be slightly less, won't it? The service level delivery. So it's not more for less, it might just be less.
Well, no, we're covering more areas with the same budget, right?
Which might mean we do less.
Yes, well, yeah, I don't think that's looking after what we've got actually, but I'll have a think about that because that's an issue.
Thanks. Councillor Bunting, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Hello. I'm sorry if I repeat some questions that may have been asked earlier, but I'll do my best to use my ESP and see how we go. The Parks Connection program, can I ask staff, Maria, sorry, I know you just got comfortable. That's more than just bike tracks across parks, isn't it? I should have waited till you had your mouthful as well, just to make sure, make it perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. My next question is to Rebecca. No, just kidding. Okay, so this is because am I right? And I'm not trying to be political here. I just want to be clear on what this is. This is partly play program, partly transport, partly well-beings. Is that right? Right. Okay. Okay. So why is it in this particular easy to live in thing? Is it just because it ticked a lot of boxes, but it's just in this one because of
A lot of the community projects could have ticked any one of the boxes, and I just understand that's where it's landed. So.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry to get you up there. Gordonton Road, have we covered that one? I didn't hear if we have. Anyway, okay, so I notice that's an unfunded. This, am I right, Chris, is the, this is on page 101. This is the, particularly the Puketaha junction. Is that right?
That you've got up there?
You beauty.
Yeah, Ryan's already led that discussion.
Great. Okay, cool. And how did that go? Everyone love it? Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. And I was looking too at this one for the, something that was missing was the cycleway maintenance in the operating program. Who's the best staff member to ask about that one? Hello. Have we budgeted anything specifically for cycleway maintenance at this point yet?
Yes, $73,000 per year.
Per year. Okay, and what does that involve specifically?
That involves additional sweeping of the cycleways to keep them clear of debris.
Okay. Is it not pruning of trees like, or anything like that around them, or?
That we put under vegetation maintenance, so there are a couple of buckets that add to. I was just speaking through a chair, hence the pause. So there are a couple of items. So the tree pruning along the cycleways would be under our vegetation maintenance bucket of money, and the cycleway maintenance in terms of sweeping and maintenance is this budget.
So if things go as a lot of us would like, and we get a fair few more cycleways, will that 73k a year be sufficient, do you think, or?
No.
Not that I'm leading you by going like that.
No, it won't be. Hence, there's an unfunded portion in there. But it's also identifying moving forward what the consequential OPEX and ensuring that cycleways are maintained appropriately as we put them in place.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Paula. That's what I've got at the moment. Thanks, Evelisa.
Okay. So we seem to have exhausted all questions, and we're going to go.
About whether we had stuff
Yeah.
in the mass transit corridor from the last LTP.
Yeah, we're working on that. In the
No,
meantime,
I can respond to that now.
you can. Thank you.
So I'm looking at the schedule of projects that informed the last LTP. So for mass transit, we did not have identified separate projects. We just had some programs in. So we had them in three areas: corridor priority, interchanges, and intersection priorities. So in the 3-year period, we had about $4 million for corridor, nothing for interchanges, and $3.5 million for intersection priorities. I do note that, and I don't have the figures in front of me, but somewhere over the 3 years we invested some of that money in our Rotokauri transport hub. So some of the funding for the mass transit went in to supplement the transport hub. So we had programs, but not individual intersections.
Not all of it. How much?
I'd have to go and dig out the paper of how much went into the transport hub. We did have some identified transport hub stuff there, but I think from memory we bought the extra land, and that might have come from the mass transit.
I'm trying to find out if we spent all of it, because if we didn't spend it, there's an issue.
So ask that as a question, Elizabeth. Have we spent? Is there any underspend that should have been brought forward?
No, I think in this it's always been pretty much a program, and over the last 3 years, councillors have been looking and changing, quite a lot in the transport improvement project. So it looks a bit different now than what it looked like 3 years ago when we put this program together.
Well, Your Worship, I'm trying to find out if the General Manager has just identified we allocated $7.5 million. We've spent a bit of it, in a program that he's been in charge on, so I think I'm asking the right person, how much of that was spent on, of that 7.5 was spent on Rotokauri, nothing else has been done with it.
Okay,
But yet there's a proposal to push out even the stuff in the next 5 years.
I understand the question, and you'll get your plain language response. Thanks, Chris. What is your response to that?
If you want the granularity of that, I'd need some time to go and research the paper on that one. Yep, I can do that, yes.
Okay, you can talk to that in debate, Dave, at the right time. Let's progress through, and there's be a bit of, you have to just be patient because there's quite a lot of motions in this. Huh? Yep. So we've got some motions up for priority one. Not necessarily in any order, are they?
That is, no, not necessarily in the order,
Huh?
Mayor Porter, we've tried to put them, so the first set of motions around the capital program for the capital program that's funded, and then we talk about the unfunded, and then we talk about the things, the projects that were associated to the targeted rates.
Okay.
So if
So
you
it's
don't see
different
something in the
than the
first
way
one,
I
I
see
think
them.
we have them all, but
Okay.
we just work for
So
the
the
rest.
order may have been just slightly changed here. Okay, so we're going to go through them.
Sorry, can we get a page number, whoever's quicker to find page numbers for each one so we can see too, would be great. Page numbers.
Page number in terms of what are you looking for, the corresponding item in the
Yeah.
agenda. There may not be any more detail than
79, oh. 29.
well. So the first one is to do with the library, Hillcrest Library extension. So what page would we find information on that?
So
in
this
the
one
actual-
is on
Pardon?
page 29, table 1, and it's 2.4.
Thank you. Is that what you wanted, Councillor O'Leary?
Thank you very much.
Okay, so in respect to this, we will, given that, you know, this is subject to modelling again, so there may be later on the opportunity to remove bits. We'll put this one. It's been moved by myself and Deputy Mayor Taylor. I think unless there's any complicating factors, you should be able to understand this question. Yep. So, sure, so let me just explain what we were hoping to achieve there. We have been asked by staff on numerous occasions over the last few months to look for ways to ease the burden on the ratepayer, and we were given a list of potential opportunities to do this. And so Jeff and I spent some time on that, and it gives me no pleasure whatsoever to do some of this. None. Especially, and I'm a big fan of libraries, but we had to start with some opportunity to make changes or face the unpalatable consequences of a supremely high rate increase. So for the purposes of looking for savings, we have proposed this amongst a couple. And it's really just a delay because in our thinking, although the bridge to Peacock will be finished and so people will be able to access across the bridge, it'll be a while before the housing in Peacock creates the sort of community that might drive backwards and forwards over a bridge to use the library. That's basically the logic. Now there is some counter to that, which Lance has told us about, which is the lease arrangements with the other shops come to an end, so we would start to get to a point where we might have empty shops. We know that's a risk, but we still felt that that was worth testing to take some of that budget out past that 5-year period, therefore making a positive impact on the rate. So any questions? Dave?
So thanks for that logic, which I understand. Just when you've got it from years 1 to 5 taken out, was there a reason you didn't, for instance, say years 4 onwards? In other words, take it out of the next 3 years so it could be looked against to test your concerns about the upsurge in usage into the next LTP
Yeah,
round?
we did, but it doesn't have the same positive financial impact as taking it beyond the 5 years.
You're talking about the debt equity levels. And
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I can understand that.
Okay. I don't expect any of these to be popular. As I say, it gives me no pleasure, but you have to start somewhere with your debate, don't you? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. Just to follow on from that, I don't have really any optics to what this does. Debt to revenue just got mentioned, but I'm not seeing any modelling of it, and I'm not seeing any impact on rates, so I'm not really making an informed decision.
It was in the workshops that we've had, but Lance, do you want to give us a summary of this?
Well, no, actually, rather than that, probably a financial one is what I'm really after in terms of our overall financial position. I mean, what does this mean in real terms?
Okay.
Blair's been promoted.
So councillors, we're in your hands as to how you want us to provide you that information as it moves along. At the moment, you have the budget in front of you, which obviously has the rates and the debt to revenue. As we get through a section of all these priorities, we can give you an update. We can do it time by time. But essentially, in answer to your question, Councillor Ryan, a change such as this will effectively have an impact on primarily on the debt to revenue ratio, is where it will first show up. There'll be some small impacts on balancing the books, but it'll be on the debt to revenue where this primarily shows up, these sorts of large changes of capital projects by doing deferred.
What would be really helpful, given that we've probably got a lot more of these types of ones, is this equals 0.001% of a rate increase, or, you know, like just some real layman optics, because...
We're going to do at the end of each priority is what we proposed, because that's an incredible lot of work on staff.
But how can I make an informed decision without knowing the optics?
Well, I think you know that, as it said, the budget's in front of you. You know, we've got to make some savings, a collective of savings. This is one part of the collective of savings that we've identified. You don't have to agree with it.
There must be a percentage.
I don't see any savings, I just see it shifting.
Okay, so the document that's in front of you has the base budget, has and I'm going to use the debt to revenue as being the key chart, has a debt to revenue. What we've got is and it's currently parked on the table, is 2 attempts to set a financial strategy. And in doing so, by setting that financial strategy in any which way, and effectively setting those criteria, it places pressure on our capital program. So out of context of those resolutions, what we've got is a set of motions by the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor in an attempt to flatten out the debt to revenue curve. And the net result of that will enable you and give you options in the long run to challenge the level of rates increase in doing so. So this is about creating capacity for a future discussion. In principle capacity, whereby at the back end you're going to have all these, and we can show you the modelling. I mean, but we've modelled it as a cluster of all the programs for all the resolutions, if you know what I mean.
I think you answered it. You're turning into Chris Allen a little bit. You said flatten the curve. I got it when you said that.
Yeah.
Because I'm familiar with flatten the curve.
So basically we're peaking at the front end and we're just pushing it to the back end, which enables...
Everyone understands flatten the curve.
Yeah, that's right. Good, I'll shut up then.
Thank you.
Sorry, didn't think to use that word
Just
myself.
in future, flatten the curve quite often, Mayor Porter, and you might get somewhere with it.
Well, a few of these motions are around that same proposition. So just so you know, that's the kind of thinking. And we were...
options, isn't it?
Yeah. So any other questions on this particular motion? Councillor Bunting.
I do have one. Thank you, Mayor Paula. And I'm just wondering how flexible you are on it. I notice you've gone from 1 to 5 to 6 to 10, so I get the flattening the curve intention, and I agree with that, and I'm glad it's still in the program. I wonder if you would consider moving it instead of 1 to 5 from years 3 to 7, because that way it would tie in with the ends of the lease. It would still achieve, because the bulk of the spend is in the last part of that 5 years, and it may mitigate the empty shops that I'm worried about. Plus, it's more than just for Peacock as well. It's already at capacity, so I'm trying to draw a bit of a balance between.
I agree.
So
currently in year 4.
It's currently
in year 4, so I'd suggest it goes to year 7, the big spend.
Yep, and so we're suggesting this goes to year 6, I understand.
Okay.
So we could move it to year 7, which gives us more capacity, or year 4 to 6 is the impact of this. So
yeah.
So basically, year 1 to 5 is chocker.
Yeah.
Years 6 to 10's not.
Yeah.
This is a 4 to 6 move.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
which is probably better than what you thought.
Yeah, happy with that. It still does what you do.
Well, I'm
and it-
happy to make that adjustment. Are you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor?
No, I was going to say, could I make a suggestion? There is
I would rather not.
225 of sort of
Yeah.
work, so if
Yeah.
we put that in year 6.
Yep.
And then the bulk of it, which is 3.75 million, into year 7. Is that
Into year
acceptable?
7, yeah. I think that would be preferable. I think just for, that keeps it ticking along and it, well,
Yeah, as long as that you,
if you're happy with that, I'd gladly support
yeah.
it.
We're getting nods from staff that it's doable, so let's do that. So just
Okay.
amend it to,
And just be aware, we use the broad ranges
Yeah.
because it means when we go through everything, it gives us the capacity within those ranges to move things around, other things move
Yeah.
beyond our understanding. So that's why they're broad, but if we narrow them down, we have no issue with that. It just creates tightness at the back end, which we'll have to go back to you guys anyway.
Understand,
cool.
thank you.
so question, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, my question is perhaps a little more general in the sense of the motion that is currently on the table from the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor on the financial strategy. Is that based on what is currently in the funding? So any discussion here about bringing anything that is unfunded or flattening the curve, as you've talked about, and moving it from the first 5 years into the second 5 years, effectively changes and either improves or
That's right.
makes
My understanding of that.
the motion that's sitting on the table more and more unpalatable.
Yep, so yes, so anything added in potentially makes the graphs as common sense worse off. The intent of this one is it provides potentially uplift to the financial ratios to give elected members more options at the back end in terms of how they finally set those dynamics of the financial strategy and the rates increase.
So any unfunded item that comes in from years 1 to 5
Yep.
could in fact result in us exceeding our LGFA limit.
Potentially, yes.
Yep.
And that's one of the reasons that Mayor Paula wants us to model at the end of each of the priorities,
Yep.
so that you can get as early a heads up on that as possible without burdening staff with constant recalculations.
Yep, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And that's why we're doing it subject to calculations, because some of the calculations may prove that some of the things that we want are actually are impossible.
Impossible, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
So that's under the current proposal was to start the build of the library in 2020. 2024, and the Mayor's proposal is that a future council may decide to start the build in 2026. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any questions on Zoom? No, don't see any.
I think as Councillor Mark said, look, it's at capacity now, but I think with Peacock's Bridge opening in 2024, what we'd need to do, and which hasn't come out in the discussion, is promote Glenview Library more. That's probably one of our more underutilised libraries. So I think we'd have to be just a little bit innovative in what we do around if we have a growing population in Peacocks, around steering those people to, Glenview Library, which is sort of tucked around the back of the shopping centre there. So we've sort of got a plan B, Councillor Kesh, just around this. Obviously understanding our financial situation. Obviously, we'll do what we can around the leases, and I was just talking to Helen and Rebecca over the last couple of days. Could we talk to those leaseholders, once you make some decisions over the next couple of days and actually talk to them about would they like to extend for a couple of years and that sort of thing. If we do that sooner rather than later, then you're probably more likely to secure that. So I can't tell you the outcome of that, but we'd report that back to council anyway.
Okay, thank you. All right, no, there are no more questions, so we will go to the debate. I'm not going to debate it any further. I think it's debated enough. As I say, we've all got to play a part in right-sizing this budget so it's affordable for the community, which means that we all have to play a part in identifying some parts, as do staff, of course, some parts that can be deferred or potentially removed. And noting the answer to the question that was asked by Councillor Pascoe. However, if you start adding in new wants and wishes, you know, we're going to face a problem again. That's not to say you shouldn't do it, but there's ins and there's outs. Okay, so in debate, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Paula, look, I've got a real empty feeling in us even putting this up, really. But it goes to what the CEO was talking about before about trying to smooth some costs from years 1 to 5 and just push them out. With the aim being that this time tomorrow we might be looking at a smaller rates rise than would otherwise be the case. Look, when we had our session at the lake, I actually raised this one as one I wanted to see happen because it was unfunded at that time, and I know libraries are really important to Paula, so yeah, I'm half-hearted and empty about this, but at the same time I'm motivated, I suppose, just by the idea of trying to smooth some projects out by 1 or 2 years just to help us at the end of the day.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and I appreciate you've moved rather than trimmed, and I'm grateful for that. I mean, libraries take a beating in these sessions. We've seen a lot of unfunded stuff with our libraries, some really great stuff that our library staff are trying to do that has ended up unfunded. I'd remind people that we did say we're going to look after what we've got, and this is a big one. It flies under the radar because it functions so well, as does Chartwell, Glenview, St Andrews and the works. And like I mentioned before, it is really at capacity at the moment. If it fails and goes back to the original, I'll be quite as happy, but I think pragmatically I'll support you, Mayor Paula, on this one because I realise we've got to try and save some pingers. So, yep, happier if it loses, but I'll support you because I want to be pragmatic. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I intend to support you on this particular item. I've been singing very loud for the last wee while about focusing and ensuring that we fund renewals in what we've already got. But I have to also acknowledge I'm horrified at the thought of potentially going out to the community with an 11.3% rate increase. And I'm already getting very clear feedback from my community that that is something they would be very unhappy with. And so I'm having to look at every one of these items very carefully. This particular one is one where we are delaying. And I love the idea that Lance has promoted, which is as peacocks come online, we try to encourage people to use facilities that are underutilised, and I think we can do that with Glenview. So in this case, I intend to support you and the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Look, I'm really heartened by the comments that Lance has made about not repurposing, but re-advertising and encouraging people to use less utilised facilities. Really makes me think about, well, you know, how many other times are we doing this around the city? if we reutilise or re-promote the likes of Glenview, which is just going to be a stone's throw away really from Hillcrest, then I ask the question, well, how urgent really is the Hillcrest expansion? Being on council last time, I remember that the Hillcrest expansion was a topic of discussion back then, so I know this has had some time brewing, but I'm actually very supportive of the strategy that we're taking today. At the end of the day, I quite agree with a number, well, Councillor Ewan to start, but I would imagine a number of other councillors as well, that we have to make this budget work, and I am certainly not going to be going out to my community with exorbitant rates increases. So I'm very, very supportive of this strategy.
Thank you. Any further debate? Tinsy Tony wrote a reply, look, I love libraries. I was the strongest advocate for libraries in the last LTP with some of my colleagues, and that's why the Central Library got some love at last and looks so fantastic. So I share the sentiments of both Jeff and Mark. It's nothing that I want to do, but I am trying to put my pragmatism across the fact that we need to all play a part in controlling expenses. So with reluctance, I do this motion. Let's go to the vote.
The motion Forsyth or in support.
Probably make a few people cringe a bit more, but we have to do this. We have to explore what we can do. And which one is next? Ah, it's not mine. That's good. So I get a break.
Get a break.
Councillor Hamilton.
This one, I was just placeholding it for him. No, you take it.
Okay, you want to change the mover?
I owe you one.
Okay, there you go.
I'll give you the rates level.
All right. So, any questions? It's pretty self-explanatory.
It's unfunded at the moment. We're asking that it comes back into funded. It's unfunded. Yeah.
So, for clarity to everyone, it currently sits in the unfunded line, and it's coming forward to be funded, if you agree with that. So this is an addition.
So we need to clarify it.
Yep, please.
Right? Questions? Questions?
Just
Pardon?
Yeah, the corridor.
Oh.
Puketaha.
Hang on, there's just a little clarification of the wording. Let's all get that sorted so we're looking at the right thing. And then we'll have some questions.
If anyone needs some explanation, I can happily crack into it. Is it all right if I explain?
Yep, so go ahead with your rationale.
What we're looking at here is primarily the Puketaha junction, because the Darjon junction's already baked in. There was an envelope of money for the entire corridor, which involved curb and channeling and all sorts of stuff all the way, the two intersections, making St James and Puketaha join up, all that sort of stuff. This, so that all went after the Gordonton one, Thomas one. This one here will primarily be for a shorter term Puketaha safety intersection, and we are anticipating, well, we want 3 million in our budget, really, not the 6 million. We think we can get it done for 3 million in there. It would be a tragedy to have something happen at that intersection. So I'm not going to debate it, but I'm just trying to explain it.
Okay, so that figure should say 3 million, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so really what we're after is 3 million. If you could help us with the wording, we're not sure we're going to get funding from NZTA, but we want to make it known that we intend to keep pecking at them to get it.
Yeah, so how we've worded it is the budget is how we've worded it is the budget is your 6 million capital costs, and then you get your 50% funding, or it'll bring it down to a net of 3 million. Is that what you're looking for?
No, 3 million is the gross cost.
Okay, so then it goes back. So then if you're going to get 50% subsidy, your net cost...
Well, look, if it makes it easier, we could take out the anticipated 50% subsidy because they will be doing that anyway. So there's every chance...
My understanding is
Yeah.
what he's looking for is a total cost project of 3 million. If we got subsidy, it would be 1.5 of ours and 1.5 of theirs. So the gross cost is what we work in. So the intent of what councillor wants is to bring $3 million, and it's probably into year one. Just talking with Robin, if things flowed through and you want to do it as urgency, we just think you'd target next construction season for Darjong and this one at the same time. So the net effect is there's 6 million roughly unfunded. You want to bring 3 million of that into year one of the program.
Yes, so it's 6 million unfunded.
Year one.
3 million, so I'm trying to be reasonable about it and bring 3 million in instead of 6 million.
Okay.
Yeah, so so the modelling would pick up, there'll be consequential OPEX and interest and depreciation that would be part of the modelling for the impact of putting that. That goes with every project.
Can we specify year one?
Yeah, I'll just send them a new one.
Your Worship, I have a question.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
See the finally amended.
I was just waiting for the finally amended words. Are they up there now? Is that? No, the final wording is what it means. It's just. So there's a list of questions, Councillor Wilson, and I will get to you. Next question is Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. I'm just a bit, I don't know if this is Chris or Robin, but I know this has come up in the past, and I thought NZTA were a firm no right now because of timing of that whole corridor. Is that correct? No. Because aren't we assuming that we're going to get funding? But I thought they were a firm no right now.
The indication that we've got from ZTA is that they would not fund or co-fund this one.
Yeah.
As we've said, that doesn't stop us progressing and trying to make a claim and looking at other ways. If we, so we'll try, but the indication we've had is no.
And so what would have to change for them to fund? Why are they not funding it?
So can I ask Robin to jump in there?
Yeah. Sorry, I can't remember it was. We've talked about this often enough.
Yeah.
So currently there is not a safety problem being exhibited at that intersection.
Okay.
No accidents.
Yeah.
Yet.
Well, yeah. And obviously we haven't prioritised it because we've kept it in the unfunded.
So we've, I guess, tried to aim for projects where we've already had indications from NZTA that there's a good chance of getting subsidy.
Yeah. Okay. And just a final question then. This is, so part of this proposal is funding a road that's not in the city as well, eh? Is it a portion, is it the side of the road, or I forget?
Half the road.
Half the road?
So the boundary runs up from memory up the eastern side of Gordonton, so it's only the Puketaha. It'll only be a small part that actually is in Waikato.
That's in Waikato. Okay, thank you.
Robin, it's not half the road. It doesn't, the boundary doesn't run up half of Gordonton Road.
From memory, I don't believe so. No.
Okay, but K Road is different, is it? K Road is divided 50-50.
K Road varies along its length, so sometimes the boundary's in the middle, sometimes it's on the northern boundary, sometimes it's on the southern boundary.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I think I may have asked that question before, Okay. No, not yesterday. No, surely not. And my other question is to the finance team. Without even putting this into the model, adding in $3 million will put us.
Yes, we've had this question. You took it today, Councillor Pascoe. You've already raised that very same question twice now.
Well, because it's in year one, But the answer is yes.
What was the question?
Thank you. No, okay, it wasn't quite last time. Okay.
We get where you're coming from, and you're entitled to that view. We'll be here till midnight if we don't progress. So, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Robin, in light of the fact that NZTA have said they won't fund it because there's no safety concerns. Can you confirm why we feel there's a safety issue and they don't? And secondly, if we needed to fund this, is there any suggested road that we currently have funded that we could replace this with?
So I guess in the first instance, it's Councillor Mark that's putting this project up, and that's based on his concerns and observations. It is an intersection.
So just on that point, so you're saying that our analysis and that of NZTA is that there's not a safety concern?
Currently, there's not. No, not reflected. Not reflected in crash. It's not reflected in crash report and reported crashes on the site.
Point of order, just a slightly witty comment from you, but pretty offensive too.
I didn't hear any offensive comment.
Engineer thing.
Pardon? I didn't hear it, but let's keep polite. I didn't catch it, sorry, Mark, so let's just keep polite
Yeah,
debate.
this one's pretty dear to my heart,
I know,
Ewan, so
and you can speak to that.
let's be funny about something else.
You can speak to it strongly in debate, and sorry, I didn't hear what he said there in that respect, as a smart comment.
Sorry, Robin, the second part of my question, what road would we change if this is, as Mark just said, close to his heart, what road could we unfund?
I'd have to have a look before I was going to make a recommendation on that, sorry.
Okay.
So basically, though, we've assessed the portfolio based on our prioritisation to this point. So, you know, it would be a elected member call if they believe there's projects in there that they want to supplement. Our recommendation as it stands.
Okay.
Pretty much, Robin?
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, well, we're clear about that. Last question, if you have one. Otherwise, we're moving on. Councillor Wilson?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten?
Yeah, look, my question is about clarity, really. The wording, if we put that back up, talks about a corridor, and yet my notes that I took down from the earlier discussion talked about a roundabout at the Puketaha Road junction, and that costs $3 million. I'm a bit confused, really, about the 3 versus 6 and about the corridor curb and channeling versus the roundabout, and would appreciate just some clarity on that. Thanks.
I could probably help with that. Do you want me to?
So I guess it probably does need some clarification, but I think the unfunded project was originally for the Gordonton Road corridor, which was a funding item that we had in the current LTP for that greater length, and so I guess consideration by elected members whether they recognise that that's where the funding is proposed to come from, but perhaps needs to be clarified what it's to be used for.
And would therefore the word corridor in there create some confusion?
I think that that's where the funding line item currently reads as a corridor, so that's reflecting what the unfunded item is currently. But I guess if this proceeds, then it's about being clear that it's for the intersection that you're looking for.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just picking up a comment that Councillor Ewan made, and I think it's a good one, in that if we're going to put in an unfunded thing, what can we pull off in terms of this process? And CEO mentioned that staff have built up this whole thing on a prioritisation. Could I ask, Richard, given that we're going to go through this potentially in the next few items, that staff prepare the bottom cabs off the rank that could be subbed out, because this is going to happen again and again and again, and it would just be helpful for us, appreciating staff have put their best foot forward, but elected members have a prerogative to do this, and we do want to achieve a pragmatic and sensible outcome.
We'll do our best, and you know we have already gone through and looked at options based on various queries from various elected members. It'll probably be a regurgitation of some of those, and we'll just have another look at them. Team, if we can just think about some of the low-hanging fruit, but I know it's harder. Blair, you got any particular comments on that? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's get
Thank
through
you.
this item if we can, and then have a break. Councillor Bunting.
Robin, regards the NZTA, what do you call it, criteria, that's based on accident research, is that right? Accident numbers?
Yes, it's
Right.
recorded crashes,
Recorded crashes. So there haven't been any crashes there,
recorded.
so technically it's not worth funding.
That's it, as it is currently, and it is very dependent on recorded crashes.
Right. So near misses or anything doesn't count?
No,
Okay.
because they don't get recorded in any system in order that you can then nationally compare one against another.
So is there any other monitoring that is done in potentially lots of other different intersections around the place by our staff or theirs that we can,
No, so it is very heavily
Just
based on crash stats.
got to be a crash
yes.
first?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. So we've expended all the questions.
Could I just make a comment? I contradict what the Mayor said earlier, in that we plan to get to the end of all this and see where we land. I mean, so for us to go through and give you recommendations about ones in and out, it's a little bit fruitless until we get to the back end and we need to see how it stacks up. Again, what my team have been reminding me of is effectively that the base budget is the base budget. I mean, we have drawn quite a sharp line. You know, we'd start making recommendations that we back out the stuff that elected members asked to be included at previous workshops, which was, you know, it's going to get into a political position very quickly. By that, we'd recommend motions on the table rather than individual recommendations from us. Happy to help work it out.
Okay, on that, I think you're right to leave it by priority and calculate. Having said that, I think it's a bona fide request of elected members to push back on general managers for some feedback into what alternatives could be saved or where delays could be. I know you're saying that, but you know, you feel like you've already done that, but you know, subject to governance oversight, isn't it?
Yeah, we can do it. I'm not saying it's just going to be hard to get consensus with that.
All right, look, you know, colleagues, this is where the rubber hits the road. We've been wanting all sorts of ins and outs over the last 6 months through our workshops, but this is where the rubber hits the road, where the costs come in. And whether we wanted it or not back then, and it got put in the base or not, it is something that we've got to debate now because we're in a unique circumstance. So, cost, you know, money's money. We've got to have to look really keenly at it. Councillor Hamilton, have you finished your questions or? Richard, is getting a wee pushback question?
Oh, I take Richard's point, but we're now at that point where elected members are going to debate a priority and the priority is going to stand and something's got to give. And so I'm trying to be proactive so staff are ready to unpick that stuff. So it makes it easier.
Yeah, no, I've got an answer for you now anyway. I've spoken to the team.
So we're going to do it at the end of each priority and calculate, and that will give the staff some really good indicative how far over we are in terms of our budgeting and whether some other alternatives can come to the table. We can't do it every item or we won't progress through what our directives are. And once our directives are known, it'll be easier, I think.
I really like your recommendation before.
What?
I really like your recommendation. It's going in the right direction.
Right. Okay, let's go into debate. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, look, just to answer everybody's question, this isn't going to be my behaviour for the entire time. I'm not going to ask. In fact, I've put through 10 motions just for people's information. And I actually have ended up taking out more than I have put in as a whole. So, and they're not all just one road for another road. There's some community priorities that have dropped out as well. So just need to put that in perspective. With regards the Puketaha Gordonton road, this is a corridor that I've been working or lobbying for probably 4 years now, and we've had some degree of success. It worries me. It worries me for a Vision Zero, Road to Zero council that we're going to wait for someone to have an accident before we've decided it's unsafe. I'm listening to my community, Ewan. I'm listening to my community who are telling me this is unsafe. There are 3 councillors in this room who are experienced at driving around that intersection quite a lot. I've invited people regularly to come and have a look at it for themselves at peak times where they watch people double laning in a single lane road, cutting through that garage across there, taking their lives into their hands, doing hideous stuff. Now, the $6 million that was unfunded was for the whole corridor. I'm trying to be pragmatic and say for $3 million, we can get a smaller roundabout that's not going to last forever. I mean, there's going to be much more work there eventually, but at least this will keep people safe in the meantime. Because I don't want it on my head because, you know, no, I'm not a traffic engineer, but
by God, I know a bad intersection when I see one, and I've lived here long enough to know it.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Look, just following on from Councillor Mark, I know him and Councillor Dave actually done a lot of work up at that Thomas Gordonton intersection earlier. This is one of those rural roads that's becoming really intense, and there's a huge volume of traffic going on there. You've got Puketaha School and all the parents coming out and trying to turn right in the morning at peak traffic, and it is one of those roads that something ugly could happen very soon. And so this is a proactive safety measure. They've already put slower speeds in there. Just south of this intersection is the ring road we talked about yesterday, where we drive in slower speeds, but this right-hand turn particularly is a disaster waiting to happen, so that's why I'll be supporting it today.
Councillor McPherson.
Well spoken by the last two speakers. I've applied the blind Freddy test to this as to whether it's a safety problem or not. Clearly, blind Freddy says it is. When we first heard about complaints on the Thomas Road one just up the road, we had the same response. It's not a safety issue. We haven't had enough accidents. That's paraphrasing the words. Of course, we had a terrible death there while we were in the midst of trying to design an improved intersection there. If we had been able to do something about it at the start, we may have avoided that. If we are able to do something about this one, we may avoid that. We've got an issue all around the outskirts of the city because we haven't funded the development properly, and we haven't got a good funding system in place with NZTA or ourselves. K Road, Baverstock Road, Thomas Road, a whole host of them. We can go right around the outside of the city and find this sort of problem everywhere. We've got a huge amount of traffic coming in along Gordonton Road and Puketaha Road and out of Thomas Road onto this area through here. And we're playing crazy if we don't do that. And NZTA, if they don't fund it, are worse than playing crazy. They're actually complicit in any accidents that happen if they don't support this happening, in my opinion. Now, we were talking about substitution. It's a fair question from Ewan, and I'm looking at a couple of areas, like the Borman Road East, I think it's called, where some of us said the other day, do a cycle and walk connection, don't do the road yet. That's not reflected in this budget. That could be pushed out. There's another one which is very ironic, the Northern River Crossing. Now, ultimately, we're going to need to have a look at that and do something about that. The interesting thing is I bet you it's in no one's priority, yet it's drawing an NZTA subsidy. Look at the assumption in here. Yet something like Gordonton Road Corridor isn't. You know, where is the sense in the system that we're having to operate under at the moment?
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Look, staff had previously indicated this in the years 3 and 4, unfunded, and I was reasonably happy with that, and even happy if it had been brought in as funding in that year. But now to put it in year 1, when we're already potentially at the max in terms of our borrowing levels, just seems to me to be absolutely crazy, given that I've yet to hear of one spend item being taken out, and all I've heard is about flattening expenditure out into the second half of the long-term plan. We've got an eastern bypass that's currently being built, and having that particular project in years 3 and 4 is ideally timed, given that we will by then have an assessment of traffic behaviours both in terms of Waiwere and the Eastern and Gordonton Road, in terms of what changes might happen there. To defer the Borman East Road, I think, is being short-sighted. You only have to go over there to see the amount of housing that's been built in the last 12 months there, that Borman East the Borman East connection may be needed earlier than previously programmed. Every intersection in Hamilton is a potential safety risk to us. And whilst we want to single out some that might seemingly appear precious to us, there are others that probably rank as high on the safety measure as as a Puketaha intersection. So we need to be careful that we're not focusing just on some and not on the others. Except I would like to finally like to say I would hate there to be a tragic accident there, but then those accidents happen on all of our well-used intersections. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, I'm approaching this from the simple reality check. When we came in today, we were at 11.3% rate rise. And with this one movement of taking an unfunded piece of roading and putting it into year, we're now at 11.6. My point would be, Mark, and anybody else for that matter who brings forward unfunded to funding without saying, and I'm willing to pull a particular thing out, I think is not helping us make the real grown-up decisions we're having to make today. I guess where Mark has an advantage over us currently is the strategy is, oh, well, if I call this a safety issue and if I highlight the fact that some person may die and that this decision today, if that happens, lands on you, it's a very powerful and emotive tool, as is this issue is dear to my heart. So it's a bit of a quandary. So if I sit here thinking, all right, well, I want to help Mark out. It's dear to his heart. It's that important. But he's not coming forward with any replacement. He also wants us to fund the roof over his pool.
Ewan, can I remind you, Ewan, can I please remind you,
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to you disagreeing with this motion, but can I remind you that we all agreed, by way of protocol, councillors, that we would play the issue, not the person. And now that you've named Bunty at least 10 times in your debate, I'm feeling that you're beginning to play the person. I'd prefer that you stick to the issue. Please carry on.
All right. I hear what you said, Mayor Paula. I think I've used the councillor in question's name 3 times. I note that he used my name and his spiel, but you weren't quite as quick. So I'm just asking for some equity there. What I was trying to simply say is actually this is now the real grown-up decisions. And since nobody, including staff or the mover of this motion, can suggest where we can cut the 3 million, that the mover has...
Point of order.
Hang on. Please pause. Please pause, Ewan.
Point of order, Ewan.
Please pause a moment. I have a point of order. I need to consider a point of order. I don't know what the point of order is yet.
It's just been stated that nobody, and then the description has suggested any alternatives. And I have, in my speech just now, suggested 2 specific ones.
So what's the point of order? Incorrect?
Yes.
What's
if you say
you should be citing the point of order, not just
I did.
content.
Well, I had to give you evidence.
So you're saying that what?
So I guess,
it was incorrect
statement.
Given 2 alternatives.
Understanding Councillor McPherson and moving the 2 streets that he named to be removed from the budget. Does he have a seconder?
Sorry, I don't. What did you say?
What I'm simply saying is he's accusing me of asserting that nobody's come forward with an alternative or a street to remove. I'm simply saying, is he now saying that the 2 streets that he has named, he's now moving, that be removed from the budget to cover this expenditure?
Excuse me. Thank you. I'll just deal with the point of order. The
point
of order of the section 26.2D is that you're misrepresenting the view, and Dave is suggesting, in misrepresenting, you're overlooking the fact that he has got some proposed savings to bring to the table. I think we move on now and have a mature debate about the actual topic. Please carry on. You've only got a little bit of time to talk about the actual project.
Look, you're right. I'm simply saying that we can't afford to do this. that unless there's an alternative to remove, that I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Naidu-Roth.
Thank you. Sorry. So, in regards to this project specifically, I think that it's a shame that it was actually left off the list, because a few of us have been quite vocal in just how important it is to actually focus on this intersection. And a few of us actually use this corridor ourselves quite regularly. And I know countless number of people who use this road. There's always, you're always slowing down around this intersection because you don't know what might happen. Majority of users from Puketaha have little kids in their cars. Their parents who are dropping kids off to school, who are running late for work, and often take quite large risks with getting back onto Gorrington Road. I think it's an accident waiting to happen. And this is the grown-up decision to do. This is the grown-up decision. We have to be proactive. There is a safety issue, and it's a shame that someone has to die to actually prove that it is a safety issue, when people who are using that road are saying that it is a safety issue. So I think we need to trust what our community is telling us, and I think that it needs to be funded. And I will look to staff direction for what can be cut in order to fit this in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I wasn't going to speak, but I appreciate that the passion around projects like this. It's always a really unique position to be an elected member and know of an issue in your area and using your experience to advocate for that. So I respect that. But my conflict with it is firstly financial, and secondly, we are always pushing staff for more data and more evidence to base our decisions on. And I agree with Councillor Wilson's comment around the use of emotive language, and it is difficult. And I sat in this chamber yesterday and said, once we know of a safety issue in an area, I feel whether that might be Waterworld or a road or the stadium, then I feel we must act. So I'm using data to evaluate those decisions, and for me there just isn't the data at this time. I think I would have been more comfortable to support it if it was, if the motion was the proposal to fund in years 3 and 4 as indicated in the staff report. So unfortunately, I will also not be supporting this at this time.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I'm a great believer in common sense. I don't always exhibit it, but I do believe in it. And Dave's got his visually impaired Freddie, and I've got my barbecue test, and this is common sense. It's not a matter of data. It's a matter of just knowing that it's not right. And I've never thought it's right. And to be fair to these guys, they have mentioned this for months and months and months, that it was also this intersection. And so yeah, I'm supporting this because it's common sense. It needs to be done. Simple as that.
Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Look, I'll be brief. I really want to support this, but I just feel that I can't make that decision. And I feel a little bit the same as what Councillor Ewan's already explained, that if you'd come forward with an option or some other way of accommodating this extra unfunded proposal, then I'd be much more open to it. Look, every time we get on our roads, we're taking a risk, and I think to single out this particular intersection yes, people have been on it more often than I, and some of you are navigating that every day of the week. But the reality is, all our roads put ourselves at risk one way or another. And we have a responsibility across the city to make sure that our roads and our Vision Zero targets and goals are met. So it's with a great reluctance, and I'm sorry to let you down, Mark, but I just can't at this stage entertain an unfunded extra capital expenditure. Thanks.
Okay, I think I'm the only one that hasn't spoken outside of the right of reply. This is really difficult because the last item we moved some money out, or back actually, not out, and now we're putting this almost the same back in. So, you know, sort of swings and roundabouts all the way. I, however, do listen to I'm an East Side, but I do listen to the councillors and their communities, and I do hear some concern about it. So for the purposes of modelling, financial modelling, and potentially for the purposes of public consultation, I'm happy to go along with it. But having said that, I put that on notice, if we're well over budget, that I'll be coming back and looking at this one before I come back and look at things that have been given a clear staff nod. And I'm sort of sitting in the same camp as Rob in one respect, which is I may have been happier and wholeheartedly happier about it if it was years 3 and 4, but it's year 1. So it is going to have a consequential impact on some other things. And we're only decision 2 through the priorities. So let's just see how that plays out. But I know it's very dear to you, Mark, and that you do travel that road more often than I do. So let's leave it there for the time being, is my view. But it's on notice that, you know, when we come back for a second glance, if it doesn't stack up, it doesn't stack up, sadly. Okay, let's go to the vote. Oh, right to reply, sorry,
Thank
Mark.
you. Look, I'll raise the tone. I like and respect everybody in this room, and I respect their views as well. I hope this isn't going to be the nature of every time someone wants to get something on the board, they go through that. I make no apology for emotive language. It's an emotive topic. It's Vision Zero. It's something that we have actually committed to. We have it on very decent authority. This is a particularly dangerous intersection. We've brought it up many, many, many times before. Originally, it was due to be funded, but it seems to have dropped off. Just to pick up on a couple of points, when people are saying, well, what are you going to drop? What are you going to drop? Thanks for listening, guys. The very first minute of my speech was explaining to you that of the 10 amendments I'm trying to get in here, most of them are to take stuff out. Some of them from community. Rotokauri Sports Park development, vertical maze in the museum. These are ones that are very dear to my heart, and I'm prepared to give them a crack because I think this is just a higher priority at present. The reason it's not in year 3 or 4 is because time is actually of the essence. I have invited councillors to that intersection to come and have a look for themselves. Councillors in this room have said over these microphones, they will come out, they will travel to the east and they'll have a look. I've tried to get them over there, they won't come and see it. Come and see it for yourself.
Point of order. The honourable member is totally underestimating our ability to get in a vehicle or go by bicycle or bus and visit the said intersection ourselves. Thank you.
What's your point of order?
And I think it's valid. He's making the point that you don't know whether he's been to see it or not. And carry on, please,
Okay.
with your debate.
I'll give you my driving log if you require.
Okay, I'll take you on that. Table it, Martin, table it.
Let's have a look at it. Back on topic, please.
He's off, okay. All right, okay, look, this is getting too heavy. Yeah, but look, I would just encourage people to go and see it at 8:30 in the morning. It's not an emotive issue, it's a simple safety issue. I think it's a higher priority than some of the other stuff we've got in there at present as funded, and I'm prepared to take some of the other stuff out, and you'll find that in due course what it is, if we'll just go up and wait.
Straightforward. Let's go to the vote, please. Thank you.
The motion is carried. noting Councillor Forsyth and Councillor Wilson on Zoom are dissenting and Councillor Naidu Ralph on Zoom is in support.
Okay, thank you. We are going to take a 10.
See, there's a disconnect between you trying to try to pace the meeting with focus and your colleagues
Everyone's, because, Dave, I just need everyone's attention for a second. Just because we must all understand what's going on, and sorry about the Zoom people, what we've decided is, because, you know, we're just actually putting up proposals for the purposes of the budget, it's not the final vote or anything, we are just going to reduce the time for debate down to 1 minute for this section. Everyone that I was able to speak to personally agreed to that. I spoke to, well, you didn't say no at the time, so you know. You snooze, you lose. Martin? So, as...
Sorry, can I just... I apologise to Amy, but is that being said? Yeah, because at the moment the public are being locked out. There's several hundred out there, but... Okay.
Are they all coming from...
No, there's a group forming to try and get in, but obviously it'll be sorted.
What? Are they all from the Hillcrest Library? Oh, okay. You just missed Martin, but I've spoken to most people that I could get hold of in the break. We're just going to reduce at this time of the discussion the debate to 1 minute. We will when we get to...
No, that's good.
Because, excellent. Yes. That's my biggest success all day. All right, excellent. Let's go on to the next motion, please. What's that? Okay. Just trying to find it on my list. So just so you know what the intent of this is, and there again, it's not that I'm having a jolly good time pulling out people's projects left and right, because I certainly am not. I feel it very keenly. But in discussing this, Jeff and I considered that the network in Rotatuna for cycling and walking isn't too bad compared to some areas of the city. And so a delay in the next lot of improvements for Rotatuna walking would not be the end of the world. I can't really put any finer words on it than that. And it is all about, again, smoothing, flattening out that impact across the budget. Happy to take questions or have questions from staff on that. It really isn't that much more complicated than what I've just suggested for me. Councillor Bunting.
Wondering, I saw that and my eyes went up as well, actually, thinking I thought it was all done up there. Could I ask Robin or whomever it is, what exactly the 460 is for? Because I wasn't sure of any more cycleways going up there anyway.
Is anybody able to answer that question, Robin?
Maybe Eva Lisa, perhaps? Oh, thanks. Okay, I'll wait till after Councillor O'Leary's question, if you like.
Councillor O'Leary's question on that one?
I'm sorry, I've forgotten my question. I don't know.
Okay, staff, we really need an answer to that.
Oh, sorry, I have written it, sorry. I guess it's just it's what Mark asked. It's just what Mark asked.
Yeah, same question.
So, Robin, have you got the gist of that question?
So, I worked through the answer, sorry, I'm just an answer from staff member. So I was in there for the Rotatuna, the path leading from the new underpass under the Wex to Kimbay Drive, but it's come with the note that we have actually completed most of the path this year and the value can be reduced to deal with connecting the park and the suburban centre. So we're just connecting, walking and cycling around the development of the underpass and the housing over the other side, just connecting up properly with the Rotatuna town centre.
And the most of it's done, and the rest could be done when the town centre's done. So what year would the rest need to be done?
Look, my own view, I think we could live with that resolution.
Cool. That's excellent. It's good news. Any other questions, Councillor McPherson?
I'm only allowed a speech, I'm going to ask a question. How much work is still needing to be done to connect the underpass with the rest of the Rotatuna cycle network? You said you weren't sure about what exactly was involved, so that's not a clear picture. There's already a cycleway from the high school along the edge of Korikori Park down to the village. There's already one there. So
Okay.
what's the bit?
the bit? Can you just clarify that a little bit further?
10 minutes, I'll bring in. Yeah, come back.
Move on.
Okay, so we might have to just lay that one on the table if that's a pivot.
Because potentially we could actually take it out completely and include it with the low risk, low budget stuff if it's only 460.
Okay, can we have that as a question? Can that also be explored in what you're doing there, Chris? And we'll come back to it. Either we remove it, which is a bigger gain for us because then it's out, or we bring that little bit that's left back a bit. We will lay that one on the table while we get that advice, and we'll go on to the next one. Not to waste too much time here. Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, what can I say? We were given a list. No, that's not it, is it? Oh, yeah. Same thing. Pushing back work, not taking it away, but pushing it back work to make the overall budget more affordable. I know this will excite some attention. You know, in an ideal world, wouldn't even be touching it. I'd be saying, let's crack on. But we're not actually making hay while the sun shines. We're trying to be prudent and pragmatic. This is one suggested way to do so from the list which I was supplied by staff. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I'm not sure about making hay while the sun shines, though they are. It's enough of a rural road to make hay on the road at the moment up there. How much has been collected for this project in DCs, if anything, Chris?
It would take some work to find out the exact number.
Okay, but some
it is a project where we've been collecting DCs for a number of LTPs, yes.
So when we collect DCs, we also have a calculation, do we not, of when the work will be done? When's it expected to be done?
Yeah, so the impact of sliding this out, yes, we have collected DCs. Second part about it, we apply an interest rate and an inflation factor. So if it's in the future, we discount it back after we've inflated it forward. So the further out we push it, because where the inflation rates are and interest rates are, it could have an inflationary impact on the DCs associated with that project.
So, but we've calculated DCs based on it being done at a certain period of time.
Correct. Yeah, and then we move it out, it impacts the calculation.
More.
Yes, because the inflation
and we won't have collected it from the properties that have already been completed.
As with all DC charges, if there's a subdivision consent being issued or a resource consent being issued, the DCs would have been
But we make an estimation of when DCs will be paid and when work will be done, and base our finances on that.
Yes, that's part of the calculation. Yep.
And if we're pushing something out, there's a higher interest charge, which we haven't charged the early movers. It may be able to charge the late movers.
Yes.
Okay.
The model takes that all into account.
Yep. So I'm just trying to find out how committed we are, Your Worship, in this area.
Okay, I understand your questions and you've had them answered. I guess this is up for debate like everything else. Councillor Pascoe.
Is this known as the Boorman East? Correct. Yeah, right. And in the last long-term plan, we pushed it out, didn't we, from years 1 to 5 to 6 to 10?
So at the last 10-year plan, we had it in our base program starting year 2, 3. As a last-minute decision, we pushed it out to year 6, but you left the design in for this 3 years, so we could design it ready for this discussion about timing for this long-term plan.
Point of order there, Your Worship. Councillor Pascoe asked if this was Boorman Road East, what was known as it in the General Manager said yes, but this is up there is called Bournemouth Horsham Downs intersection and urban upgrade, and they're two different items on the thing here, 4.8 and 4.6. So I'm now trying to work out which one, whether it's the same.
Can I give clarity to that?
Remembering what we had before with people on Zoom saying they just can't understand, can't hear a thing of the discussion when everyone talks over each other. So Rob was asking the question, Chris was in the process of answering it, so let's get that bit done.
Yep. Just to give clarity to that, prior to our workshop last week, we had one project which was called the Bournemouth Road East project, which included the missing bit of Bournemouth Road from Kimbray Drive through to Horsham Downs Road, and then the intersection of Bournemouth Road, Horsham Downs, and urbanisation by the chocolate factory in Horsham Downs Road. So the direction that we got from that workshop was to put it into two stages, just to look at the urgent work around the chocolate factory and the intersection, and to separate out the building of the missing bit of Bournemouth Road and put a cycleway link through for a number of years instead. So that's what we've done. So the project that you're looking at here is the earlier project, which is the urbanisation and the intersection. Elsewhere in front of you will be the rebuilding the missing bit, and we push that out into the later years of the 10-year plan. So the last bit of information is Council's desire to have a walking and cycling track through there instead of the road. It is happening now in our engagement with developers. So within a short period of time, working with Pragma and other developers there, we will have a walking and cycling link through.
So, but this is 4.8.
Wait, please.
Well, that's
David.
not clear what we're talking about.
Let me just finish with Rob's questions, and then if you have some supplementary questions, I'm happy to come back to them.
So this is the whole of the project, from Kimbray, from where the school is, Te Totara, right through to Gordonton Road?
No, this is the stage one of the project, which is just the intersection upgrade and the urbanisation by the chocolate factory and Horsham Downs Road.
And that's 15 million?
Yes.
Okay. Has it become more urgent? I mean, I'm going back to the last long-term plan and this one, the fact that we're moving it out. Has it become more urgent as a result of what I would call urbanisation, or the building of residential properties all around that area than there would have been 3 years ago?
I think the growth in that area has happened a lot quicker than what we thought, and I think you can just go up there and see. So the growth is happening without the right sort of roading network in place there. So, yep.
So in your professional opinion, is it unwise for us to be moving this from the first 5 years of this new long-term plan into years 6 to 10, having already done that once and having now 3 more years of actual activity in that area?
Yeah, look, it's certainly our opinion that this needs to be done, and it should be done sooner rather than later, and that's why we've constructed the plan as you see it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Ooston.
Thanks. My questions follow on from those of Rob's, and my understanding is it's not just the residential properties that are creating the issue, but is there also not a retail offering that's being built on that very corner?
Correct.
And what's your assessment of the pressure that will put on that roadway and intersection?
Look, I think you can see that now if you go into there, the pressure's on already. I think the main concern for us is walking and cycling. So you can probably see a piecemeal approach where we are working with developers to get the best outcome we can, and hence the walking and cycling track on the green bit of grass through to Kimbray Drive. So we're getting a piecemeal approach with some walking and cycling improvements, but if we won't get a full proper urbanisation unless we take control and do this project and do it well.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Did you have a further question? And I mean question, Councillor McPherson, or you?
Well, I just want to clarify, it's 4.8 from page 31 that this refers to, which is the area from the intersection with Horsham Downs Road back up to... Sorry, from Hukanui Road? I can't remember which road's which there.
From Horsham Downs towards Barrington, is that correct?
Towards Barrington, back east of Horsham Downs. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's 4.8 in here, because there's 3 of them. Which is
Yes,
not,
you're correct. 4.8 is the number we're looking at.
thanks.
So that should be reflected there or no?
Sorry, 4.8 is the line reference in table.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was confused there. Okay, cool. Okay, councillor Naidu-Roth.
Yeah, just following on from Maxine's question. Chris, have we had any conversations with, I think it's Pragma who's developing that retail, developing the chocolate factory? Do we know when they're opening and whether this would have an impact on that development?
Yeah, we're continually talking to them. I'm not sure of the exact date, but I think you can see it's imminent.
Pardon, sorry, what was that?
Look, I don't know the exact date, but it's all happening very quickly, so essentially imminent. Yeah, essentially.
So is there a chance that they'll open before the intersection's actually done?
Correct. Yep. Yep.
Obligation to actually do it?
Okay, well, we've understood the facts around it. It's been proposed as one of the possible savings. Obviously, if the council doesn't support it, that's fine. Let's go into debate. I'm actually not going to debate it further. It's a very simple reason for trying to find some savings off a list that we had in front of us. That's it, really. Councillor McPherson.
Because I believe we've made 2 things. We've made a commitment to the developers and the people moving in out there by collecting DCs off them for work. That's the first area. The second area is that if anyone goes out there, they can see the huge overcapacity of the traffic problems, the people problems, the lack of footpaths in most of it. The literally farm road on one side, city road on the other side, farm road on both sides, an intersection that was built for a rural chocolate factory and a dairy factory, I think, before that, that's now got a shopping centre on it, and actually is used as a connection between 2 different parts of the city, the part that's across the expressway, which has now got a couple of hundred houses in it and filling up fast, and back in the city. I think it just has to be done. I think we have to look at our timing of all of these in future, but, you know, it's just not going to work, that area. It's really unsafe now, and it's going to become unsafer.
Right, thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, and look, I echo everything that Councillor Dave said. I use that road quite frequently, and I know every time I use it, it very much is a rural road with almost a big shopping centre, and there's a huge housing development out there on Horsham Downs Road as well as in Borman Road. And it's growing very, very quickly out there. And the road is still a country road without any curb and channelling, although I think they're building that out there now. So I think we deferred it last time in the long-term plan in order to get the rate set at the level that we wanted to. I think it was that 10 to 12 decision in the last long-term plan, and I'm a little bit disappointed that we're now thinking of moving it out into the second half of this new long-term plan. So I think it's a road that has got some urgency on it. My time's up. I can't use the credits from before.
No, you can't.
So I've said enough.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. It's interesting, with the greatest respect to Councillor Pascoe, that he's saying exactly what I said about the last debate. And I'm going to say what he said about what I said in the last debate. It's, you know, we have our projects that we view as important, and I respect that. I will support it at this point very reluctantly, just for the purposes of budgeting. And I will put it on notice like you did with the libraries one or the other one before and say, no, you may say it's a fence, but hey, what the heck. But I think this is prudent.
Okay,
Done.
thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Naidu-Rofe, you've debated, haven't you? No, you didn't? No, you questioned. Off you go, Kesh.
Just to add, I'm all for trying to find ways to save costs. I'm a bit wary on this one, only because, like we just heard, the retail development is due to open soon, and there's a lot of pressure already on that road. And just, I think 3 days ago, someone posted on the Rototuna Facebook page asking when that Barrington bit would actually be open again. So I think that he had a lot of responses. I think that the community is waiting. The retail developer will be waiting. And by sorting out that piece of roading, it might actually ease some of the traffic and congestion of Thomas Road, which would be a huge help as well. So yeah, I'm all for saving costs, but I don't think I can support this one, sorry.
That's fine. Okay, any other questions? Good debate, no. There being none, we'll go to the vote. Oh, it's not showing up. What's happening?
Oh, no, sorry. We're doing the amendment, eh? Oh, no, oh.
There is no amendment.
Sorry, but that's wrong.
We ended up on the board when we're voting on it?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Let's get it on the board.
What's happening? Anyone?
Councillor Gallagher.
Huh?
Is lost, noting Councillor Wilson on Zoom was for the motion and Councillor Naidu-Ralph was dissenting.
Oh.
We convinced Bunty with our speeches, even if he spoke last.
No, I voted for the deferral.
Yeah.
Yeah, I voted for the deferral.
Okay, let's chomp on because we haven't got much time. We're all going to win some and lose some in this debate. Next one, please.
Good.
They're not all in this order, and just. Oh, we've done that one. Oh, we did that one. We're waiting for the information. Go. Thank you.
The information, so Robin can correct me if I get this wrong. So we've got 460,000 in there. The only missing bit is the link from Korikori Sports Park to the village. The cost of that is not 460, it would be 270. But we equally think it could be just done under biking and micro mobility or low cost, low risk.
Happy to suggest an amendment that puts it into the low cost, low risk, and just no. Yeah, well, hang on, I haven't finished doing it though, Max. So what would the right be? What would the right wording be to make sure that it gets picked up in the low cost, low risk?
Yep, so the low cost, low risk is something you engage in continually in terms of your priorities.
So
from
we
year
can
to year.
note this in here in the recommendation. What would?
Yep, so
Right.
Robin, low cost, low risk or micro biking and micro mobility?
I think biking and micro-mobility would be
Okay.
that reflecting an equity.
Okay.
So we're just noting at the end, Chris, that noting the low cost.
Yeah, noting it be considered as part of the biking and micro mobility program.
So we're removing this. Hang on. We're removing this budget because most of it's been done except that little bit, and the little bit that's left we're putting into biking and micro mobility.
No.
So the
So
so the motion needs to reflect that now. Removes the budget.
So my understanding, Your Worship, is the notion is to remove the entire budget, and we'll consider the project as just part of
You
the
understand?
biking and micro mobility budget.
Okay.
That's what Mayor Porter just said.
That's correct.
Thank you. So
Okay, sorry.
while it's being typed out, Maxine, question, please.
So my question is with regard to if we're putting it into that micro-mobility budget, is there something that we would be dropping out of that might have a higher priority?
Yeah, I think Councillor Angela's right. You don't know yet. It's a program of work, so you'll go through and prioritise it, and this one will fit where you think it is a priority.
So it still may not make that top of that priority list, this particular project?
It might not. I'd be quite surprised, though, if you didn't prioritise it, but that's something for you as councillors to do. Yeah.
Thanks, that's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Has everybody had their questions answered on that? It's up now. That's the final wording? Yes? Jeff? Final wording, are you happy with the final wording? Okay, I don't want to debate it. I think it's fairly self-explanatory, but I reserve my right to reply should I need it. Any other further debate?
Just a correction, it's micro-mobility, biking and micro-mobility. Yeah.
Any further debate on this one, councillors? We can get through. No? There seem... Oh, Councillor Thompson. Oh, sorry, Ewan.
By the motion, it makes very little sense. You're removing the 460,000, but then referring to some funding through the biking and micro-mobility program.
So it is a little bit dubious, actually. There's only a very...
What are you doing?
Just wait and I'll explain it. We do not need the 460,000 because the majority of the work has already been done. There's a residual amount of work to be done that costs how much, Chris?
70?
270. And that small amount can be done through the biking and micro-mobility program because it does relate to that work.
So surely that quantum should be put in.
Yeah, I know, it's a bit lumpy. We're just working on it now.
Because otherwise,
I agree.
this is just...
No, look, I agree. We're just trying to get it right.
Cool.
There. Do you want to put should we put the quantum in there, Chris?
Yeah, that's a decision of council, yes, so 270 if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I think we should for transparency because otherwise it doesn't help us with the calculations, does it? Right, Ewan, got it?
That was different than what I thought.
It's as clear as mud.
Question or debate?
Wouldn't it be easier just to drop it out completely and let staff just do it themselves? Be a bit cleaner.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't go anywhere. The savings come out, right?
That's what I thought we were heading is drop it out completely. We'll consider the project as a candidate under the biking and micro-mobility using the funding that you'll approve under that program.
Right, so just that first part of the, because we've got to move it out, so just the first part?
Yeah, that does it, yep.
We'll note the intention in a minute.
Yeah, you can just note the intent in a minute. Still reconsider the project, but under another program. I'm sure
Well, that's correct, Dave, which is why I did want a minute note, so the intention is clear. Okie doke. We've done that, right? Yep. Okay. So let's get into the debate, and I don't really want to debate. So, Councillor Thompson.
Yep. I just wanted to note that I'm not particularly excited about voting for this, but I will because there has to be some give and take within this. But noting that there are lots of worthy projects already slated for the biking and micro-mobility program, so I wouldn't want us to see us also eating away into that budget too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Said.
Thank you. That's really short and sweet. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you. Look, just in response to that, I hear what Sarah's saying. I think the point I would make is with the other budget, there's no attempt to cut it or anything. There might be just an attempt to move things back a bit, but not cut it, because we totally appreciate that, you know, it needs to be done. That's about it, really.
Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, what Dave said about what Sarah said, but not so much about what Jeff said. Yep.
Excellent. Thank you. Anyone on Zoom? No. No comment? Therefore, let's go to the vote, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Next one, please. What's the next one? This will be popular. What page does this relate to in the papers?
This relates to Table 3, and it's the top line of Table 3. That's the project there.
Page 33.
Page 33. Yep, Table 3, top line.
And I don't like to pass the buck, but I did, just to lure your attention, I did find this difficult. Jeff and I had hours of conversation on how to find some changes. I would like to let Deputy Mayor Taylor talk about the intent of this one. No.
Jeff, catch.
No, look, I have to say, it just happens to say Mayor Southgate, Deputy Mayor Taylor, but it could just as well be the other way around in some instances. Yeah, give him some responsibility for what we share. Let's go.
Yep, I just see there's other names up there. Do you want me to?
I want you to talk to what this is
Okay, look, I'll take the blame for this, for sure. Look, none of us want cuts in our areas. I'm just the same as you guys there, and I can tell you these aren't cuts. There's absolutely nothing antagonistic meant by this. It's simply an attempt to move things around so that the figures look better for us at the end of the day. Look, I think there's widespread support on this council for better cycle lanes, better connectivity, and I do support it. I don't want to see any of the budget lost, but I'm simply wanting to push some of it back. There is quite a lot of money in the low-risk, low-cost budgets for cycling. I pointed that out in the questioning. We've also got the Eastern Pathways, which is 18 million. And in this budget is 23.5 million, and it's kind of largely a placeholder at the moment. There's a program of work going to be attached to it, but it's not completed yet, it's not decided yet, nor is a subsidy even been applied for yet. And I just feel the fact that we have such a large chunk of money, which hasn't yet been specifically allocated, suggests to me that there is some room for movement there.
Okay, that's quite clear.
And, yep, okay, we'll leave it at that.
So we're not debate, this is just explaining.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was debate, sorry.
No, it was just explaining the intent.
That's my debate.
Questions, Councillor McPherson?
I'm struggling to reconcile what's where, because I'm looking at Table 3, like Julie said, and there's different amounts from what I'm seeing up there. So I'm not sure that I've got the right place.
So,
could I first clarify where we are?
So it is the project, the first line of Table 3, so paragraph 119. And so those numbers there represent the total 10-year capex in the table. So 23,520 in the table in the report, 23,520 is the net amount, and 48 million is the gross amount over 10 years.
Yep,
Well,
and the
hang on, so now we're talking about
24.5.
net. Sometimes in the past we've been talking about gross.
No, we're not.
We
So
are talking about
48 million for the 10 years. The first 5 years is the 24.5 million gross. Okay, so we're just
Okay,
talking about
now I
moving a
understand.
portion of that first 5 years.
Yeah.
So what I did is try to leave that, what you had for your first 5 years in, so you can see we're not moving the whole lot. We're just moving 12.7 million of that 24.5 million out.
So that wouldn't change the last column then? Is that, am I reading that right? Still 48 million in there. It's just that it'll go, first 12 months will be 5 years will be 12.5 million or something, and the last lot will be 28 million.
That's right, so shifting the loading, so the total number does not change.
That's right.
Sorry, 36 million, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the, is there any estimation on which projects, major sense, big picture sway, would be shifted? Could I ask the movers if they know that, or whether it's just a stab in the dark?
No, it's not a stab in the dark, because during question we established that there weren't actually many projects specifically allocated for this.
Okay, that's fair enough. Ungap the Gaps has been a project proposed within council for 3-4 years maybe, that I've heard. Is that going to be in the years 1 to 5, the remaining bit, or not? Because that's a specific
That's
project.
a question for staff. Sorry.
Well, it's your motion though.
No, because we don't have to decide the detail within the plan. As Jeff says, there isn't that amount of detail. But in terms of your question, I think it's better answered by staff. Did you hear the question, Eva-Lisa? Could you repeat it, please, Dave?
Ungap the Gaps is it's a program. Whatever.
Sounds like a rap.
No, just the dotted lines filling the bloody things in, okay? Which is that remaining in years 1 to 5, or some of it, or is that going out in the 12.5 million that's getting kicked out to touch?
So, through the chair, if you move the funding from years 1 to 5 into later years, you'll be moving that program into those later years.
Yeah, but we're not moving the whole lot. We're only moving half of it.
Yeah. So therefore, we would need to prioritise and deliver within the funding amount for that program.
That doesn't give me. I feel like Councillor Ewan.
Question.
Mired in mud. Sorry, because I haven't got an answer really about what's happening with it.
You've had your best answer, which is it would mean moving some of it back. That's what you said, right? Okay, any other questions? Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, is this proposing, and we haven't finished the biking micromobility plan, so we don't know what's where, but is this 50%, I get the intent, so this is moving 50% of the budget in the first 5 years to the later, but is this because this is the 23 million which is in the targeted rate, which is still to be reduced by 50% from the very start of the day, which we haven't done. So is this 50% of that 50%?
So in terms of what goes into the targeted rate versus the general rate,
Yeah.
so the effect of the motion earlier in the day would not take stuff out of the targeted rate and become unfunded. It would move it from targeted rate to funded in the base budget. So this is representing 50% of the amount that's in the total bucket of funded projects, be they general or targeted rate, taking it from years 1 to 5 to years 6 to 10. That's
And the decision about where the 50% gets taken from hasn't been made yet, is the point.
So, you lost me at hello. So,
councillors, we haven't made a decision. You know, we made that decision to move half the targeted rate back to general rate. Nobody here has made a decision yet about what that is.
But this is making a decision.
It's just making a
So
decision to remove half.
This is making a decision to reduce the amount or to shift some of the amount that's funded.
No matter where it ends up.
Yep, correct.
Okay.
And, sorry, can I also just clarify, we have updated the numbers in the motion. They were showing inflated numbers, and these are the uninflated numbers, which is consistent with the other motions that we've had so far. Yes.
That's what's in the document, 23.520.
No, that 23.5, that's the net uninflated amount over the 10 years. It's a coincidence that that number is about $23 million as well.
Oh, so this is reducing the gross capex figure. I'm even more confused than I started.
Gross uninflated.
Uninflated is the inflation adjustment, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's still the gross figure before any subsidy.
Yeah, the key figure to consider is the $11.5 million, which is moving from years 1 to 5 to years 6 to 10. That is the essence of this motion, is moving out $11.5 million gross.
Okay.
Uninflated.
Next questions, have you?
So it would, I think if I look at these sheets, it's much easier. So it essentially, this motion leaves 50% of those first 5 years still somewhere, right? Either in the general rate or the targeted rate.
Yes, so the effect of this motion would leave $11.5 million in years 1 to 5, and it would shift $11.5 million out of years 1 to 5 into years 6 to 10.
Yeah, but we haven't decided whether that 11.5 is targeted or general.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm with you, thank
And
you.
the total program over 10 years would still be 48.
Still the same amount, thank you.
Thank you.
I got there in the end.
So,
Councillor Pascoe?
thank you. So just following on that question, if we collected a targeted rate for that spend and it wasn't going to happen, we collected it in years 1 to 5 and it wasn't spent until 6 to 10, would we, well, first of all, can we do that? Does the timing of the collection need to be aligned to the timing of the spend?
We can do it.
Yeah, sorry.
So we can collect targeted rates and then spend it in future years.
So do we especially account for that? So we would account each year on what we had received for that targeted rate and hadn't spent?
I'm going to need someone to talk to how we treat it from an accounting point of view.
So for the targeted rates currently in the budget, we have calculated those across the 10 years and effectively ring-fence the money across the 10 years. So what we would do, councillors, is when we get to the latter part of this meeting, if the targeted rates are still part of the discussion, then we'll want to calculate the amount that covers and effectively ensures across the 10 years what we spend and the inflation adjustments, the targeted rate is set to collect that over the 10-year period. And there'll be each year...
No, the question he asked, yes, we would.
My question.
Yes, we would, Councillor Robb.
If we collected $5 million in year 1 but only spent 3, would we separately account for that $2 million to make sure that it ended up being spent in the subsequent years when the spend went up?
Yes, we would.
Okay. Ring fence, that's the word, okay.
Separate it.
And my last question, and I'm sorry if this might be a difficult question, but if we move it from years 1 to 5 to 6 to 10, what is the impact on balancing the books and debt? And also, presumably, there would be OPEX that we would be paying for after the project was completed, which of course wouldn't occur in the first 5 years. Or is that too complex for the model to...
Oh, it's not too complex for the model. We previously modelled a cluster of recommendations, and at the end of the priority is to capture them at the end and show what they look like once they all go through.
Okay, so at the moment we're guessing in terms of what we might save by moving this $11 million.
We have modelled a cluster of recommendations put forward, in this case, for these ones, all the ones that are the same ilk from the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor.
Yep.
But we haven't got the time or capacity right now to pull them out individually. We'll present all that at the end.
Which is exactly, if we can move on, the answer to the question when Councillor Hamilton raised the very same question. So next question, please, Ross.
Yeah, sorry, but shouldn't we be doing that? Because
we've had
this
that
is a substantial move. This is a substantial amount. We're being asked to decide now whether or not we defer that.
Rob, we have had that debate and that question. We've answered it. I know you feel unhappy with it, but let's move on.
Oh, okay.
It flattens the curve.
We've had this discussion once already. We can't keep going over the same discussion. I know the matter. Councillor Bunting.
So let me just be really clear on this. I'm looking at page 79, the Buckingham Micromobility line that we're referring to. So the totals, instead of 3,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, etc., are going to be 1.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, and then the next year will be 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, on we go. So we've got a big bulb of spending to do in that second half, yeah? Okay. Evelisa, is this going to give you, because at the moment we're in massive business case phase, is this going to give you enough room to have enough skin in the game to do this effectively? This isn't for construction, this is at the very first part, is it?
So we will just fit in with the program and deliver in the first 5 years the connections required that elected members will prioritise, and it will allow time for the biking and micromobility business case to go through its process.
Okay.
So would it give us enough? It will work to what the funding allows.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. So basically with these small amounts per year, can I confirm we wouldn't be able to do any significant projects, essentially? So anything transformational that would result in mode shift, like the Eastern Pathways project?
Correct, within this project line.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify? Eastern Pathways is shown separately.
Oh, I realise that. I'm just comparing it because Eastern Pathways will result in mode shift, but with this current motion, I'm saying that you won't end up with that transformational project. Yeah. Another question I have is, if this isn't a targeted rate and the targeted rates are fully funding the whole project, does it have an impact on debt to level, the debt ratio, given that it's not actually, if it is a targeted rate, it's not borrowing more money, it's fully funded, right?
Whether it's funded from a targeted rate or a general rate, it has the same impact on debt to revenue.
So what we're doing is collecting more money up front and spending less to start with. So we kind of end up holding a pot of money and then spending that later.
So
because it won't change because the overall amount is the same, it won't actually change what we're rating people, right?
No, so it won't change. This decision wouldn't change how much we rate people.
Yeah.
What it would do is flatten our debt to revenue curve by, as you say, we're collecting revenue in years 1 to 5, but we're not spending as much in years 1 to 5. So our debt to revenue ratio in years 1 to 5 would be improved.
Would it be possible to have a motion where we get both scenarios modelled? So we have one scenario with no deferral and one scenario with the deferral at the end of this. So would that be possible?
No, we're going to have the collective impact of the current base budget compared to all the resolutions that have gone through.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to see that at a collective level at the end of this priority.
Yeah, so see the whole collective impact of this, but then have A and B, with one with micro-mobility deferred and one without it. So it's just that one difference, and you're looking at both outcomes.
We can do that.
Okay. Could I put forward then an amendment to that, to that intent, that we model both?
No, we don't need an amendment to that. Because we will compare it between the base budget and this resolution. So the base budget has the current scenario included in it.
Yeah.
And Mayor Porter and the Deputy Mayor's move is to shift away from that. So that's option B versus option A.
Yeah, no, what I'm looking for, I'm not sure we're totally on the same page. What I'm looking for is once we collectively figure out everything, so at the end of this, right, then we look at the budget and then we go, okay, we're just going to have the one other scenario where it isn't moved, and we'll see what impact it has on the debt, because the rate's still going to be the same. So if we don't need more headroom,
when we get to the end of all of this, we're going to basically have a number, and then you can ask us to model anything at that point. So you don't have to ask us now. We're going to get to the end of all the motions and everything like that. Everything's only in principle for the form of the base budget, At the back end, once we've done it all, we will make note to compare that with you as well, so you can see the impact of that. So if you get to the very end of everything and there's capacity, you can add it back in if you choose to. We'll give you the information to make that call.
To give effect to what you're looking for would be to vote against this motion. So-
Yes, but I'm looking at numbers and thinking maybe, well, I'm just thinking, look, at the end of it, because, it might pass through at this stage, that we can then review it.
You only
Yes,
need-
well, that's
the
available
point.
on all of these, on all of these. And we're here and we've noted your request, so my expectation is that staff would provide for that request when the right appropriate time comes.
And it's really easy to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I
For me.
don't, Sarah, you can hold me to account for that tomorrow.
Okay.
It doesn't come. In the meantime, vote against it by all means as a way of. Councillor McPherson, have you asked questions before?
Not this one. Is it ethical to charge rates when we're not spending until significantly far down there? I can understand, we often move stuff from, defer expenditure from one year to another because of contract reasons or whatnot. But if we're collecting rates in year one that now wouldn't be spent until year 6 at the earliest, how ethical is that? Because the alternative is to put your spending out, but also drop your revenue by a portion to reflect what your spending intentions actually are.
So, ultimately, legally we can do it. Ethically, as long as we do it, I think it's a key point. So if we do what Councillor Robb suggested and track it, then I have no issue with it.
How do we bind a future council? And that far out. We could bind ourselves from one year to the next with deferrals, but because we're the same group, but that's not going to be the same group, except for Martin.
But that's the same with any decision regarding rates. It's only binding on the council at the point in time. In fact, it's not binding on you. You can do what you like outside the 10-year plan. You don't have to strike a rate that's in line with the 10-year. This 10-year plan next year, if you change an annual plan, you can strike another rate.
Okay, let's move through the questions. Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Can I just check my understanding, because we're getting a number of questions about the targeted rate, but I understood that after that decision we made early on that we're basically halving the targeted rate, it's still not actually decided what's in the targeted rate or anyway. So this possibly could be in the base budget. So I thought we weren't going to get into the whole the impact on the targeted rate because of that.
That's a good point. That's correct.
Thank you.
That answer too. Agree.
Okay. Just a question from me in terms of the things that we're considering in the long-term affordability of this long-term plan. As I understood it when we were going through the potential to either take things out or defer them, is that we need to consider debt capacity, rates impact, and balancing the books, right? So debt capacity still remains. Perhaps you'd like to explain to councillors why debt capacity remains important part of this consideration, because Sarah's pointed out the rate will be the same, so why does debt capacity matter?
I'll let Blair explain that.
Essentially, council, because when we start the 10-year plan, we're already close to our higher debt limits. Debt capacity becomes the immediate constraining factor in terms of any expenditure program. So yes, you can amend revenue. Yes, you can target different balance in the book, but it is the debt capacity which is the first constraining factor under every scenario that is run through the financials. So by working to a limit, and at the moment the budget is working to the LGFA maximum, we can then tell you the consequential impacts of rates or balancing the books. We know that debt limit. So it is the debt that we always hit first in terms of the constraining factor in terms of the council's finances.
So anything that we might need to borrow to do becomes an issue when your debt hits its ceiling. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so ultimately, if council's program and the capital operating program is at its debt limit, it is in revenue that becomes the balancing factor.
Okay, thank you. That helps me anyway. Councillor Wilson? Questions, please? Oh, it's stuck on and we can't take your hand off. Okay. Cash, have you got a question, please?
Just a quick one. If we did have to adjust the rate, whether it's targeted or part of the general, if we had to adjust it for that first 5 years to reflect the new amount, what would that move from? Like, what would it be instead of $60?
I'm a bit confused. Do you understand the question there?
No, sorry, I was talking to...
Can you say again, please, Cash, because I didn't quite catch it. Sorry.
So this program is part of that, the targeted rate of $60. If we went ahead with this and we flattened the curve, and if we had to change the amount collected for the first 5 years to reflect that, what would that new amount be?
So, Councillor Kesh, the principle behind this resolution is that we remain the same revenue curve, but the cost side of it is reduced. So it'll create a cash surplus in the first 5 years and then a cash deficit in the last 5 years, but overall for the program, unchanged. So that's effectively what this is doing. If we were to flatten the curve on the revenue side, it undoes the complete value of doing this resolution.
Got you. And that's the intent of the motion, to leave it as is?
Yes, the intent of the motion is to create some capacity at the beginning of the 10-year plan when we're very tight on debt to revenue point of view, to flatten it out so that we have capacity and more choices at the end of these 2 days to look at other options or give us options in the context of our rates and our debt to revenue.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
I thought the intention was to actually keep the rate down, to get the rates down. So we are still going to carry on rating them and not use the money till later. I thought the intention of this was to flatten the rates down.
In the long term, we will get that option, right? So we've got to, it's really hard to individually say how much this is going to contribute to everything's been thrown on the table, because it may well be, firstly, this may end up in the general rate. Firstly, some of the other resolutions go against it. And I might say, hey, if it wasn't for everything else, we could have put the rates down, but with everything else going in, the general rate's got to go up. So the goal is to give us choices to do that once we made all of these decisions. This gives us the capacity. Everything else being equal, we could reduce the rates, fine, but not everything else is equal. So it's about moving through. So I can't give you the actual answer on this yet because we haven't made the decision whether it's in the general rate or not. And secondly, we haven't seen the other impacts of other decisions on what is in the general rate or in the targeted rates either. So
But the modelling that occurs tomorrow,
at the end of this, we'll show that.
the modelling will show that, and we'll be able to be a bit flexible.
Yeah,
with the modelling.
and I realise this is CapEx as well, so there will be a minimal effect, but I just would have thought that, I'm
questions,
sitting here
though?
prudently trying to trim, do the right thing.
Well, look,
that's what you've got to do it.
You do make a point. We do need to have spending capacity, therefore we do need to have debt.
Yeah.
So if your credit card's maxed out, if something goes, you've got no capacity. That's the direct analogy, isn't it?
Okay, so I'll take it offline and try and work it out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The point you're making, though, is a good one.
Yeah.
We are still in the position of having to take things out. Not much is coming out at the moment. Okay. Debate has been, just questions have been asked. We'll go to the debate, and I'll let Deputy Mayor Taylor start the debate. I don't need to talk to it, but you.
I accidentally did that earlier when I was supposed to be just explaining it. And this is very appropriate because this is not anti-cycling at all. So I thank you for the prop. Look, the transport budget is huge. It's pretty big. There's huge pressure. We know that half an hour ago we just approved $15 million for a road, which will annoy you when you're comparing 15 million with this. But something has to give sooner or later. We have to accept there's a hell of a lot of money in the transport budget. I'm well aware that cycling is coming from a low base. Cycling hasn't had a lot of love in the last decade, and that's why I don't want to cut. I just want to move to help our debt capacity in the first 5 years. I think with the various low-risk, low-cost budgets for cycling, there's quite a big stash of money in there. $18 million for Eastern Pathways, which I support, you'll still find that there's plenty of money in that first 5 years to get stuff done. So, yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. I will not be supporting this. We have climate change right here on our doorstep. 62% of the emissions from our city are from land transport. And this is probably the most practical, pragmatic way that we can address that. We also have a whole generation that is going to once again miss out on being able to bike to school, bike to work, whatever that might be, if we don't fund this. If we don't fund this properly now. With only a small amount of money in this first 5 years, we can't get any transformational change. We need to be able to put in an appropriate amount to be able to get something which is going to deliver mode shift. So I can't support it, particularly as Jeff alluded to, and we're starting from an incredibly low base. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the goodwill where this is coming from, but I can't, as Chair of Infrastructure, I also won't be supporting this at this point in time. It's difficult because the biking and micromobility business case hasn't been completed. We haven't sat round the table and discussed what projects we want to put ahead of others, and also. And I hear what the Deputy Mayor is saying, but transport also attracts the best revenue, so we get the best bang for our buck. If this goes through, I just remind elected members that of a recent briefing where you were all, pretty much most of you were saying, come on, let's get on with it. We need cycleway connections. We need to fill the gaps. This will slow that entire program down. It won't fill the gaps for the central city, and it won't fill those gaps for our connecting communities, which are the things that most elected members were really passionate about.
Councillor McPherson.
If we want real change in the transport area, we have to be doing things like this at pace and not pivoting around to shifting things out to the last 5 years, the next 5 years, which I call the never never really, because the longer you shift it out, the less guarantee you've got that it'll happen, and you've heard about that. We're getting into a moral problem. Bunty raised this as well. We're collecting money from people but not using it for the purpose we intended it for some years' time. That's not right.
Point of order. That's incorrect. We've already established the targeted rate is not part of this. We don't even know if this is part of the targeted rate.
No, I wasn't talking about. I didn't mention
We're talking about
target
collecting
rate.
money and then using it later. That's not the issue.
Correct, because if I can explain that, if we collect money in the general rate, it's still being collected for a job.
Sorry. Wait. You don't get to argue the point of order. I need to understand it first. What is your point of order, Jeff?
I didn't mention which rate.
Well, you're talking about collecting money, though.
Mm-hmm.
No. What's your point of order?
Don't worry. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, I don't think I am, but
Carry on. Sorry, carry on, Dave.
If we're collecting money for cycling, whether it's in the general rate or in the targeted rate, and not spending it for some years' time, we're in a moral difficulty area there. If this goes through, that helmet there won't be needed in half the city. That's the problem. The cycling facilities are actually low cost compared with other transport expenditure in the city, compared with what we use for cars and buses and trucks and trains. So it's a good deal we get if we can mode shift.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I appreciate what you and the Deputy Mayor are trying to do here, and I am grateful for the sentiment, but I stood on cycling. I got voted in because of cycleways. And I have been advocating for cycleways for a long, long time, so I can't in any conscience vote for your motion this time.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm a little bit uncomfortable about the direction of travel here. We're starting from a maximum debt, potentially a higher rate than we're comfortable with, and unacceptable operating deficits. The decision here involves moving the deck chairs. around without quantifying the financial benefit or outcomes of such a decision. I think it will be difficult when we get to consider a targeted rate in this area to justify that we will be able to deliver outcomes from that targeted rate if we're not going to spend that money.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I think this is a sensible approach, the motion. It actually is not cutting anything, it's just smoothing it out. And the thing is, if it's such an important issue, which it is, then it can be raised as a targeted rate. So, yeah, I think the issue's been a little bit confused here, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Ewan or anyone there? No? I can't see if they've got questions. Okay. Yes, after I've... But to get the right of reply, you have to become the mover. So I've asked council staff to... I have to ask staff to change that round. But we can be a bit flexible, apparently. There we go. All right. Having said that, I'm not going to move my position, Jeff. We had a really long chat about this. It was a hard chat because I'm a long time supporter of cycling, even way back on my days on the regional council. And I do take a serious point about reducing carbon. You know, but at the moment we can't have everything in a transformational change. We need incremental change, and it needs to be the right priorities. It's disappointing, I know. It doesn't give me any pleasure. A lot of this hasn't. I do understand the rationale about having debt capacity, though, because if our credit card is maxed out, we actually can't do much. So I do understand that. That's the reality. But I am also aware that in the base budget there is some, and I very much hope with really tuned thinking from the staff, they will find things that do transform cycling opportunities in Hamilton. And I have discussed this with you, Sarah, so I know that you understand what I was trying to do, and we'll have different views, that's fine. Okay, we'll go to the, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Look, just in response to Sarah, I disagree that there's no room for transformational change. We've got $18 million in the Eastern Pathways budget. We're looking at the CBD to University link and the school link. There is transformational change happening with cycling. And there's also been some discussion about how we won't get anything done if we take this out. We're not taking anything out, we're just moving it. There's a hell of a lot of money in this budget for cycling. So, you know, 18 million plus 23 million plus 30 million plus 12 million. There's an awful lot of money here for cycling, and I was being very gracious about it at the start, but actually some of this has almost got in by stealth. It's been built into this budget, and all I'm trying to do is shine a bit of a light on it and move it around to help us. In response to what Rob says, the CE has said if we can move $70 or $80 million from year 1 to 5 to years 6 to 10, it is going to put us in a much better position to lower rates. That's why I'm doing it.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to have to make some tough decisions at some point.
Let's go to the vote.
Noting Councillor Wilson on Zoom was dissenting and Councillor Naidu-Ralph on Zoom was for.
Thank you. So we're on to the next one, please. I don't know, I hope this isn't another one that you and I have moved, Jeff. There are some that other people have moved as well. However. Which one are we taking? Is this, this is the amendment now, clearly done. No, well, it's moved and seconded. We don't need to change that.
No. Yeah. So maybe just to clarify, there are two motions relating to mass transport. The first one up there is Mayor Southgate and Deputy Mayor Taylor to move the budget, some of the budget out to the latter years. And then there is a separate motion to move some of the money from year 10 in the mass transport to fund the transport rejuvenation project, and then also add some parking potential revenue. Okay, so we do that separate? Yeah.
Yeah, so separate those off, because I said. Okay. Okay, look, we'll do that, separate off, because I suspect they'll draw unequal attention. We'll have some questions, but just to propose just to give some context to the motion. Here again, this does not fill me with joy and enthusiasm to go chop, chop, chop through our budget. But again, we can't do everything that we want to do tomorrow. We can't transform the world in these hard financial times, but we can slowly make pace and progress. And so that was a proposal to get us to think about how we could move forward, but move forward in a way that's affordable. I can't really say anything more than that. Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, do you want to explain your amendment so we can then we take? It's an additional motion.
It's just another motion, yes. And the second part there will be Councillor McPherson's.
Can that be done like that?
Is that right, Dave?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so all of those are valid motions, there's no negative. Hang on a minute, just let me read it, 1 second. Point of process, Councillor Hamilton.
My question is, maybe to Richard, we could vote, we could support all the motions and that would all be congruent. Would that be correct?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
No. It would still work if we supported all those motions.
That's what I was trying to figure out. Is number two in any way?
That's right, they're not mutually exclusive.
So the first one is taking money from the first half and putting it to the second half, and then the second one is taken from the second half and putting it back into the first half.
It's only 1 year of the second, or 2 years of the second half.
They're not exclusive.
Okay.
So it does need to be an amendment because.
No, it doesn't. They're all correct and they can be voted on.
By the way, the second one can happen even if you don't vote the first one.
But if you do vote the first one, can the second one happen?
Yes, the third one can happen regardless of the first
So
one.
but what Sean's saying is that in our motion, we're moving things back. In the second motion, they're moving them
Not
forward
in equal
again.
proportion,
Is that not
though.
right?
No, it's two different movements, it's two different reasons.
Excuse me, but could I ask staff just to clarify that? So.
Well, they didn't like
no, just.
those second two.
So your point, Sean, is?
Let's have, governance need to make a call on this. If this is fine, let's go for the debate and discussion. I just want to be sure that it's.
Sorry, you do need to ask the movers of the motion. They have to be involved, the other two motions.
I will get to that, Dave, but I would like to hear staff's opinion as well, not.
Well, they haven't even had a discussion. I've had no discussion with staff about the third one.
I'm coming to you in your intent for your recommendation in a minute. Just please be polite enough to wait till I get my head around this. I'm asking staff to make sure that this can be proceeded with in order. And there's no problems. If that's so, we'll carry on.
Yes.
Yes, I would, please.
So the impact of the first motion would result in year 10 of the mass transport budget becoming 6 million. No, reallocation from the first 5 years to the second 5 years. And then council could choose to vote for the second motion, which is to take 3.1 out of that year 10 number of 6 million and bring it forward to years 1 and 2. So they are related but not mutually exclusive.
So it's like moving the 6 back and then moving half
Yes.
of the 6 back again. That's
Yes.
what it effectively does.
Motion 3 specifically funds motion 2.
Okay. Yeah, yes, no, I do get that and we'll talk to that. I just wanted to get my line up in my head, which I think is fair and reasonable, so we're all on the same page. Okay, let's get each mover, I've spoken to mine, let's get each mover to say what their intent with their, Angela? Do you want to explain the intent of yours, please?
Oh, well, yes, just so, as we heard in questions early on this morning, that the transport centre needs to be more future-proof than it is, and the extra increase, which is the net 1.5 to council, is there to
Hang on a minute, please. Sorry to interrupt, and I'm not trying to be difficult or grumpy, but it's really hard to hear when you're having a conversation over here and a conversation over here. I can't hear what Angela's saying.
Yep, so the 1.5 is the net to council, and that's to cover the basically future-proofing the transport centre and putting in things like the accessible toilets, and actually bringing it up to be a fit for purpose for the next decade. And I think that's all we wanted to say to explain that one. And again, that it's basically funded through revenue from Councillor McPherson's motion.
Councillor McPherson, would you like to explain the intent of yours, please?
We've had a project on the go, but a bit on the back burner for a couple of years now to quantify, map the CBD fringes and where commuters are parking, like Memorial Drive and Seddon Park area, those sorts of examples. And the proposal that was raised some time ago was that we charge for parking in those areas. We use the revenue to support public transport, mass transit. So that is not worked up yet fully. So I have suggested there that we assume an income from that, i.e. we get the project going, but not in the first year because we're not ready. But from the year 2 onwards, and the assumption is the total amount we would get from parking in the CBD fringe and fringe less that bit that we've already going to start from January, those 2 outer edges of the CBD, which we're already accounted for, which was 400,000. The estimate was 2 million overall for parking.
I think the intent's
minus
clear
400.
Now. Perfect, thank you. The intent of all of that is clear, so we'll go to questions. Councillor Thompson.
Just a question around how we approach it. I'm just wondering, the middle motion kind of relies on the third one being approved, doesn't it? Or is that right? So do we need to say that it's subject to them being approved, or should the other one, I don't know, be voted on first or something?
Becca, have you got a comment on that? So the question is, because the second motion is contingent on getting the money from parking, vis-a-vis the third motion, should we put the third one?
Because it's taking money from both year 10 and year 2.
Yes, that was my suggestion to Sean just now. Yes.
So we'll swivel those around to enable that to have a better flow. Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Pascoe.
Just one question on Councillor...
Hang on, excuse me.
Councillor Dave's motion. I just don't quite follow the 400,000 that's in this year's annual plan for the fringe parking revenue. Is that 1.6 million the grossed up value?
No. The fringe is much more than that. Those 2 areas are called areas A and D or something. They're actually not fringe, they're inside the fringe. So they're
in the CBD?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm talking about what's outside them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So is that 1.2 plus the 400,000?
No, that's 2 million per year for all parking revenue.
Yep.
Less that 400 that you've identified.
Which is already
counted for.
In an existing budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's 2,000 to 3,000 car parks in that area.
Okay. No, thank you. I now understand that. Thanks.
Any other questions for clarity? No, there being none. Okay.
Maybe it's because it's late in the day. I just can't see the relationship between the second and third one. Can someone explain how they're related? Because they don't seem to be related to me.
Jeff, in the third one, in the sense that that's putting money into funding mass transit from year 2 onwards.
But you could have 2 without 3 or not?
I think you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
We said they were all mutually exclusive. Okay. You can have them or not.
But we've ordered them this way because there is a sort of a link
for
somebody who may wish to vote for the parking or against the parking might have a different vote on the next one. So anyway, it's now into debate, and we'll take it all contemporaneously, because I like that word. I'm not going to, it really is hard to hear, sorry guys. Brilliant, I'll have one too, single shot cappuccino. In terms of my motion, I've already explained it, the intent was clear, you either agree with it or you don't, so I'm not going to debate it. Mover, I'll just take the mover of the second one and then the mover of the third one, and then we'll have further debate. Councillor McPherson.
Sorry, last time I looked up there, I was the third motion, mine, but someone...
Because we're taking these all contemporary, no, we can't take them at the same time, can we?
You can if you agree that that's what you want to do.
No, we better take them one by one.
Okay, separately.
Yeah,
Sorry, I just...
Sorry, I lost the plot there for a second. I was hoping to get through more speedily, but, you know. Motion number one, I'm not going to debate it. Let's go into debate if anybody else would like to debate it. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, and look, I can understand what Jeff and you are trying to do here, and you've explained that before, and it's logical, no problems with that. I happen to not agree with it because of the urgent need for us to deal with mode shift. Mode shift in Hamilton means lowering the carbon footprint, changing the mode of transport in an area that delivers most of our carbon generation in this city, 62% I think I saw, the last figures, is created by transport in the city. If we don't really tackle that, instead of tinkering with it, we're not going to have the sort of effect that we're talking about, halving the carbon footprint by 2030. There's no chance if we don't really tackle heavy duty. And that's why I think we have to do it up front. Now, I think there's perhaps some room to move a little bit further down the track with the three motions. You could get elements of each of them combining to help but all people's desires there, but you're going to have to deal with mass transit from day one. If you can't do that, you're not going to achieve reduction of carbon footprint, you're not going to achieve mode change in any meaningful way. It's going to take 50 years, not 5 years, to make changes.
Councillor Hamilton?
I'll support the initial motion, Southgate Taylor motion. If that passes through this group, then I'll support the others. Mode shift is cars are also going to become more electric, so cars are not going away entirely. So I don't think that it's just removing cars completely. So if the first one passes and is supported, then I'll be happy to support the other two in view of compromise and working together in collaboration and harmony and unity and peace.
Councillor Taylor, Deputy Mayor Taylor, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Yeah, you've spoken about the mass transit one, and that again, there was no sort of ill intent there. Certainly no intention to cut or anything. It was just trying to move things around to save money. The second one I quite like. I'll go with that. I do have an issue with the third one at the moment. I just think it's a bit premature to allocate that money to public transport, because there may be other, the money's being taken from the central city, there may be other central city initiatives, CBD revitalisation, where it could go as well. So I'm not absolutely opposed to it, it's a bit premature for me at this stage to support a decision to do that. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, I don't see any further debate on the first motion, so we'll go to the debate, to the vote. Oh, right of reply, I do get a small right of reply. Just noting, as I have said before, we are slowly and surely heading towards a huge rates increase. So, you know, this is all very good, but we have to show some pragmatism at some stage, and something's got to give to get that element of headroom. Here's a proposal. I'm asking for your support for this proposal to give us at least some financial headroom. Thank you. Go to the vote. We're just doing one. You did, but that's okay. No, you get another go.
You are.
I did, but then I took it away. Don't tell him how to vote. He's got to.
No, I'm just telling him to vote.
He can do what he wants.
Martin 5.
Wilson and Naidu Ralph.
Councillor
Motion is
Thompson, you haven't
carried.
voted by the looks of it. Oh.
You're on Zoom too.
I'm on Zoom too,
Sorry. The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson and Naidu Ralph.
Could be the swing vote on occasion, couldn't it? Okay, let's go to motion 2.
I apologise. I just wanted this process. So obviously, am I correct for the listeners and viewers and there are thousands out there, that was carried on the casting?
Noting that Councillor Wilson and Councillor Naidu Ralph on Zoom were for the motion.
Okay.
Okay, we'll talk to Councillor Wilson later.
Motion number 2, the Councillor McPherson, Councillor Thompson motion. We've had lots of discussion on that, so we don't need to go. Yeah, we're going.
Correctly didn't debate that.
No, I'm going to get debate. I've said lots of discussion in the way of questions, so we don't need any more questions. We're going to go straight into debate.
Okay.
You go.
He's been complaining about it's all extra money being spent. This is one where it's talking about extra revenue being earned, something we've had in mind but not actually got our A into G about. And this is saying let's mandate that we actually do something about it. And it's something that's got a win-win. It's going to put a price on parking, which some of us are concerned that we haven't been doing enough of that, and it's going to assist mode shift by spending that in an area which will support mode shift. And that was the whole idea, original idea there, and it's actually getting it moving. It also gives a chance to redress some of the imbalance caused by the motion that we've just passed.
Thank you. Next on the list, Councillor Thompson. Huh? Excellent. Councillor Gallagher.
No, just obviously the actual detail of this, we have plenty of time to work out. The one observation, separate from the broad principle, is addressing the rights of residents, who live in particularly residential areas in the commuter zone, and obviously residents permit parking, particularly for visitors. I realise during the day with the free parking deal, they have the issue already. But certainly, look, I'll be supporting this subject to obviously the detail being worked through.
Okay. Councillor Van Oosten.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll be supporting it also, and noting that it's a creative way for us to be able to think about what our revenue is and making more of it. And I look forward to further debate through the next day and perhaps longer about other ways that we might be able to find revenue to support the kinds of spending that we want to do. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you. Myself, I'll just add that yes, congratulations on coming up with this. I wouldn't have supported it if it was right in the heart of the CBD, because I don't think we're there yet. We need the CBD to still continue under its present regime. But commuter parking, which is largely what happens on the CBD fringes, I can understand, as those commuters need to pay for the privilege of being able to bring their vehicle in, and as they do in any city around the world. So that's good. Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, thanks. As Chair of Finance, I have to say that turning down any opportunity to put extra revenue on our revenue line would be totally remiss of me. So I'm supporting my Deputy Councillor Maxine in endorsing enthusiastically this proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Are we debating the McPherson-Thompson one?
Yes.
Right. Okay. I think my friend to my left might have debated the wrong one, but
I debated them all.
Okay. So I support his position on this one. Actually, I agree with it in principle, but I think we're kind of spending money we haven't got yet, and I'd support it when we get the commuter parking in action. But I just think we've been
We're doing the
this.
middle one, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, we're talking about the parking, right?
Yeah.
So we've been defending from the likes of Councillor Rob, and rightfully so, concerned about the lack of revenue that's been coming in from parking. But the revenue's coming in and we're spending it straight away. So I'll support it later, but just not quite yet.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, look, just a similar comment to my first debate. Yeah, my first comments on it. I'm not ready to make a decision on where revenue goes. Certainly, I'd actually want some research and discussion first about it, because there may be other options in the central city as well. So I'm not going to be supporting it.
Thank you. Nothing on Zoom that I can see, therefore we'll go to the vote.
Doesn't have to go to public training.
Zoom voting in support of the motion.
Thank you. So can I give you guys a bit of incentive to be as erudite with this last one, because it's the thing that's standing between you and dinner. So that we'll have a break after this last one. Councillor O'Leary.
Look, the previous motion, I know we're talking about this motion now, but the previous motion funds a hell of a lot more than what's required here. So I applaud Councillor McPherson for that. Around 12 or 13 million it raises. And this motion is only requesting 1.5 million of that one. And if ever there was a case for supporting the central city and bringing people into the city and connecting them with the businesses and the residential areas and getting that mode shift, then a transport centre is it.
Thank you. Debate, anybody? McPherson?
Briefly, the transport centre, when it was first built, was state-of-the-art in the year 2000. The art has developed quite a bit since then, and the transport centre hasn't, unfortunately. And anyone that stands for a bus out there, unless they're on in sort of about 1 square inch beside each platform, is going to get rained on in winter. That's one of the things that's going to be fixed there. So it was a good in its time. We haven't done anything to it since. We need to keep it up there. And Angela made a very good point. It's a major addition to the central city and to the culture and economic life within that.
Thank you. I just talked to this myself. I don't know if it was state of the art. It was thought to be state of the art in its time. Having said that, it's been people at the platform have either the sun shining right in their eyes most of the time or the rain howling in their face. It doesn't really matter. They're in the weather regardless. It's quite a narrow platform. If you go there at 3:15 or whenever Girls High comes out, you'd be lucky to find a square inch you can stand on. So that's also an issue from my point of view. And there's a lot of renewal and maintenance required on that building as well, because it takes a bit of a beating with so many people going through. We should be a modern transportation city. We should have a really good centre hub for transport, so I'm voting for it too. Ewan?
Yeah, thank you. I will be supporting this. I truly believe a city as wonderful as Hamilton should have a state-of-the-art transportation centre, and it should have fully accessible disabled toilets. And we don't currently have that to the level that I think a city deserves. And as such, I think it's important we undertake this as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes. I'll be supporting that, and the mentioning of the disability toilets is relevant in terms of proper, clean, well-functioning restrooms to welcome everyone. And unlike the member for Napier, who apparently, I believe, wants super uber wealthy tourists and good social democratic tradition of his government, I welcome backpackers when the COVID is over. And the backpackers and a number of our young people use that terminal, and this is their front door to Hamilton. So quite apart from the local use, just like an airport terminal, we would want it to be the front door of Hamilton, so our rail and bus terminals are there. I'll be supporting this.
Let's go to the vote.
here, if you wanted, there's a workshop on the transport centre plans and what's needed, so 10 o'clock in the committee room 1. And then we might just be back here.
If we got the outcome of the vote, please.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Taylor? Reset.
Vote by hands, all in favour. Hands up, please. All in favour. Opposed? But you could just count one of those.
Just count one.
The motion is carried, noting that Deputy Mayor Taylor is dissenting.
Councillors, we're in an adjournment for the tea break, and to be fair, to go through no later than 8:30, we'll be out the door. Okay?
So we're out till 7:45. You want to just double confirming?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Well chaired so far.
and so on. So if you've got a mate lurking outside, give them a holler. Who are we waiting on? That's good. Has Councillor Ryan gone home to Zoom? Or? Oh, okay. Cool, thank you. So, Becca, can we put the next one up? I understand, the good news is, it's sort of good news, is that we've only got 3 more to do in this first priority. There's 2 in the next priority, and depending how we go, we could get partially into the other priority. And so I propose to do that, and with your leave, when we start at 9:30 tomorrow, we have a complete, all of that modelling that we've wanted, all of that, those questions that we've caught in the net will be addressed before we start off tomorrow, rather than trying to squeeze every discussion in tonight. Okay, that's what I propose anyway. All right, so can we have the next, is this one? Mm-hmm. So there isn't a seconder, but there is, what?
We just might try and fine-tune the concept there.
Yeah, can we move that, come back to this one, just to see? We could ask some questions.
Okay, very quickly, we'll go to the one after that, but you need to get that work done so we can make progress. So we're on to pavement and pre-seals repairs, which is also you, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, and Ryan's gone.
Ryan's supposed to be on Zoom.
Might be still getting home.
But he's not in Zoom at the moment.
He did second it, but he's not here, so.
I'll set the pro forma.
Okay.
We're going to start just.
Oh, so I'll explain it. It's basically 2 million something plus has been put into the base budget, additional to the last LTP, for pavement repairs, like being proactive around potholes and stuff. And I've just suggested that 155,000 per annum is taken from that, so it's not a big impact, but that goes to the maintenance of cycleways, because there's a large issue with there being a lot of glass and gravel in cycleways, which causes a safety issue, because you can skid on it, and it punches tyres and that kind of thing. So it's just a small reprioritisation. Huh? That's because probably someone could have helped with that wording, but that's what was put in for the cycleway funding, unfunded.
Okay, so now we've heard the intent, then we'll go to questions. So are there any questions in understanding this one?
So the net.
Councillor Bunty?
Sorry, the net on that is there's no extra charge. Okay.
It's a movement
It's a
from one class
reallocation
to
of
another.
existing. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions, anyone?
It's an OPEX cost, and it's currently unfunded. Is that?
So the pavement, so you can see it's pavement and pre-seal repairs is currently in the base budget, like in the, and so it's just moving a bit out of that.
Yeah, we've understood that.
It's a budget move only.
How much is the original?
It's OPEX, that was Rob's question.
2 million. Could we confirm how much the original amount for the pavement and pre-seal is?
The original amount, and is the original amount OPEX or CAPEX?
OPEX.
And how much was it?
All OPEX.
Yeah.
Even Lisa's just looking.
So what
was the line item, pavement and pre-seal repairs?
It's not a line item, so it's in, I gave the page number 132, maybe, I'll just check really quickly, but it's on the page where it talks about what's been added in, which we could take out. Hold on.
Page 132.
Yeah.
The bottom line. 2.343 million was added into the base budget.
Yeah.
And you're effectively taking 1,550 out of that into the cycleway maintenance budget.
In total?
Yes. Across the 10 years. Yep.
Out of which one, sorry, again, sorry?
Sorry, you look on page 132, the bottom line.
Oh, yeah.
Included in the base budget, we have put an additional 2.343 million. So that's built into the budget now, and Councillor Thompson is just suggesting that that gets reclassified to cycle maintenance.
Yeah. In order to not add anything in, but, and
Okay, let's take any questions. Are there any questions, councillors?
Just
Yes.
a question with regard to the 2343. Is that an annual budget per year, the 2343?
That's correct, isn't it, Evelisa?
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
That's a lot.
We have a big network.
Yeah, just in relationship to the total, it's a small amount to come out. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, small amount to come out, big budget.
I get your point.
Your Worship, the footpath maintenance is subsidised by NZTA, is that right? Do you know? It is?
Yes.
So we wouldn't be breaching that, would this be subsidised as well by
Yes.
NZTA?
Yes, both are equally subsidised in terms of maintenance.
Oh,
Around
okay,
the
so,
world.
right.
Yeah.
So we're pretty sure we'd get that for this.
Yeah, so both, so from a funding point of view, there's no funding impact. It's
Right.
just a cost shift and no overall change in terms of our cost profile.
So it's not changing what we're getting funded
No,
for?
that's
Great.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so we haven't got any further
Good solutions
questions
here.
that I see. Therefore, you may as well go into your debate.
I think I've said it really. It's just a safety issue and an issue of getting punctured tyres, and something that comes up a lot in terms of community feedback, that a lot of the time the cycleways have a lot of gravel and glass and things. And also along Claudelands you often get actually a lot of slippery leaves and other things after rain events. So it is a safety issue, and I thought in terms of these potholes, that's also addressing a safety issue, particularly for motorbikes and things. So it's a similar area, but just sharing out or balancing out that maintenance operational costs.
Councillor McPherson.
Look, our staff have become quite good at fixing the goat tracks that cars travel on, but not the sheep tracks that cyclists have to travel on. I've certainly, the 2 times I've cycled in along the road from home to work, I've got punctures both times because of debris, mainly glass in the side there. And I think we need to talk to our street sweepers. We actually need to strategise how that work gets done, because they don't have a clue about cleaning the cycle track areas. What's more, half of them have orange cones in for large parts of the year. So we need to just a culture change in maintenance, not just in what we build. So this is part of that. Good on you.
Any further debate? No, let's move to the vote.
Kesh, can you please vote?
Kesh, she might not be there. Is she there?
She popped on.
No, we have to mark her absent, I think.
The motion is carried unanimously, noting that Councillor Wilson voted via Zoom.
And then just in terms of your just minute keeping, you're noticing that Kesh is out at this point in time till she comes back in. Okay, thank you. What's next?
Are you going back to the other one?
Am I? What am I doing? I'm going back to the, what's the next motion?
Can we pass on?
Aha, Parks. Let's do,
Remarks one.
which one? We've done the pavement and pre-sale, so are we up to Parks connection now? Okay, Councillor Bunting, do you have a seconder?
About as decisive as it too.
Is Councillor Thompson your seconder?
Yes. Yes, so, sorry to design on the fly, but what we're trying to do is get the Parks Connection program incorporated into the Nature in the City program and halve its value so its impact is less. So for the 10 years, I think we had down there, what do we have, Maria, down there? Yeah.
You had 3.4 million.
So that was 340 a year, is that right, over the 10 years?
It was staggered over 6 years. sorry.
Yeah, that might help.
Check. Yep, 1.11 is the project number.
Just to find the attachment.
Page 33.
Yep.
Table 4,
Yep.
line 1.11, and then the allocation of that, you'd have to look into table, page 101.
101. Thank you guys for your patience. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's there. So what we're effectively saying is same schedule, half the amount comes out of Nature in the City. CapEx, yeah.
Pardon? Comes
So-
out of where?
Out of the Nature in the City fund, so it's allocated out of that. Yeah.
It's a bit too,
Well, what we're trying to do is take it out of something that's already existingly budgeted for. But we're also trying to minimise the impact. We think we can have a fair crack at it. Yeah.
We could leave that one to tomorrow because really
Yeah,
I
might be
don't,
an
I
idea.
don't want anything half-formed and it's going to hold us up.
Fair enough. Yeah, we'll chat about it later. Thank you. Appreciate your patience.
Could I suggest that we move this one to sit just for purposes of
In the
discussing it
environment.
with priority 5, which is where we'll be talking about nature in the city?
Yep.
Yeah, perfect.
Fantastic.
That makes
Can you
sense.
indicate whether it's OPEX or CapEx? As we're going along, yep.
I think it's CapEx, isn't it?
Okay, let's not discuss this one further because we've got lots to get through and it's coming back to the greener cities one. So the next one is the one that Kesh, welcome back Kesh. This is the one that you've moved, the community strategies and planning, and I second it because you weren't here, Mark, but if you would like to second it, I'm more than happy to remove my name and have you second it.
But I'll support it.
So Kesh, would you like to explain to us the intent of your recommendation?
Yep, it was a result of a question that I asked earlier today. Just noting that the community strategies and planning has been left out. It's on the unfunded list. And Lance confirmed that by having it unfunded, it will have an impact on the current work stream that the team is involved in. So I had a chat to Lance, and the initial budget was for 100,000 per year for 10 years, but he has said that at 50,000 per year, there can still be an impact, and it would allow the team to carry out one plan or strategy, to develop one plan or strategy per year. So that's what the details about.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Let me just, sorry, just touch my, any questions? Councillor Bunting.
I was going to ask staff what kind of plans and strategies we'd get for that, but Max had a similar question, so.
So you get the diversity and inclusion strategy.
Age friendly.
So basically we've got resource at the moment for reviewing current strategies and plans and Parks Reserves Act management plans, which come from come on a regular basis to the community committee. So this is actually if there's other pieces of work, and there's the East Town Belt plan and those sorts of things. So there's a couple of areas is actually doing the work, and also is actually the engagement around the work as well. So there's two parts to it. So it's to have extra resource for that. Look, if you don't want to do that, then it's just about us reshaping the work program. But you know, demands on staff time have increased with a whole bunch of different initiatives that we've had. People like Jen Parlane and people like that have been pulled into a whole bunch of different projects across the council to make sure that we get good alignment between different areas.
So, yeah, the Fairfield, Endley, that sort of stuff.
Yep,
biodiversity.
absolutely. Yep.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Pascoe.
Would it be roughly one plan a year, would it, if it fitted into $50,000? Or would we get a couple of plans a year in terms of that cost structure?
Well, that's extra to what we're doing at the moment. So yeah, about that, it's sort of a bit hard to average it. If it's something a huge initiative of council, then, you know, that might take 2 years to develop something, or, you know, the people like Amanda and people like Jen and Joe Van Wylraven's been working on the Hamilton Gardens management plan. So, but obviously we're working with Robin on a bunch of different things, Eva Lisa's team. Obviously, we've got a bit of district plan coming up as well, and I've sort of made a commitment to Richard and to Jen that we didn't weave in more resource into the 15 million for my group. We'll be.
That's a long answer. I think we've got the.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's in the 15 million, is it? You've got resources funded in that 15 million?
No, this would help with that because we'll have to reprioritise what my staff are doing.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? There are none. Let's go to the debate. Councillor Naidu-Rofe, do you want to speak in debate?
Very shortly, just to reiterate that the work that this team does will provide the framework to improve engagement with all the different sectors of the community, which is what we're trying to do. We're trying to improve engagement and be more involved in the community. It's community-led approaches, which is what we've asked for, and it's a way to empower the different sectors of our community. The plans itself, there's a whole range of them, like Lars just listed. He also mentioned the diversity and inclusion plan, which is something that we've talked about, and we will need resources to actually get that started. And then again, there's the age-friendly disability action, youth action, a whole range of plans. We already know that, for example, the youth and ethnic sectors are the lowest. We have the lowest engagement with them. So this will help resourcing to improve that.
Last point, Kesh, we're out of time. Last point, sorry.
Just that we need to remain at the forefront and remain relevant. So I think that it's important for us to resource this area of the business.
Thank you. Thank you. It's hard for you to see the 1 minute when you're at home, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Just very briefly to back up Kesh, she's really leading some excellent work in this phase. Our community is dynamic, and we've got the people there, but like Lance has alluded to, we're very reactive, and when you're reactive, it actually ends up costing you more. So we're trying to stay ahead of the spear chucker just a little bit. Things like our Enderley plan, which we had to put into the annual plan as an addition. This is the kind of stuff that fends that kind of need off. So heartily in support.
Thank you. Any further debate? No, we'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson on Zoom is dissenting and Councillor Naidu-Rofe and Hamilton were for the motion.
Okay, thank you. There's one. Are we on to priority 2 now? Are we in? So we're on to priority 2 now. Yes? Yes? Yeah, I'll second this one.
Explain this. We're trying to relook at the way we fund the creative sector. Grants are very nice, but they're grants. What this is about is a match funding thing. If you remember, Nancy Cager put this to us, I think, in the annual plan submissions quite some time ago. The idea of this fund is that when you put money in, it's got to come with, or people have got to bring the equivalent amount of money at least. The other thing we've had is very positive signals from Creative New Zealand that they have similar funds available and that if we had skin in the game, they'd be matching it straight away. So what we're proposing here is to keep it, we're trying to keep it as small as possible, but trying to have as much impact as we possibly can. So we're asking for $100,000 a year for 3 years only, so a grand total of $300,000 as a trial, so with no guarantee to carry on afterwards.
Any questions on that, Councillor McPherson?
I applaud the. I'm concerned about the whether the community arts sector would ever get a look in this, given the matched funding aspect, because
So the question is, does...
yeah, you'd
how
have to
does
come
this-
along with matched funding to get the funding from council, is how you've explained it. So
Yeah, I brought that up with Jeremy as well. And we think it's attainable because it doesn't necessarily say they're coming with a $100,000 request. They might be coming in for a $4,000 event and they have to find $4,000 from a sponsor. So by way of example, they had a lights festival in Brooklyn Park a wee while ago. Now that could have been significantly better had they got a sponsor involved, but no sponsors were going to get involved. It was just them. You see what I mean?
yeah,
And Creative New Zealand have also said they're quite interested as well. So
Question, do you want to clarify your
just
question?
sorry if
oh no, well it
Only
hasn't given an answer for the community. It's just said they'd have to find the money, whatever they want. They'd already
They
have to have
Question.
that much.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is the concept. Yeah, but because we think, the idea of it too is we think that there needs to be a conduit to get business involved with arts. So we want to be that conduit for those 3 years. And by the end of the 3 years, in an ideal world, we'll be able to extract ourselves out because those relationships
You
will be
wouldn't
built.
think that would give much more of an advantage to the arty farts with the business context already? And the ones that are like the Waikato Potters Society that are just beaver away in their backyards with the other old grannies from around the place, what sort of
and there
access
is
do
already
they have to the business community?
Yes, and there is already a fund for them, the Creative Communities sector or the CCS funds. So they're already getting grants funded. This is for that sector we think could be a little bit more proactive, and the ultimate aim is to get these people like Boone, for example, like that sort of stuff, who have got a little bit of wherewithal, but they're not grand enough to attract the Vodafones and the like. So we think there's a fairly good potential in there.
Okay, next question, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So just a question for Mark, just for understanding, or Lance. So we have the money set aside there, and if someone chips in,
yes,
then we use it.
That's right. If they haven't come with their attached money, it doesn't get paid out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's bait.
Councillor Thompson?
There were also some motions for a city where people thrive that seem to be the same thing. So just clarifying, are we still in the city that's easy to live in, or in the?
No.
We've moved. Oh, okay. No, I'm still here in present. Service level stuff. So I did put one that.
When we came back in the room, what I suggested we do is just keep going through as much as we can tonight, and then the first part of tomorrow, when we're all fresh and can think, we will have the modelling, and staff will have had the chance to bring answers to everyone's questions and the modelling together then.
And just to clarify, Councillor Thompson, I think I've put that under priority 5. But we can, if you want to bring that one forward, that was a motion.
Yeah, but as long as it gets done, it doesn't matter because we're not,
In context, if there are any other related motions, if that makes sense.
Yeah. We are keeping an eye on the related motions, I think, quite well. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. This fund is currently not on our lists anywhere? In the unfunded?
Yeah.
So on page 41,
Table
table 11,
Thank you.
1.2.
Have we got access, ready access to what the current level of funding is for the creative arts sector in Hamilton?
From us?
The total, that's...
Yeah, what is the total around with grants?
From us? It's a good question, actually. I know there's a multi-year grant to...
There's the 80-something thousand, isn't it, that goes to Creative Waikato?
Yeah.
90,000?
Yeah.
And there's 150, is it, that goes to the other events? Well, that's
Correct.
the events grant.
That's the
events grant, yeah.
It's not a creative grant.
Sorry, I haven't got that total council figure at hand. I know Andy Mannering does have that because of that in previous
There's not an opportunity to move any funding out of those existing grants to go to this trial grant?
To be honest, they're incredibly oversubscribed at the moment. I mean, every grant around is, I guess, but
well,
yeah,
that's right.
we have explored that as well. What we're trying to do is just try and look at it differently rather than just handing out grants, and to encourage, you know, Creative New Zealand to get involved hand in hand with us on this one.
So we haven't thrown a net out to see what interest there would be for it. We're kind of just going to the market and saying, here's potentially 100,000. If you can match it with another 100,000, then we're in.
No, that's
it's not a $100,000 grant each year.
No. But effectively, the total would be matched by 100,000 from
Yes, that's right.
Business or Creative New Zealand.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and we've had such encouraging noises from them. We also want to add...
Sorry, encouraging words
from Creative New Zealand about that. There's a fund that Jeremy talked about last time he was here, which was designed for just that. But we don't have anything that would bring that in. The other thing, we've talked to Momentum, who are quite keen to set up some sort of endowment fund, but this isn't nearly significant enough to do that, but they're really keen to build something.
Get into the debate
Yeah,
now,
okay.
just clarity. Clarity. Yes, Councillor Wilson, procedural.
Your Worship, I'm really concerned that when these motions are raised, that the movers of the motion are having multiple opportunities to advance their argument.
I know, I agree.
Speaking rights and rights.
Fair enough.
I agree, and I did just pull back on Mark and ask him to desist.
I'm pleading with you as chair to review how we're managing this.
Thank you. You're right. I already pulled back on Mark and asked him to stop in debate, and I'll be harder on that.
Except with respect, Mayor Paul, I think we need to know what the idea is all about.
Yes. And that
particularly when it's a new idea.
I get that, and that's why they're always given that opportunity at the front end to say the intent. The rest is just questions for clarity. Ewan's quite right. It isn't the opportunity for someone to extend a debate at that time. He's very right. Okay, and Mark acknowledges that. So let's move on. Are there any other questions on that? Okay, no. So let's go to the debate, please. You have a minute. There you go. Very expedient.
No, look, it's a new concept. Just reiterating the points that I brought up in answering. It's a new concept that encourages a whole new market, we believe. We've had encouraging noises from Creative New Zealand already. That's not a guarantee, I will put it out there, but we have creative noises from them saying if you put skin in the creative funds, we will match it. And we haven't even tapped business yet, but the idea of it being a 3-year trial is that it says to Creative Waikato, etc., that this is only here for 3 years, so get a wriggle on, because we want to be able to extract ourselves out of that, having created a great relationship between businesses and funders and creative groups.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I actually think, I actually applaud Bunty and Lance for this. I like the idea. I think it's good to start moving away from the idea of just giving money, but actually encouraging someone to put something up and then matching it. So I'm prepared to give this a go.
Okay, Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I'm in the position of being an unenthusiastic supporter of this, not because I don't think it's a good idea for the people that will in the middle, if you like. They're not the community arts sector, and they're not the high-powered arty-farts that can go for $500,000 sponsorships and things like that. So in that sense, it may fill a gap, and I'm totally confident that the Chair of Community Services will see that we get regular reports on how it's going. What I'm more looking out for in the arts field is better long-term support for the community arts sector that flies well below the radar, and sometimes they like that too, but sometimes they need a bit more of a leg up.
Councillor Wilson.
I respectfully say that I cannot support this. I plead with you, colleagues, that we can't keep adding. We are already facing 11 point 3, we've added an additional 2 million. Some of the motions we've moved to today has delayed things, but all that has meant is that we can have slightly more headroom to spend even more. Please, this is all going to come home to roost, and I'm just not seeing how we are making any steps to live within our means. The ratepayers will not accept the type of expenditure we're proceeding with. Please, it's got to stop.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
I'm in support of this one. We all heard from Nancy Cager during her submission of the annual plan, and this is along those lines. There is a gap in the community arts sector funding schemes, and this will address that gap. Creative Waikato is in support, like Mark said. It is a trial for 3 years, and it might actually, so the smaller community arts projects which are funded at the moment via a different community funding scheme, is oversubscribed, and having this fund might actually free up funds for other smaller groups to apply for. So, yeah, in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to speak for myself, I think Creative New Zealand have underfunded Creative Waikato for a very long time. We've heard that for several years throughout the whole time that I was Chair of Community Services. I am going to support this. I do understand we can't add and add and add, but this is a 300,000 opportunity to get more money from the sector. It's not? Are you correcting me there? No. Oh, okay. So it's a very small amount. It's a very small amount, subject to some of the other things that we've already talked about. It's really hard for the creative sector to get sponsors, to be quite honest. But look, post-COVID, what was the sector that made people feel good and come back together off a shoestring? It was the creative sector, and we would be in a very sorry state if it wasn't for them bringing people together. And you just have to look at the event around the Christmas tree last weekend. We are so very lucky, and that's Runoff Volunteers. And if this helps them stretch that a bit further, I'm all for it. Thank you. Let's go to the vote. Oh, right, a reply. Do you want one? Who are we waiting on, please?
Dave, thank you.
Huh? Oh.
The motion is carried, noting that on Zoom, Councillor Wilson is dissenting, Councillor Naidu-Ralph and Hamilton are in support.
Okie doke. What's the next one, please? Just to check with councillors, there are no other motions under priority 2 that people had wanted to put. Yes, Martin.
Just the community events funding, that was unfunded on page 1111. Can I just have clarification? I just want to ask you about community events and what, just give me the idea of the situation. We had this discussion last year at the AP, and I just want to get a feel of what is there and what is not there, that's all.
Certainly. So on the bottom of page 41, there's 1.1 says community event support, and then there's further detail on the bottom of page 111, which sort of sets that out. It's two things essentially. One is it's increasing the amount that's available for the community events fund. So at the moment, the community events fund is $50,000 a year. This would increase it to $200,000 in the first year, and then ramping up to $300,000. So that's for the external funding to support community events, and so that's one component of it. And then other component of it is to support the events team in-house, so Tracy Wood and essentially an extra person to support her and some extra event expenses to meet demand for increased or civic events, community events, engagement events, etc. So it's to, if the council wanted to do more community type neighbourhood engagement.
What's the current budget at the moment?
The current budget
50?
For the community events fund, the current budget is 50.
I'll just propose it be an additional 50 at this stage for testing the will of the meeting.
Okay, so you would like to add a further 50, and do you have a seconder? Yes. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, and I know that's a very slim amount, but it's I'm trying to read the mood, you know, and if that can just be put on the board. And speaking to that, I think you're all aware of the work, and it does actually relate a wee bit to the question of Mark Bunting, Council. The previous item we looked at creating in the creative sector, you know, with sponsorship and all of that. This is, I think, picks up Dave Mack in a sense. There are a lot of, you know, community events that we have to be out there in the community. I think we're all aware of what Tracy and the team does, and we're all aware that they are operating on a smell of an oily rag. They're still going to be operating on a smell of an oily rag on the system, and obviously in 3 years' time with a new council, you know, next council will keep monitoring this one. And so this is just, I mean, in the end, I suspect later tomorrow, we'll be coming for some further crunch discussions. So we're looking at an additional 50,000 only.
Okay, any questions on that? I suspect it's a yep, Councillor Pascoe.
One question. Does this, what do we call it? The community events, is that expected or anticipated that could be funded from the community attractions proposed targeted rate? Or is that community attractions proposed targeted rate quite different?
The intention and the recommendation in the report was that community attractions was for something quite different.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go to the debate.
I mean, I think you're aware of the work that Tracy and her team around that civic community event stuff that does on the smell of an oily rag. I get that, and I've made the most minimal addition that I think is humanly possible. As even then, I think it's still, incredibly trim. I sort of look forward, dare I say it, to Sean and your team for a leisurely deep dive into this, for future years. But in this current climate, I just want to test the waters on this one. I mean, I think you have to, as I've said around the civic and civic event stuff, you have to, community events, the wheels start to fall off, but it's your call. And in the end, obviously I'm crystal clear about, Sean, is you're going to assure me that we're only going to provide the service that you think it is safe and equitable to provide within our funding. And in that case, there may be eventually the word no.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks. I'm thinking if I was that motion, I'd be saying with friends like that, who needs enemies? How about a bit of enthusiasm for what you're proposing?
Well, I'm just trying to appeal to some of our more uncheerful colleagues.
Yeah, no, look, the type of community event that the existing minimal fund supports, we get very good value for money, and I always think when I'm talking about that fund, the Treats in the Park event once a year out at Elliott Park, which we generally give, that fund generally gives 5,000 from memory to, and the 5,000 people up to that they have turning up there during the day in a community, a low decile area,
that gets lots of activities that would never normally come to an area like that, and has become a really big event on the calendar there. Of course, there are all sorts of other different ones as well, but I always think that is an icon for that particular fund, and if we could have one like that in each quarter of the city, and could fund that sort of thing from this, we'd be going really well as a city.
Thank you. Councillor Councillor Wilson first, sorry.
I respectfully say that I cannot support this motion. I'm particularly sad because it's moved by a good friend, Councillor Gallagher. I think it's the wrong priority. I remind this council we're beginning to write cheques we cannot cash. We can't even cover our operating budget. Year to year, we're having to borrow. We cannot afford to do this.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Hear Councillor Wilson's warnings and caution. However, I see the work that Tracy Wood does and am aghast at how she can manage it on a tiny budget that she does. Often this is the one touch point that citizens have with council, and I for one want that to be a really positive and joyful experience for them. And when I think about citizenship and the park types of events that Councillor McPherson talks about, those do lend themselves to a really positive way for the community to engage with us. I'll be supporting this motion. I fear about how we're going to balance the books, but I think this is really worthy.
Thank you. I'll just speak for myself and say that I'm not going to support this, though I really would like to, but we have to draw a line somewhere. I will note though, that we attended and Tracy does a sterling job off the smell of an oily rag, to be quite honest, and we have to look within the organisation to give her some more support somewhere. A number of us attended citizenship yesterday, and instead of having a sandwich and a cup of tea at the end like we normally do, you know, a few savouries, whatever, there was a chocolate or a little gingerbread man. I asked why we weren't having the convivial cup of tea afterwards, and that was told the budget is all gone. And I just thought, wow, because we've only done a couple of citizenship ceremonies this year, and that's one occasion where you think we could push the boat out and do a cup of tea. So I'm sort of, but I'm hoping that the message I'm giving staff here is that though I won't approve this additional spend in the budget, Richard, I hope we can be a little bit more in-house about this. Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this one to come up actually, so I'm pleasantly surprised. As Chair of Community, I take a leaf out of Angela's book earlier on where she wasn't sure, but as the chair of her committee, she felt the right thing to do was to support it. So I'm in that position in this respect. I think we're expecting a lot from that money if we're talking about extra festivals and helping Tracy, etc. So you're right, Martin, it is a slim amount, but yeah, I'll support it for the purposes of modelling, and we'll see how we go.
Nobody else? Okay, let's go to the vote. Oh, sorry, Martin. Long day. Martin.
Didn't support this?
That's right.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry because I've read through the Paula Southgate manifesto and election, the Strengthening Communities manifesto. So all I'm doing, colleagues, is wanting to give effect to what I think are some of the very powerful and excellent ideas in that manifesto. I'm not giving as much as I would like to realise that policy, but that's why I'm supporting it, and in support of Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Bunting and Councillor McPherson. Thank you. That is my right of reply. That's right, mate.
That does get best debate of the day. Thank you. All right, let's go to the vote.
Good on you, Mark.
Oh, whoops, I'm voting wrong. Put it. I did. No, I really did. If you guys find some savings elsewhere, I'm back.
Can you vote
What's happened?
We've got a split vote.
Oh, what? So that's a split vote. Oh, look, for the purposes of
Split vote, sorry, when we've got 11.
That's what I'm thinking.
Just tell us the externals, the Zooms. Again, I didn't quite.
We've got 12 because Margaret's not there. And in that case, out of goodwill and the spirit of democracy, and for the purposes of modelling, and because you were so eloquent, I cast my vote in your direction. Thank you.
The motion is carried, noting that on Zoom, Councillor Naidu, Ralph and Hamilton were for and Councillor Wilson dissenting.
Right, let's find something to...
You're on priority 3, team.
Priority 3, Central Catchment, Central City. Okay.
Home and then jump back on Zoom.
Okay, it is what it is. I don't think we'll get to the green one tonight, to be fair, but if we get through this one, I'll be really pleased. And then
Don't you...
Seriously. Where's the eject button right now? Okay, so what's on the board, councillors? If we can just... Dave, Martin, if we can remain focused, we'll make more progress just at this late stage.
Maybe.
The motion is here. It's around the wayfinding, I think. So the council approves on that. It's moved, yes. So this is, I remember now, because we could discuss for so long last night to get this right. The purpose of this one, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, was to note that there'll be a lot of work going on in the CBD, coming together here to the connectivity, etc., and that the wayfinding could jolly well wait until we had something to wayfind to. There you go. That's kind of my simplistic version of that. Have I got that?
Can we just have the page where it's unfunded? Oh, it's all right, I found it.
Sorry, it is funded. It's 42,000, and I'm just moving it back. And Councillor Taylor's next, and then because, pardon? Oh, well, you can ask that question in a minute. Questions? No, because it's seconded by Deputy Mayor. Have I missed anything in the intent?
No, it's fair to say I was a slow convert to this one, but in the spirit of self-sacrifice, I'm supporting it. I haven't got much more to say.
Right, questions. Councillor McPherson.
Preface my question by congratulating the Deputy Mayor on his great sacrifice of 41,600 on top of the 15 million he's hacked away at on other areas.
All right, questions now. Though.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Would it be fair to say that the outcome of this, that we're going to cut the wayfinding from the jetty to Victoria Street, put it out 6 years, that we can expect a much longer trip between the jetty and Victoria Street, an extra 6 years to get there? And given that you said there's nothing to find your way to, well, I thought we did have a jetty and I thought we did have a Victoria Street already. Don't we still need them?
Well, my opinion is people will find their way nicely up the path without a wayfinding amount of money. But, you know, you will all have an opinion on it. Any other questions? Yes. Councillor Gallagher.
To the Deputy Mayor, can the Deputy Mayor confirm that on this issue he is exercising his total free will?
We are a very good team, Jeff and I, and there was no coercion across any matters whatsoever.
Thank you,
There
Your
go.
Worship.
Both ways?
Yeah, there wasn't
Both
too, there
ways.
wasn't too, a little bit of coercion,
That
but
is
not too
called
much.
collaboration and negotiation, right there. Okay.
Love it.
Any other questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I'm open to whether you and Deputy Mayor would amend this. Otherwise, I'll be happy to put forward an amendment. Given that we're pushing this out, it's a relatively small quantum. My amendment would be that we just cut it all together. And if it becomes relevant in the next 5 years or so, I'm sure we can address it as needed.
Yeah, I'd be happy.
So-
I'd be happy with that. Would you be happy with that? Oh, I don't know if Jeff would, but maybe that's something I could withdraw. You could do it as a motion, and I'll second you.
If Deputy Mayor would support you, then you don't need an amendment. It's all.
Yeah, but it doesn't achieve the same effect. If Ryan votes against it, it doesn't totally remove the budget. So you don't want to do that, do you, Jeff? Yep, okay, it's agreed to with the mover and the seconder that the budget's removed, and the assumption is that we might, when we need it, we might find it from somewhere or adjust in an annual plan or some such. All right?
Thank you.
You can vote against it, people. That's all good. Sorry, Maria. I can stand at the top of Victoria Street and point. Let's go to the debate. Again, this is not a big thing, but this is about finding every little way we can to do things smarter, to save some money. And we went over some lists, that are in the document with a fine-tooth comb, didn't we? And we kind of came to some agreements over some things that we could move forward. Agree or disagree, that's up to you. All right, any further debate? Nobody wants to debate it. Okay, let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson, Naidu, Ralph and Hamilton on Zoom voted for the motion.
We don't want to take 6 years to find bloody.
All right, next one, please. Small wayfinding. I'm just telling you, just so you know. What could I say? Same argument, different direction. I'm not trying to be flippant, but I just don't want to rediscuss it. The intent is the same.
There's a sign. So we're spending $325,000 on signs. I'm in the wrong business. Okay.
I'm more than happy to move it out, as we've done with the others. I'm not sure how you feel about that, Jeff, because it's a very small amount of money, and I think we'll be able to make an adjustment down the track.
Is it OPEX?
Hang on. It's CapEx. One second, let me just get the motion, if that's okay, Martin. Yeah, okay, so it's removing it like we did with the last one. Thanks, Amy. Question, Martin.
To the chair of to Deputy Mayor, what exactly is this bit? What are we getting for this?
Refreshed signs pointing you in the general direction of where you want to go.
This is all your river signs, Martin, that you've been talking about for
all I'm
years.
saying, being the micro detail is from certainly from the Victoria Bridge to the Hamilton Gardens, with the exception of 2 signs or 3 signs that I've identified, the big things, which frankly could be funded out of O&M because they're not big ticket items. I get that because there's been huge progress there. So I'm just trying to think what exactly are we, what does this look like, all right? I'm not...
I can't answer that. Maria, do you want to comment on it?
It's the other side of the river, so it's from the gardens on the western side, sorry.
Right.
And there is a wayfinding strategy document that I can send you, which would show you exactly what you would get for that money.
So I guess it goes back to the chair of the river plan. I mean, to me, and I,
No debate, question, please. We're only on questions.
I'll certainly reference Julie Hardacre in the debate, but just help me. What I want to at least, I think at least we've got the east side going through the. Are you comfortable that we can sort of achieve the stuff that we want to achieve? I mean, even just a basic sign shouldn't cost 300.
No, Maria, can you speak to what we could get?
So just to clarify, part of it includes basic signage, so this is point A, and if you want to move to point B, this is how you get there. Other parts of it would include interpretive and telling our stories along that river path.
Yeah, because one of my, and if only now 2 cases, there's confusion if people want to go up to Hamilton East, Cook Street and Clyde Street. There's just a couple of signs left. Then actually, in fairness, what's actually been happening on the east side has been quite good. So all I'm looking at is directional signage as against what you call the interpretive historic stuff. Am I on the same page here, Jeff?
Yeah. Look, I think we can probably go back and look at some other options.
Yeah. So as long as we can, yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
All good.
Thank you. Your little hand is still up. Okay, Councillor McPherson.
Yes, Maria, while you're still there, don't run away so quick. First thing is, can you confirm that the Hamilton Gardens is one of the city's preeminent attractions?
Yes.
Thank you. So you're talking about the western side of the river. That includes a stretch of Cobham between, say, the supermarket, big supermarkets, and the bridge over the river, along that sort of path and road along there.
Yep.
And would the effect of the signage there replace the large sign with 40 years worth of lichen on that you can't actually read, that I think has Hamilton Gardens underneath the lichen?
Believe so.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. We'll go into the debate, and I am not going to speak to it further than I've spoken before. Councillor McPherson.
I'm speaking because I'm not going to support this. I would have supported a reduction or an inclusion within the attractions budget, as opposed to sort of so in other words, the rate targeted or general rate for that could have covered this perhaps, but to just hack away at it, I don't support, because my question about the preeminent attraction has actually got a point. If you're in the city and you're wanting to find our preeminent attraction, top one, how would you know how to get there if there was not some form of signage, which may be electronic, it might be the lichen-covered sign on Cobham Drive, it might be something else, but I think we actually should be very much directing people towards the garden. I point out that that route is currently State Highway 1. It's also our major cycle route, north-south through the city, and to not have some sort of signage covered is silly, actually. There's a waste of the investment in the gardens.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, look, it's certainly not ideal. Look, it's an attempt to do what I regard as doing the right thing right now. I would like to actually get the advisory group to have a chat about some other options and do something different, do something cheaper. I hear what you're saying, and it probably would be preferable to push it out, but no, all is not lost. I can go with this.
Councillor Bunting?
It's all for a good cause.
Yeah, I share what Councillor Taylor said, and strangely enough, what Councillor McPherson said. Just adding that, actually leveraging the crowds that are going to the gardens is one of our raison d'etre for the group with the city attractions. We want to leverage those people into the city, so signs to the city from the gardens would actually, I think, be probably more useful. But that's something I think we'll look to. If the powers that be say, or in particular Jeff says we can wait, then I'm with them. I'll support them in the future though with it.
Councillor Gallagher?
I feel the Deputy Mayor's pain, but I also support Councillor McPherson in that, unfortunately, the word removed, if it had been shifted forward, a few years so it's still in there, I certainly welcome and commend the Deputy Mayor by saying the River Group, Plan Group and CBD Group will look at other ways to skin the cat on this one, because we certainly have to get a minimum signage there. I won't be supporting this particular budget because I think it's a little bit too blunt. I don't think it's finesse enough. I suspect you'll have the numbers on this, and also I recognise that probably, I'll be looking very clear through the LTP discussion, but I'm hoping by the time we get into that sort of submissions process, I would certainly challenge the CBD River Plan Group and the staff to come back through O&M or whatever with at least a counter to say what will happen. Okay, but I'd certainly acknowledge the Deputy Mayor. This is not an easy one for him.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Hamilton?
Sorry, was that me, Paula?
Sorry?
Did I have the green light? Sorry, there was a lag.
Oh, okay, that was just your hand up. I thought you wanted to debate. Just in...
Thank you. Just in response to Koro Dave, Google Maps is becoming quite popular now as well, so I'm sure that will help us in the short term. But I hear the comments, and with respect to Councillor Gallagher, this isn't kill it dead in the water. And I too actually would have probably just put a $50,000 placeholder in there, but we can still do that. But I think for the purposes of this project and modelling and forecasting, let's just see where we land, and we can always bring it back in the new year.
Okay, thank you. Just a right of look. We have to start, as Ewan rightly says, we have to start taking something out, and Deputy Mayor Taylor and myself are the ones that are doing the most to try and find ways to do that at this present point in time.
Point of order, Your Worship.
What's your point of order?
Your repeated assertions that you and the Deputy Mayor are leading the challenge trying to cut things out is terribly self-serving, and I don't know if it's totally accurate.
Oh, sorry, did I miss something that you wanted to take out?
No, I'm simply saying that you continuously repeat your narrative that you're the one making all the attempts at the saving, when in fact, when you look at the figures, that's not been the case.
What is your point of order here? Can you call
that
it?
You're misleading the chamber.
All right, that's not my intention. Let's move on. Thank you. Where are we at now? So I was in the middle of my right of reply, wasn't I? I did.
Second point of order, Your Worship.
What's that?
I found $16 million with a resolution that passed. I'd like you to acknowledge that, please.
I do acknowledge that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And you're right. You're right. And it's only early in the process, so maybe that was a bit preemptive. But I am making an honest effort to find some savings, is what I'm saying. So let's go on and go to the vote. It is getting late.
Angry.
Noting Councillor Wilson, Naidu, Ralph and Hamilton.
I asked Rob which way to vote. I told you which way.
We'll reset the chamber.
Are we done it yet?
Paula, can you
motion is carried, noting councillor Wilson, Naidu, Ralph and Hamilton on Zoom voted in favour of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is that one? The Wellington Street Beach. Yeah. So this one will be sure to draw some attention.
Mayor Southgate, if I could maybe just provide some clarification. There are two motions in relation to this item. The first one is to move the funding out, and then there is an amendment to that motion, which is actually then to reduce the funding. So you might want to take them separately or treat
Can I
the
just
second one
check
as
with
an
the
amendment.
Deputy Mayor, because I'm not sure that motion captures what we discussed yesterday.
We've actually got an updated amendment, which I'm just frantically trying to remember what it was.
Well, we were going to
It
give them
was-
the money for the planning.
Yeah, it was going. Can we just park this one for now, and I'll just get my thoughts together on it. It was a much cheaper option,
But
not,
it's still
not
got some of the work
necessarily
done.
bad.
Let's leave that one for 10 minutes and just go to the next one. Do you want to talk to this one, Jeff?
Good, I move. Yeah. Can't wait to see Darren Mills's reaction.
Yeah, look, this is us basically, again, trying to move out some costs to later years. And who knows, it could be something that could get picked up in the targeted rate or something. I don't know, but at this stage, we feel it's prudent to move this out. And I'm quite relaxed about this.
So you want to move from...
So it's moving from year 1 and 2 to years 6 and 7.
Okay, questions, please? Questions? Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, if this was to be funded through the proposed river plan targeted rate, was this one of the projects for that proposed targeted rate?
Yes, it's on the table table 15 on page 148.
Okay, so have we got a mitigation in place in terms of if that did become the proposed rate, that we would be spending it in line with the receipt of the funds?
So it's the answer is probably on a similar line to the other conversations around targeted rates, that the council needs to determine which projects go into the targeted rates.
Yep.
At the moment, we're talking about what projects are in the budget or not, and then whether we fund from general or targeted rate needs to be that secondary conversation.
Are we proposing to do that as part of putting together the long-term plan? You know, if we end up with a targeted rate of $5 million, will we match that in the plan with the spend?
Yes.
A spend?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly, if someone could recap me, wasn't this becoming a safety issue with swimmers and the dive bombing club and all that sort of stuff?
Lance?
Correct. So this came out of a number of discussions with council and also the advisory group, just around what's happening at the current Hamilton Gardens jetty with the bombers when the River Explorer boat goes in there. So there was concerns about that, and this would be a different entrance to Hamilton Gardens. There's no high banks where this jetty would be, and you'd resolve that safety issue at the current jetty.
So if we, notwithstanding we might tackle this by a targeted rate or whatever, if we defer it, are there any mitigations in place in terms of those safety issues, or are we exacerbating that health and safety risk?
You're not exacerbating it, but you're not resolving it fully. There have been a number of mitigations that we've put in place around just the way the boat operates, and having some city safety staff and some community development staff working with people down there. But that probably wouldn't be effective as shifting the jetty either short term or long term.
So final question, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but what is your comfort level, hand on heart, as the GM responsible here from a health and safety perspective and public safety if we defer it?
Look, my view is that it was in the funded section because of those issues, and doing this sooner rather than later would make me feel more comfortable.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
I don't know if it's helpful. Ryan, I'm reasonably, in terms of the priorities that we've got in the central city and river, I'm reasonably comfortable with this. I think, if we have a targeted rate, it could get picked up on that. And well, it's actually in that category at the moment. And my feeling, having thought about it, and having thought about it a bit, is that how shall I put it? I would actually like to get some other things done first, and there may be other possibilities for funding this too, in my view.
Can I be helpful then, because I've got to duck out for a moment? Could we just do a staff note action that when we talk about the targeted rates, we can just flag this as a potential item to look at in that section? I'm happy if we defer it here, but could we just maybe make a note of that, see when we're stacking everything else up?
In terms of what's in and out of targeted rates, you mean?
Sure. Yeah, would that be okay?
Yeah. Yeah. You're getting nods, so that's fine.
Thank you.
No, it doesn't. No. Okay. So we've had questions. Everyone understands it. Let's go into debate. I'm going to ask Jeff to lead the debate.
Yeah, this is another, another attempt from us to be prudent and realistic with the money that we've got. I have never been totally convinced that we should be footing the whole bill for this from this budget, and I want to see a bit more work done with the Hamilton Gardens, a bit more discussion about how we come up with this money as well. So in my view, there's stuff that we need to do. For goodness sake, we've already got a jetty down there, and I've never been completely happy about building another jetty so close. It's never really sat comfortably with me, and I want to do a bit more work on it rather than approving a large sum of money like this when there's a hell of a lot more, in my view, a hell of a lot more important things that we need to be doing on the river. So, so I'm absolutely fine with this myself.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes, thanks. I'm going to surprise Ewan by supporting this cut or delay in this case, because I think a little bit like Jeff, that there are a number of other things to be settled in terms of the interface between the gardens and the water down there. There's the issue of footbridge, which I saw on a map a couple of days ago as showing in the vicinity as well. And if you were doing something, would it be you might do them together or might have them work together somehow? And it's too early to actually in years 1 and 2 to get that done. And in my opinion, at the moment, I want to see a bit more work done on that, and perhaps bring it back in 3 years' time with a more refined proposal that's got some definiteness about it.
Okay, anybody else in the debate? Councillor Naidu-Rove.
Thank you. I was 50-50 on this one, and after hearing Lance's answer, I will not be supporting this one. A couple of days ago, don't ask me what day it was, in the afternoon on a weekday, we went to the gardens and I saw 4 carloads of kids empty out in the car park to go jump down the river off the jetty. And I think there is a safety issue, and I think if something did go wrong, it would be the GM held to account. And as governors, it's our responsibility to make sure that we are providing the funding needed to prevent any accidents. So I will not be supporting this one.
Thank you. Thank you. I am obviously supporting this one. It should not send anybody a signal that I don't care about the jetty at the gardens or any other jetty in the city. I think jetties and watercraft have a very strong future in our city. But, you know, we are really coming, when push comes to shove, we've got to make some savings and make some priorities. And Jeff and I talked at length about what the priorities for the CBD in the River City might be. And this just happened to be slightly down the lower in the priority order. And so that's where it sits for me. Thank you. We'll go to the vote unless there's anyone else wants to say. No? Vote, please.
Carried, noting Councillor Wilson and Councillor Thompson on Zoom were for, and Councillor Naidu-Rolfe was dissenting.
Okay, excellent. What's next? Thank you. We're making progress, actually, so hang in there, people. The Wellington Street one?
Yeah.
Have we refashioned the Wellington Street one, Jeff?
In progress, I think.
Okay, is there another one we can do while we're just waiting on that? No? No? Okay, let's wait for that. And we'll do this Wellington Street Beach one. That will be the last one of the day. And then, because the staff assure me that they have got some modelling available, they'll give us what they've got to this present point, which will enable us to percolate over that over the night. And, you know, we might need a bit of a refresh in the morning, Sean, if we're tired, but at least we've got it in our heads for the once. Isn't that right? How are we going with Wellington Street Beach? Okay. Okay, so the intention of this, and I know Maxine, this is dear to your heart as it is to mine, was to not kill it, but to allow some basic work and planning to be done. I personally believe, as you know very strongly, there should be some connectivity, at least with some pathways to the beach. But the full landscaped version that we've seen from staff is beyond reach at this time. But I definitely want to see some love going towards Wellington Street Beach, and this will help us define what that could look like. Jeff, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, please. Briefly, if I may. I have to say, I've always been a supporter of the Wellington Street Beach project. I have had concerns about the fact that we were planning to spend more than $4 million on what we wanted to do there. It has kind of felt to me that, you know, a lot of what we want to do is landscaping there. And I having talked to Lance about it, I think there's a cheaper option and an option that will actually get us over the line, whereas I have a feeling that if we keep it as a $4-point-something million project, it's just going to keep on getting pushed out. Whereas I think if we do some planning here and set aside the figures that we've got there, we can do something really achievable for the community out there in a shorter time.
Any further debate? Oh, I'm sorry, just Councillor Pascoe.
Question, Your Worship.
Oh, sorry, question, of course.
And that is, what would we expect to achieve in terms of spending $1 million when previously we were looking at 4 times that amount to do what I believe was just land? The $4 million didn't include a pool in the water, did it? Or no. So it was really just landscaping the surrounds of the foreshore.
Yeah, and moving the toilets and the concept designs 2 months ago. I think it was, to elected members a wee while ago.
Sorry, were they the plans that were done back in 2014 as part of the river plan?
Yeah, I'll get Maria just to talk about that just briefly. So.
Yep.
I'm just wondering whether we should defer this until tomorrow, and there's a chance to. I'd like to hear what Maxine's got to say and other people who aren't here. It's just that I feel a bit uncomfortable about going ahead right now with this.
Well, I can, but I have to say there's always someone not here, and that's the way it is. You're right. Huh?
Last
Actually,
chance
Sarah
tomorrow.
is here now. Sarah's here. She's right here on the screen.
I just want to support Dave on that, because this is something that, as happens in these kind of things, has been come up with quite fast. And although I'm pretty keen on the revised plan, I even haven't had a chance to talk to Maxine, who's sitting right next to me, about it. And,
Look, I'm happy to delay
I know
it.
it's important to her, and it's a bit rude that I'm coming, you know.
I'm happy to delay it, but I have to say it's a basis for discussion, and no one else apart from Mark, who's withdrawn his, put anything up about Wellington Street Beach. So, Maxine, if you have something, you really need to bring it for the discussion. That would be the most helpful way forward. Otherwise, we've got nothing to base the discussion on. It's either funded or it's unfunded. So if we can do that for tomorrow morning, I'm happy to leave it live for now, and we'll use the last 10 minutes of our time to have some modelling as to where we are now. Pardon? And then I'll make a few final comments, and we'll go home and Angela, as Angela says, have Milo. Okay. So many chances. So many. Where are we at?
Can you explain the context, that you know exactly what the basis is, and
Right.
so forth?
Okay.
I.e. the decision we made for the base budget.
Okay, so Sean's going to, councillors, just bear with we've got 10 more minutes of, and then we can be, Sean, can you give us some introduction to what we're about to be shared with?
Sure. Yep. So what the team have been modelling as we've been going is the effect of the decisions that.
Excuse me. Sorry, can we do that conversation afterwards? Thank you. Thank you.
So what the team have been modelling as we've been going is the each decision as it goes. So we'll see the cumulative effect of those on the financial strategy. So this will be the based on the budget that was recommended in the report, and it's all the variations to that we have, you have passed so far. So it'll just be a minute while we get it from the laptop onto the screen.
Thank you. Crikey, that's tiny. Just saying, you know.
Makes the numbers look smaller.
Okay, right. Step us through in plain language
On the Sharpie.
to give us some. Thank you very much, and so that we've got something to hold as a starting position for tomorrow.
Sure, thank you. So just based on most of what you've been doing today is a lot of just shifting the capital projects from the first 5 years back into the latter years. So what you're seeing here is the consequences of that. So you'll notice now that in 24, 25 and 26, if you compare sorry, can you make that a bit smaller, Amy, please, so I can see them both?
Or just maybe shift it over to the right.
Yeah, shift it over to the right. So the right-hand side is the ones we were at now. So you'll see, so we've gone from 277 and 280 down to about 274 and 276. So where we were quite high in breaching in that 24, 25 and 26, we've managed to drop that back. And as Richard is keeping on saying today, we're obviously smoothing that graph as much as we possibly can. For balancing the books number, again, not a lot changes with that with most of the decisions we've done today specifically. It does make it a little bit better. We've gone from 12 and 10 up to 11 and 8. So it does help in that space.
Can we make sure there's printouts of this tomorrow morning, just so really members can see my current version, clear description at the top, so they know what they're looking at?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You could email that.
So that's it. Thank you.
I can email this to everyone right now if that's helpful.
Okay. Sure.
I have a question.
Yes, question, Ewan?
With this information, am I correct in saying that this basically means it's the 4.9 plus the 4 targeted rates, so it's still a rate increase of 11.3%?
Yes.
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 Would you be more succinct?
Right, so we've improved our debt to revenue. We've improved slightly our balancing of the books, but we are still at 11.3.
Yes.
Yes, so Councillor Ewan, if I can just give some context to that. So through the course of these decisions today and to the next day, by creating capacity in that debt to revenue, when you get to discussing the general rates at the end of tomorrow, you will have, if this were to remain the case, then you would have slightly more headroom to consider a different rates increase without breaching the debt to revenue limit. So at the moment in the model, the assumption is still that the rates are set as they were in the report.
And do you have an early indication, if I could ask, Mayor Paula, what rate we could go down to that would then bring us to the maximum of our debt to revenue capacity? Right. And I'm assuming it's based on the 300 in year 1.
I don't have that off the top of my head. I'm still seeking.
No, sorry, I was meaning the staff.
Oh, sorry, I thought you asked me. I was going to say, crikey.
We don't have that figure yet, Councillor Ewan.
But we can get it for tomorrow?
Yeah, so we'll get that for tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Dave, question please.
I'm just a bit surprised to hear the news about the rates, given that there's a proposal that we voted on to put in from year 2 1.6 million extra revenue. I realise the effect that has on the debt to revenue ratio, but it also, because it proposes to fund something that was going to be funded by rates, that should have led to a reduction of about 0.7, 0.8 of a percent, of rates from year 2 onwards.
So it could, if you in the model at the moment, we've still assumed the same level of rates increase. You can make a decision tomorrow to have a different rates increase. So, for example, you could offset that extra $1.6 million of revenue with a lesser rate increase, so if you choose to, but that's not in the model at the moment.
Staff have made the assumption that it's not going to change rates. What about if the movers had assumed that the extra revenue would offset the need for that portion of rates?
So we haven't made any assumption about rates. We've simply modelled to date what the same level of rates.
Could you model the effect on rates of not changing the debt ratio, but applying that 1.6 million totally to what otherwise would have been rates funded?
That
modelling should be available.
Yeah, that can be done in the morning.
That would mean that the balancing the books deficit would have remained the same as it was in the original draft. But in which
Correct.
case, as I understand it, the deficits have dropped as a result of that revenue.
Let's not get into debate.
And it'd be less
Yeah,
than
I
1%.
understand there's about three things going at once.
Deficit
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
setting that.
I just want to see what the effect on rates would be.
Gentlemen, if I can just draw that to a close, because we're getting into debate, and we are going to debate that, believe it.
No, we're not, we're just trying to...
No, hang on. If you want to get going, just hang on a minute. Let me make a few summary comments, because you're quite right. We need to talk about that some more, whether it comes from debt or rates. We need to keep in mind, we've had some figures for us to ponder upon overnight. We need to keep in mind the impact on rates. We've made some very small savings today, and I applaud you for what we have been able to do, but some of you have had to actually vote against your natural instincts to do that. But we haven't cancelled that many projects, we've pushed them out, that's an issue. So overnight, I urge you all to think about what else you're prepared to push back to support our ratepayers, but more importantly, how we can bring these rates down through savings or deferrals, it doesn't matter. But it's not, we'll have to go beyond the point of all agreeing that we're worried about a rates increase. We're going to have to work out what we do about it. So we'll really be getting to the pointy end of it tomorrow. A lot of those things that we've done today have been subject to financial modelling. So we do get the opportunity to make some key adjustments further. And I do think it's been a long day, and I just want to thank you actually and staff for all the work you've done. We've had to really be agile, and we've had to deal with some very big complexities, and I'm very pleased with how we've been able to do that today in the large part. So thank you for that. I would invite you now to go home and have some rest and come again fresh tomorrow, because it will be an equally big day tomorrow. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Paula.
Pardon?
Yes, we can leave you.